Hello, everybody. This is Odd Job Entertainment bringing you another video, and we have got to make sure that everything is working correctly. So I'm doing my sound check right now. And we have that seems to be working. Let's pull up an old stream from Star Citizen. Make sure that the audio is coming through on that end. Okay, there we go. There's some audio to listen to. Okay. All right, cool. Sounds like everything's working. Man, you would almost think that I know what I'm doing with this streamer stuff, huh? All right, cool. Sounds like everything's... Except then I need to mute my own stream so that I don't overlap. So I've been really good for the most part. I have not watched any of Citizencon except for like 3 seconds when I just couldn't resist. So I'm really excited to get into this. One of the nice things about waiting to do it at a more reasonable time is I get to skip a lot of the anticipation, because usually streams, they always start with like a few minutes of prologue, right, where they're really not doing anything. I'm looking at this thing, it's 9 hours and 8 minutes. I'm hoping that there's a big chunk that's just dead time at the beginning where they were just getting things ready. That would be pretty typical, and I'm kind of banking on that because I don't want to be here for forever. But we'll do what we got to do. I will survive. So let's get right into it. Oh yeah, see this? We get to skip all this. I do want to kind of see what are they showing in the background there. I mean, it's shape. It's the shapes of starships. That looks like it might be Hull C. Maybe this is like pan shots of like a javelin. Or the Bengal. Holy cow. Another 30-minute.
The end of the day.
Oh, okay. When does Jared start?
What is Citizencon?
Okay, go a little slower. Clearly they don't use the whole 30 minutes. Okay. All right. Now we've got it queued up the way it's supposed to be. Let's just make sure that okay, it is going to the right link. See, it's always kind of weird because when you do the restream side, it doesn't perfectly match up with what I tell it. Sometimes it still holds on to the old title from the last stream that I did, so it always gives me a little bit of a heart attack because I got to make sure that it's actually going to the right place. But looks like we're good.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Jared.
Hi, everybody. We're back.
We're back.
It's been so long.
They got the Hornet
Hi,
model in
welcome
the
to
background. That's
Citizencon
really cool.
2954. I'm Jared Huckabee. If you're in Hall A, let me hear you scream. If you're in Hall B, let me hear you scream. I'm going to take this off. Here, George. Come on.
That
come
is
on,
a pretty sweet
That's
jacket.
George. Say hi, George.
The
All right, you didn't see George. Welcome to
Zeus
Citizencon
Mark II
2954.
RSI
I'm Jared
jacket he's
Huckabee.
got going on.
We are live from Manchester Central here in beautiful, sunny Manchester, United Kingdom. This is the
If they sell that on the
11th Citizencon?
pledge
10th
store, I
Citizencon?
might be
I
tempted
should
to
have
get
counted
that.
beforehand. Basically, we're back. It's our first since we returned last year in Los Angeles. We've got a tremendous show for you. I'm sorry about the countdown thing there. This is the biggest CitizenCon we've ever done, and as one might expect, it took us a little longer to get things going than we expected. But we're ready to start. We're approximately 20 to 25 minutes from the show start, so we are not going to make our 11 o'clock on the dot start time, but you can guess about 20, 25 minutes. So we do got some stuff here. So
Well,
what is CitizenCon? Anybody? You can't see them. There's a bunch of people down here below me.
So they've just
What's
got
CitizenCon?
Jared up here
Nothing.
just shooting the breeze until the show
More than
actually
ships.
starts. It's a ship
And
sail.
okay, we're not
It's more than
talking
ships.
about
It's a
that
ship
anymore.
sail.
Citizencon is our annual showcase of all the work our developers are doing for both Star Citizen and Squadron 42. It's also a chance for Star Citizens to come from around the globe and gather, much as they're doing here. Let's take a look
Yes.
across the field. I'm going to get out of frame here. Let's take a look at the field.
I
Look
do
at
want to
that.
go to one of these shows at
This
some point. I
is
think it would
our
be
hangar
really
bay
cool.
of the UEES Barbary.
Hey, Sarah, thanks for
Here
coming
we
and
go.
hanging
Every
out.
CitizenCon
Happy to see you in
we
chat. How you
theme our
doing?
expo hall to one thing or another.
I had to
In
be really careful not to
2019, it was
spoil
themed
this for
for
myself too. I
rednecks.
knew I was going to be doing
And
my
last
coverage
year it was
later
themed
than
for
everybody,
Pyro. This year,
so I had to
UEE's
be
in
really
town
good and not
celebrating
watch
Citizen
anything.
Day. We'll learn more about Citizen Day later in the thing. So
If they do
what's on
another
the
show in
agenda
the
for
U.S.,
this year?
or I mean,
Well,
we know they're
CitizenCon,
going
like it was
to.
last year, is now a
I
two-day
want to go to
event.
the next
So we
one
have a whole
in the
host of
U.S. I think that that'd be really
presentations
cool.
today, and then a whole host of presentations tomorrow. We're going to run them down now and let you know a little bit about what you can expect. So in about 15, 20, 25 minutes, I can't be specifically at this point, Chris Roberts is going to take the stage and kick off CitizenCon proper. We're just the pre-show here where we like to have fun. After Chris Roberts takes the stage, we are starting with Brave New Worlds. Now that is our core technology and Star Engine Group's presentation. You might remember that they kicked off last year's presentation with that amazing Star Engine trailer that was like 25 minutes long or something. We don't have a 25-minute long trailer today, but we do have a
That was a
chock
really
full
cool video when
90-minute
they showed that.
approximately presentation
That was
of their
super
new
cool.
Genesis system, which is a subsystem within Star Engine that will let us build planets at the size, scale, and scope that we've always dreamed of. So you can check that out at the start of the day.
I'm
After
really
that,
hoping
we've
that
got a
shows some
social
really
universe.
spectacular
Now,
improvements.
This is the sleeper presentation of the
I think that
entire
that's
thing. Now,
really make or
we were
break.
a little cagey in the description on the website about what this is. You know, it's everybody getting together and playing with your friends and stuff like this. But I'll just say it's the
Org
sequel
features.
to a presentation we did approximately 10 years ago at CitizenCon. And if you want to look back at what we did back then, you can probably guess what it's about. Folks that are in large groups of people will want to
Org
pay attention
features.
to this one. After that, we're going to take a lunch break because this is a very long day and, you know, we all need to take a break here. That's your chance to get your snacks, get your food, say goodbye to your loved ones because the second half of the day, you are not going to want to be anywhere else but in your seat. Because when we come back, we've got that cosplay contest sponsored by Tobii Eye Tracker and then Dressed to Kill. Now, Dressed to Kill is also a sequel to a presentation we did in 2019 about armor specializations and basically bringing high function to high fashion in the universe. And then, as we said in our
I hope that they're going to go more
summary
into
on
the
website,
vertical
return
and
of an old
horizontal
friend from CitizenCon
differentiation.
past. Yes, Virginia, it's
That was
true.
something that was
What
kind
you've
of
guessed on
promised
Reddit,
last time,
here.
but
and then
didn't
finally,
really
Beyond Pyro,
didn't really make
where
the grade.
I promised on SCL just a few short weeks ago that there's no 4.0 content at CitizenCon. Well, guess what? There's no 4.0 content at CitizenCon. We're all beyond 4.0 this year.
I mean, they could not show 4.0 again. That would be
I'm gonna need you
a
to do better
huge
with the cues
disappointment. people would be very upset. So
Beyond Pyro
that
to
only
what
makes
comes
sense.
next. And then we're going to take a short 15-minute break after that, let everybody recharge, and then there's something on the schedule that is currently redacted. I'm not allowed to tell you what that is, but I'm going to tell you guys watching at home the same thing I told everybody out front when they were waiting to get in. Do not let any force on this earth stop you from being in your seat when whatever that is happens at the end of the day. And then on day 2, we come back tomorrow with a look at crafting your home. That's a look at base building, which we first introduced at last year's Citizencon, and the new
I have no idea what he's talking about with any of that, because like I said, I've been really good. I did not spoil this for myself. I waited until I started my own coverage.
You're not going to want to miss that. Then Captains of Industry, that's replacing our general Ship Talk 2054. Is that what year it is? 904? Yeah. George is saying yes. Replaces our generic Ship Talk segment with a presentation dedicated to the ships and vehicles that will make crafting and base building possible, with the return, with a revisit of an old friend that hasn't made its appearance in the Persistent universe yet, but it's getting a big blow up before it does. So you're gonna want to check that out. And then, well, if I can be honest, we got a tight zoom. You got a tight zoom? Yeah. Let me talk to you here. The Star's my destination. Star Citizen Alpha 1.0. If you're an old school sci-fi head like me, you'll recognize that title. This is perhaps, and you know me, I'm not the one to hype. I'm not generally.
The Star is my destination.
I'm like, well, you know, it might be this.
I am a big sci-fi nerd.
I'm going to tell you right now.
I don't.
The most important presentation we've ever done at Citizencon. Mark it. Be there for it tomorrow.
I mean, space, the final frontier. That's Star Trek, right?
Throw it down to Dan, on the floor of the hangar here. We're actually going to explore a little of what's here in the UEES Barbary. Dan, are you there?
Thank you, Jared. Welcome back to Citizencon 2954. My name is Dan Haubrick. I'm the community producer here at
Who wore it better, Jared or Dan?
Back to Manchester.
That is a sweet-looking jacket. I really want one.
Although, unlike then, things look a little bit different than they did before.
If CIG wants to sponsor me and send me a jacket, I'll be happy. I'll say whatever they want me to say.
Bengal class ship. That's right, we are aboard the UEES Barbary, just locked in orbit above Manchester. That's right, this entire Citizencon is themed and brought to you by the UEE Navy. Why, you may ask? Well, you'll just have to keep watching to find out. Now, if you're looking at the screen going, who's that handsome man I'm looking at? You probably have a different tab open. So I'll give you guys a quick second to get to Twitch or YouTube and get to the right tab. Make sure you're watching the stream, and make sure you're watching our content. I know, it's a disappointment to me too, but I'm told that eventually you get over my face and voice and everything about me. But in case you don't,
be nice to yourself, Dan.
Sam Haley is my co-host here on the show floor at Citizencon. Sam Haley is one of our QA supervisors here at the Manchester
Echo is
studio.
the bigger problem.
She also has some impressive street cred. She was the pilot of the Carrick in the 2949.
Echo coming through because of, like, it's really echoey in the studio. No, not studio. It's really echoey at the center, right? Is that what you're talking about, or is, like, I'm not producing an echo?
You can't listen to a man in his, I don't know, mid-80s ramble on about how the sky used to be blue and dial-up used to be a thing. Let me explain what we're doing here. I'm here on the show floor at Citizencon here to show you guys the awesome stuff we have for those of you who are at home and aren't able to attend. So we want to make sure that you guys feel as though you're not missing out. So come follow me, and we're going to check out some cool stuff here on the show floor right now. To my immediate left, we have the Voyager Bar. If you guys are here at Citizencon and are looking for some refreshments, look no further than the Voyager Bar.
Hey, Mom, I'm on TV.
We have some impressive refreshments based on our in-game drink manufacturers. We have some awesome flags. We have some awesome pennants. I don't know how well they're going to pick up, but we also have some amazing 3D torpedo burrito, dancing Garmin humble stuff in the background. If you guys are looking for a drink here at Citizencon, look no further.
I think he was talking about that spinning display, and it definitely does not look super great on camera, but they're really cool in person.
They're going to be here any second. It's been a long couple of weeks, so we'll give them some privacy, and we're going to move right on. Also to my left, we have our Monster Tech Sim Pit. If you guys are looking to experience Star Citizen in a way that you've never experienced before while you're here at Citizencon, then the Monster Tech Sim Pit is a great place to be. Using our VKB sponsored joysticks, these are awesome places to check out Arena Commander and Star Citizen in real.
Look, Mom, I'm on TV. Person's maxed out their character customization.
Come follow me. Now over here we have our community booth section. We're going to be visiting the community booth section a bunch during Citizencon, so I'm not going to get into too much detail now. But as you can see, all of our community booths are themed after in-game cargo container manufacturers.
Super cool.
We have Anvil, we have
Mando,
we got RSI, we got Kovalex, we got Misk. All of these containers are filled with orgs and booths that signed up to be part of our community booths. There's some awesome
I know
stuff,
it's
like I
technically
said.
the wrong universe, but I'll never be upset seeing someone wearing Mandalorian outfits. Super cool.
Stuff there, filled with groups that make the verse a more immersive, impressive, inclusive place to be.
Yeah,
Excited to
Star
check it out
Citizen
later.
definitely does have a diverse cast of fans.
As you can see right here, we have our
I'm always
channel
surprised when I
lounge
run
at
into someone else who
Citizencon.
knows
If you
what
guys
Star
are looking for a
Citizen
place
is in
to
public
escape
because
the, humdrum and,
they always pop up in the most
big
unexpected
bustle of
places.
the auditorium,
A lot of time it is
place
just
to
the
hang your
very
hat, sit
stereotypical
down,
space
and
dad.
relax. It's also
You know,
a
you
good
think
place for
space
you guys to
dad,
take
that's
your
exactly
friends.
what
You
they
guys are
look
here
like,
for a
but
shared love of Star Citizen.
there's a lot of
So if you guys want to make
there's a
new
lot of
friends,
different
feel free to
people out
grab a
there.
seat. Ask people what their favorite ships are, their favorite ship manufacturer, their favorite game feature that may or may not have an issue council report. And you guys will make friends for life here at Citizencon, here
Yep.
at the General Lounge.
Everything's got an issue council
I know there's
report.
something that we haven't talked about. It's a pretty big thing. It's a pretty big deal.
Oh, you mean the giant hornet behind you?
I think we finally should talk about it. I'm talking about, of course, the Addison Lounge.
Oh, he totally blue balled us there. So I know it's probably like the least important thing that they're actually showing, but I would love to get some Star Citizen themed Pelican style cases. You guys don't understand, with all the camera gear and stuff that I've got and the tools and all that jazz, storage is a constant problem for me. Some really tough Star Citizen themed boxes would be so dope.
That's right, the Addison Lounge. If you are looking to sit
If
down
only
in
I knew
comfort
an
and
engineer
style, the
who
Addison
could
Lounge
make
place
that
to go.
happen.
We have our United
That might have to be a
Empire
project that we
highlight.
do.
We have our UEE branding all over the place. It's a good place for you to hang your cap, sit down, relax, and enjoy the show. And
Like they're showing these cargo crates over
I think
here.
that's it. I mean, Sam, I don't know where my co-host Sam is. Sam, I don't think.
Stop playing, Dan! Show us the ship!
Else that I'm missing on show 4, right? I don't think there's any major stuff I glossed over, nothing big or exciting that I didn't talk about.
Okay, Sam, take over. Get this goober off.
The most big thing in the room.
He's
is
playing.
Ego.
I want to see the
Other
ship.
than that, there is one thing you haven't mentioned yet.
Yeah, let's talk about the Hornet in the room, shall we? We have an amazing
Finally.
set piece here at Citizencon this year. It is massive. It is the biggest thing that I think we've ever had on the show floor here at Citizencon. It is absolutely impressive. It has some really great audio displays as well. If you
How
guys
much
were here
pledge money
earlier.
went into making it?
Sam, while I go powder my nose and make sure that I'm picture perfect, why don't you head on over there and give the people more information about the biggest and best set piece we have here at Citizencon. Let's check out exactly what we're talking about, shall we?
Happily, thanks, Dan. Let's go check this thing out.
Wow. That is really dope. Opaque windows.
So, as you guys
So,
can see,
probably
we
can't get
have
inside it.
a
Would be cool if you could.
near-life-size replica of the Hornet F7A Mark
Mark
II.
T.
This
That gun
thing
looks really good,
was
though.
made for us by Mango Stone, and they spent 14 weeks putting this together.
That's
From
actually
6
surprising.
weeks
That's
of
only
concept,
14 weeks.
8 weeks of build time.
That is a
This
super
thing was
fast.
their biggest ever build, but they have built
Wow.
something before in the Manchester studio.
Only 14 weeks. That is wild for how good it looks.
Now, as you guys know, this is a medium fighter. So
Probably-
it packs
probably
a
no
punch,
lasers,
but
Sarah.
It's pretty quick. if you guys have flown the F-17s
But you know, with the ballistic
before,
Gatlings,
it's very similar.
we have the technology to make that
However,
happen.
this thing, if you guys haven't seen the guns and the Gatlings on this thing, it's pretty powerful.
Wow, that looks really, really good.
Well, yes, this is my now second favorite anvil ship. Dare I say it?
What's the first one? If this is the second...
You know, I haven't got to drop my cred yet, have
That is some good detailing, too. It looks like they've got some copper wiring in there to imitate some coils.
Has been delivered to the following location. Yeah? Did I sound like me? Yeah? Good, good.
Oh,
Yeah, it has been delivered
she's the
right
Aesop
here
lady, isn't
to
she?
Manchester, 200 miles away from Brighton.
Poor
by
gal.
Amazing guys at Mango.
There's so many bad memories we all have associated with her voice. It's totally not her fault, but it's going to be one of those things that like it triggers someone. A lot of us start twitching. Your ship could not be retrieved. That is super cool.
Yep. If you guys don't get the chance to see this in person, just look at everybody's social media for the next 5 years. I'm pretty sure this is going to be people's profile
Oh, it's even
pictures,
got
cover
landing lights. See that?
photos,
Little
whatever
blinking
it might
LEDs
be.
on the
So
wings.
yeah, if you're at the event and you don't get a picture with this thing, I think you're missing out. So yes, are we ready to head over? Brill, I think
Aesop
we're
PTSD
nearly
is real,
ready
believe me.
for the
Oh,
first presentation.
I believe it, man.
But
I've got
before
it too.
I'm gonna hand you over to Jared. Jared, over to you.
Hi, Sam. Thanks, Sam. Look, there's Sam.
Hey,
Hi.
And there's me. And there's Sam. There's me. Now, what Sam was far too humble to tell you is that
And there's
she,
Dan.
in her role in QA, has more flight hours on the Hornet than almost any person at CIG, which is why we gave her the wonderful introduction to the Hornet. So, and you might remember Sam from Citizencon 2019. She flew the Carrack through the very first jump point to the very first visit at Pyro. So let's give Sam a round of applause,
Jump point.
please. She was too humble to give her credentials herself. So now we are going to go into Hall A. Hall A is where the magic happens. It's where everybody needs to find their seat and get ready for the start of the show. So hey, if you're here in Hall B, let's all move over into Hall A. Because the sooner we all get in there, the sooner we can start the show. And the less I have to
sit
think
down.
like this. Everybody in Hall A. All right. So, look,
you
I'll
in the
show you
BDL
now.
shirt, start moving.
Do-do-do.
Speed this up. Come on.
Hey, what you got? Want to take a picture? Take a picture.
All right.
Oh, it's that way. There you go. Hi. Oh, you have a timer on it. I don't got that kind of time, man.
Come on.
Here, I'll take the. No, I'm a professional. Hold on.
Okay.
Let go. Let go. Let go. Oh, you got a battery.
Yeah.
Here, I'll do it. Oh, now you push the button.
Yep.
There you go. I'm a professional. Ready? Stand over there.
Yeah. Hey, I gonna be.
It's just Jared in the photo.
All right. Now we're gonna do two pictures. Ready? We're gonna do down low, like we're in a rap album.
If you can see our bellies.
Well, okay, I'll do this. Good call. And then up high, like we're teenage girls.
Yeah, get it for the
And then
gram.
One is really awkward. Ready?
Okay.
How's that look?
Every guy's
How's that
first selfie.
All right.
Oh, you got the shadow across the face. Perfect, Jared.
Everybody in the Hall A.
Perfectly amateur.
Everybody moving Hall A. Slice of pizza. What is that? Just cheese? Yeah. All right, thanks. Everybody in the Hall A. All right.
Rest of the show, he's talking like this because his tongue is burned. That'd be funny.
One of my favorite things about Star Citizen, we've got Big Benny's Noodles, we've got Torpedo Burrito.
You know, I'm just going to say, we're lucky we have someone like Jared Huckabee. He's actually a really good community manager type persona. Because, I mean, everything that he just went through, super awkward to go through in person. I mean, having to be on camera, dealing with all these people interactions, it gets weird. So that was a pretty good natural roll through things.
So we've got Pips and we've got pizza. Just pizza. Wow. There's a lot of you in here. This is the largest audience we've ever had for Citizencon. 4,200 people, plus a bunch of employees, plus a bunch of crew members. Over 5,000 people in this room.
Woo! That is a lot of nerds for one game. That is so cool.
Are you streaming?
No, just video.
All right. Well, hi, Mom. You're streaming. What are you doing?
I'm just recording, mate.
Are you just recording? Oh, what are you doing? You doing the same thing? All right, here. Let me see. Thanks. All right. So, Citizencon, who are you?
Martijn.
Martin? Where are you from, Martin?
Netherlands.
Netherlands. I love the Netherlands. I don't
It's-
remember most of it, though. Do you? All right. Must be different for visitors. Different priorities. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that on stream. Whose phone was this?
Well, it's out there now.
All right. Let's
FCC
go. How much
can't
time do
save
we
you.
got? Hold on, I gotta put my headset on. How much time do I need to do this for? Where's Chris Roberts? Chris Roberts is here. Does he have his
Yeah,
mic on?
maybe.
Okay. All right, sure. I mean, if that's what he wants.
Best acting ever.
I apologize. You ready?
I really hope Jared is as
I think
fun to be
they
around
pulled a hammy.
on a daily basis as he is on
Oh, that
camera.
thing is rock hard right now. Oh, you got to check out my shoes. Yeah. Donatello.
Very stylish.
Michelangelo. Leonardo. Raphael.
Nice.
All right, so that's all I got, everybody. We're going to take a few short minutes. We're going to start the show. Chris Roberts, he's going to kick this thing off proper. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. You're going to love the show, everybody. Thanks.
You know, I've done a couple live performances myself, just in like middle school and high school, band, choir, stuff like that. You always, it feels like you always have an abundance of food, but you never actually get to eat any of it. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that ends up being the only pizza Jared eats all day, because you're so focused on getting the show done successfully that you totally forget to take care of the person doing the show yourself. Yeah, noodles. Who wants some noodles? Also, it's funny. Every time you're recording a show while you're there, you never end up watching that footage. I used to record, because my family will go watch fireworks on 4th of July, you know, because I live in the land of freedom. And I would always try to record parts of the show, and then I never end up watching them again. So I've kind of learned that you just want to be in the moment, just enjoy it for what it is. But I mean, people are excited. I'm super hyped up now. I'm already on the hype train. Jared did a really good job getting people pumped up. Lights go dark. Very cool. Very similar, okay, so it was a Bengal before. Very similar to the intro video we saw. The man, the myth, the legend, the king of feature creep himself, Chris Roberts, everybody.
Hello, Citizencon 2954. There's a lot more of you here than there were when we were here last year, 5 years ago. There was 1,200 people. There's almost 5,000 people in the building.
That's
today,
wild.
Which is amazing.
This is for one game. 5,000 seats for one video game.
To visit the lovely sunny Manchester. But inside here, there's going to be a lot of very cool stuff, although in this up-and-coming presentation, you may see a few things inspired by the Manchester weather. Anyway.
Okay, so we're going to be talking about weather, for sure.
Like the first title of our first presentation, Brave New Worlds, we're on the cusp of a new era for Star Citizen, because server meshing is finally a reality. People are making their first jumps to Pyro in Evercrafty testing right now, which is pretty awesome. We're going to have it out at the end of this year. So I think it was going to be a great...
There's your first date, everybody. Server meshing end of the year.
These next 2 days, we'll talk about...
It's going to happen.
...the Star Engine that will help us craft those worlds that you're going to be flying around to. And you'll hear about our...
They're making really good progress. So, I mean, like, it's not an impossible goal.
Which is out of alpha and for everybody to play.
Oh, really?
And a little later this evening, I've got a special surprise for you, so you definitely want to stick around.
I'll admit, I have really bad facial recognition with a lot of the Star Citizen community. Like, I know Mike's not there because he was doing his thing earlier with Level Cap, and he said for several weeks that he's not going to be there. But I might recognize him, but anyone else, I'm probably not going to recognize. Well, maybe Space Tomato. I've seen enough of his face that I'd probably recognize him.
Without me waffling on, I'd like to bring CIG's CTO, Benoit Bézageur. Did I say it right, Benoit? Yeah, okay, good. I'm always bad with French surnames. To the stage to start our journey into the future. So let's have a great show.
French. See, I speak English and Spanish. I don't think I could get my head around French. Because Benoit, it's Benoit. I really want to say it Benoit. And I know that that's not right. But French, you skip so many of the letters. It would be really tough for me to figure that out. Guten Tag.
Hola, Citizencon. Ni hao, Citizencon. And hello, Manchester.
Ni hao Kai Lan.
I'm not going to need this anymore. Cool. I am Benoit Beauséjour, or some of you know me, I am Balt on Spectrum. Today, we will talk about Brave New Worlds. This is Pyro 2, Monox. It's a barren planet, not really habitable. Now, since the advance of our planet
Super
tech,
pretty.
we've always allowed players to circumnavigate planets and move from orbit to ground seamlessly, explore complex areas in intricate detail. Now, with server meshing, we're going to need a lot more locations,
Yes.
missions, and destinations for more life. But there's a major question that has always followed this project.
See those
since the
clouds
beginning
moving?
of Alpha 3.0.
They don't do that right
How are we
now.
gonna make a large number of planets and systems? How are we going to meet the fidelity benchmark we've established?
Excellent question.
In this technology update, we bring life to lifelessness, even to Monax. We take the physical representation of the terrain, the geology, the atmosphere, the climate, and the environment to create accurate biomes that spring naturally from the collision of all these environments. Coherent, denser biomes that follow the laws of nature that we encode into data. Data that we then leverage to place flora and fauna, yes, but also settlements, buildings, alien and human life in a planetary context. This creates worlds that are scientifically plausible, richer in gameplay opportunities. We want you to find adventure just by going around the planets without a quantum point. We want you to find actions along your path. For this, we are changing how we made the game. We are scaling how we made the game in all areas. This is not just a Planet Tech update. This is a collection of systems that we call...
Hey, Voodoo, how you doing? Genesis. Needed to learn French from 1st to 4th grade, even though I was good at it. The second I got the chance to switch to Latin, I did that.
Nice work and this nice
Yeah.
Let's kick us off.
Oh, you speak 5 languages, sir? That's impressive.
And Will Hine for phase 1.
I think most people that are born native English speakers barely speak English. Sarah, what are those 5 languages you speak? Now I'm curious.
Hello, Star Citizen.
Yes, hello, Citizencon.
Hello!
So let's start with some introductions. This guy over here is Will Hain, aka Water Guy or River Guy.
Water guy.
Lovely gentleman is
Water boy!
Pixels extraordinaire.
And we're here to tell you about Phase 1 of Genesis, which we're entitling The Laws of Nature. And this revolves around the fundamental approach we use to build our planet, and is the literal foundation for everything else we're going to talk about in this talk today. Now, it centers on data-driven, physically based rules that we aim to realistically emulate nature and its incredible diversity. Before we dive in a bit deeper, let's just recap on some of the things we already have on our planet. So here you can see our lovely atmosphere and our cloud rendering, which can provide some spectacular views.
And the clouds are really pretty now. Little janky when they first came in, as everything is, but super cool now.
And then we have our scattering system that can populate these planets with many different diverse biomes. And we've been setting quality benchmarks for each of these biomes as we come across them, one by one.
But what we have isn't perfect. This scene on Microtech, it looks great, but it's not getting the same density that you'd expect from a real pine forest. That's one of the things we want to solve. The other, if I take you to the other side of Microtech, you'd be excused if you thought we'd just turned around and looked at a different part of the forest. Why is
Fair.
that? Well, this is because currently our artists create slices of biomes in great number, and then they distribute them across the planet using humidity and temperature properties. Each slice looks great in isolation, as you've seen, as you've explored. But this is not the solution to give us varied and natural biomes across an entire planet.
Because that's still very manual, right?
Humidity and temperature limits us to only 2 degrees of variation. And that's not enough for the sorts of planets and worlds that we want to create and for you to explore.
So how are we going to scale up our planet generation? Well, as I said before, we're going to start with physically based rules that drive...
Okay, Sarah is fluent in German and English. Very impressive. Still learning, but able to communicate basic in Spanish and Polish. Latin is not really a language you speak. Au contraire, friend. You speak Latin all the time in medicine. At least we like to think we do.
Drive everything. We want nothing to feel random on these planets. We want no limitations on the number of biomes. We want infinite biomes that are continuously changing across the planet. And we want extreme density, and we want to maintain or exceed all of the quality levels we've set with our existing biomes.
Biome density, I think, is one of the toughest things for biomes. Getting a lot of trees to look good and be performant, very difficult.
Explore and find unique playing opportunities everywhere on our planets. So to start this, we're going to need more data. So if we say here some of our existing data sets on our planets, we have temperature, which we define locally and globally, and humidity, and that's it for now. With Genesis, we add many other data sets, such as the geology type, the soil type, and then we also go for things like the soil depth and the quality and the nutrients, and many other properties all drive this complex data set that we use to build rule sets on that each individual asset can describe how it should work with them.
And this is all really good for diversity.
We're going to put something together and show you some demos today, using some of the assets that
but
you already know and
we
love
still haven't heard how they're going
although you
to
might see some
make the
new
quantity
later,
yet.
we'll save that. What you're going to see is a vertical slice of development. It's very early stages, very work in progress. You might see some bugs, but that means it's only going to get better, so be excited. The number one challenge with planets in our game is scale. In no other context do you need a planet to look great from first-person perspective when you're stood among the trees. You need it to look great when you're in a spaceship at a quantum marker miles away, and everywhere in between. There are no loading screens, you see everything. We cannot afford for it to look bad in any of those scenarios.
That
So,
is really
let's start
challenging.
from a ground perspective.
For sure.
Demo number 1. Let's have a look.
Already, that is a fantastic forest. I mean, if you're walking around and the forest looks this good in game, you would be so happy. Like, this is dense enough that you could actually get lost. Okay, now we're farther away. And it still looks good.
So, how do we make that?
Yes. How did you make that?
Thank you. So, let's talk about first what's underneath it all. The ground! So...
Okay. Literally.
So, in our previous terrain shader, we just switched between different ground textures, depending on climate, and didn't really consider the unique properties.
I think you're gonna have to spoil it for me, Voodoo. What is the thing that's made you so happy? I've been trying to look for something and reflecting on our previous conversations, but I'm not seeing anything that like stands out like, oh yeah, this is what Voodoo's looking for. Have we already passed it? Sun always sets at northeast. Oh. Okay.
Of each type. Now
Wait. Or was that in reference to the getting lost part? Because like, yeah, there are ways that you can find your bearing, but the point is like, if it's a forest that is dense enough to get lost in, like that is a really nice metric to hit.
terrain shader is based around 4 layers. We always first consider bedrock at the bottom of it all. Then where appropriate, we add layers of soil of different types. We then add debris where appropriate, whether it be pine needles, dead leaves, etc. And then when it gets cold, we add snow. Each of these layers has unique shading properties and unique transitions between them. Because we do this all in one shader, we're able to achieve that as well as being performant. We can also use things like water saturation to darken and tint the soil and other properties to make it look more realistic. But that's not what filled most of the screen in that demo.
Shaders are cool because they do not require a lot of geometry to work. So you can fake a lot with shaders to get high detail but keep performance.
Or whatever. We assess the viability and the vitality of each asset and compare them to decide what is likely to spawn in a natural environment. This automatically creates the
I'll keep watching for it.
Not handcrafted anymore. No one has told those ferns and those pines to be like that. They each want to be like that. And that's what we're doing. Multiple assets coming together to create a unique microbiome.
The ferns yearn to be like that.
Same thing. They have a larger requirement for space. They have a larger requirement for nutrients. That's how you see the distribution, and it's how it all works. Let's look at the flora that came together to beat that forest, to make that forest, and have a look at some of their properties. Now, just to note, they are all going to look quite similar because we've already seen them in the same place, so they must be similar. So, building blocks, like grass,
common grass, cotton grass.
Sunlight. We had ferns, see a much lower requirement for sunlight. We had salix bushes forming our undergrowth. And we had pines, of course.
Tracking pH levels, distance, temperature, humidity, and sunlight.
Everything has ideal conditions.
Okay,
We also have additional
it's really interesting.
In the form of dominance, which allows us to make one asset more competitive and more dominant than another, which is just what we see in nature. Everything is constantly fighting for resources, and of course,
like invasive species, some plants just grow faster and so they can take over an area.
So that we can control ones that prefer or reject shade. Often, like these ferns, they can spawn in light, but they are outcompeted in those scenarios most of the time. So you will see a rogue fern, or a place where there's no seeds for a specific asset.
But you're going to see more of them around these shady areas.
Let's take a look from a larger perspective again.
I'm looking for pop-in. I'm not seeing a lot of pop, which is pretty cool. And of course, this is very likely pre-rendered. We do need to keep that in mind. The pop-in would almost be an assurance that it's in-engine. But if they do achieve this level of fidelity, people will be very pleased. There was some pop. Yeah, there's a little bit. You can see it kind of like at that mid-range. At this range, though, it looks pretty flawless.
So, to take you through some of the things we saw in that clip, let's talk about rocks first. So, anyone that's done a lot of ground driving and ground vehicles might have seen that our rocks sometimes feel a little bit randomly scattered.
And a pain to navigate.
So, in this clip, you saw that the rocks are no longer randomly scattered, and are now placed based on physically based rule sets. And this logical grouping is achieved via erosion simulations, which we run offline to build localized data maps. And they describe the size of the aggregate and rocks and the density and where they should naturally form. And that means we get things like these natural clusters of boulders at the forest edge underneath the cliffside. And on that note, you might have noticed that the cliffs have been dramatically improved in how they shade. We also see things like the natural clumping of vegetation caused by seed dispersal. This is controlled per species, so we can get better emulation of their unique growth patterns and create a much more realistic environment. And we also calculate the slope aspect, which is the exposure to vegetation to solar radiation and other environmental factors. And this allows us different species to flourish in different conditions, as we can see on different sides of this valley.
Very
and
cool.
On a larger scale, we calculate the age and vitality of each tree individually to drive...
Sorry, I'm going to go back just a little bit, because it kind of flies through that, so it doesn't get a lot of time to explain it. But, I mean, sunny side here on the right, shady side here on the left, right? So, if you look at the distribution of the plants, it's totally different, and that's what he's talking about. Like, if I take a look at my window right now at the mountains, you can totally see these kinds of patterns. The plants that grow on one side versus the other are very different because of that light distribution. Very cool.
We can see on different sides of this valley. And over larger scale, we calculate the age and vitality of each tree individually to drive exactly how high they should be, but also the color of their leaves. Now, this isn't the only thing that will drive the color of the leaves. We're going to introduce the concept of seasons to the game. And this will mean that our plants will evolve through the year.
Like coniferous trees that... Oh, look, it's... Ah, that's sick. I like that. If I look out my window right now, we've got a lot of fall leaves going on. Super pretty.
All coming together to create what we call truly emergent biomes. Let's have one more look at how this varies over a much larger scale.
We're doing a flyover like we're doing. This looks really, really good. Getting some of the shadows and lighting to play nice at these changing ranges is probably always going to be a challenge. Well, I do need to clarify, Sarah, I am not a doctor. I am a medical assistant. And so everything that I say has to be taken with a grain of salt, because I'm not a doctor, and I'm especially not your doctor. But one of the reasons is a buildup of lactic acid that builds up as muscle fibers are broken down from activity. But pain is generally just a way that the body tells you that something needs to be taken care of. So if you go do a workout, you get sore muscles because your muscles need to repair themselves. And pain is the way that the brain tells you, hey, you got some damage here you got to fix. Let's take care of that.
Just like in real life.
But with lactic acid buildup, you can, move your arms around, and that'll help a lot.
Just like in real life,
Gentle
our
exercises.
areas vary, even by traveling a few kilometers. If you get in a helicopter and fly over the Alps, it all looks a bit snowy, but when you look closer, it's constantly changing. And
Yeah.
we're now able to accurately represent that with our changing data. Another very important factor to mention
Frosted
is the distant
tips
look. In this
for the
screenshot,
mountains.
You don't see a single tree, and yet the terrain is still green. We previously did that with artists made lookup tables that told the planet what color to be at what position. But that wasn't going to work with all our new data and our far more complex spawning. Now we have a systemic solution. The planet shader is able to intelligently evaluate what's going to spawn there using the same rule sets that cause the assets to spawn there when you get there. That means we can sample the sort of color that is going to project onto the orbital view and use it. We get a far better accuracy from the result. Together, by creating rules and authoring data that works, we create a continuously varying planet that sets the scene for the incredible exploration gameplay I know you guys are going to have. But how have we done this without compromising on performance?
So yeah, with all this new data set,
This is
physically based spawn.
This is probably the part I'm most concerned about, because everything looks great, but if it tanks performance, you don't get to enjoy it. Of course, medical assistant would say grain of salt. A doctor would say grain of... Well, okay. So, common misconception, because doctors will usually say, when they're talking to the patient, they will try to dumb it down. Okay, maybe that's too harsh of a word. They will try to use a more common vernacular to be able to relate to the patient. Great example. One day I was actually translating for a doctor who was speaking to a Spanish-speaking patient, and this was at a male reproductive urology clinic, which, very interesting challenge. I had never been put in that situation before. But the doctor is trying to explain or ask questions about dysfunction, and I need to figure out, how am I going to say dysfunction in a way that this person will understand in Spanish? Because there's several layers of translation. The doctor is saying to me, so that I can translate, something that is pretty easily understood in English. But when I say it to the patient, I need to take into context the cultural difference, because you have a differing level of education across these different cultures. And then you also have a different kind of lookup table of what vocabulary is going to be super common versus not. Let's see if I can think of a good example right now. I mean, a lot of words in medicine are Latin based, and Spanish is a Latin language. It's a very heavily Latin based. And so some words that will be common in Spanish, you don't use as often in English. And of course, now that I'm put on the spot, I can't think of any examples, but generally the goal of a doctor is to be easily understood by the patient. There is always the joke that, well, you've got tonsillitis, which is just Latin for your tonsils are swollen. But the reason why we use a lot of that vocabulary is because it has specific connotations that go with it that describe how we treat it, how we manage it. Because tonsillitis is different than perhaps a sore throat. A sore throat could be caused by any number of things. It could be maybe your allergies kicked up, but that wouldn't necessarily mean that the tonsils themselves are swollen. And tonsillitis is inflammation of the tonsils, which is probably causing a sore throat. So it's a slightly different connotation.
Rules, you're probably wondering, how is this going to handle in your...
Oh, Sarah, your whole body is cursing you for climbing 5 hours without pause yesterday. I remember I dealt with a patient one time. We've got a hike real close to my house, Mount Timpanogos. It's about that long. It's a pretty intense hike, and he comes into the urgent care and he's saying that his shins hurt, and it's like, okay, well, what'd you do? And he's like, oh, well, I hiked Timp yesterday. And it's like, Okay. Do you go hiking a lot? No. First time in a long time. It's like, oh, that's why your shins hurt, dude. Come on.
CPU. We don't want to melt anyone's CPU, so we've redesigned all of this tech to work much more efficiently.
I know it was bait, Voodoo. I took it intentionally. I gotta back up my docs a little bit.
We designed our framework so that we can run it at both and swap between them freely. Now, the benefit of this is we can do things like, first off, move the terrain system to the GPU, and we've now done that to get some incredible performance improvements, but we then also cache the results in something we call a virtual terrain texture. I'll give you a quick demo of this now. This is now vastly faster than the previous system, but it also allows us to generate the terrain in much higher resolution, which means all the popping you can see on the mountains as we're approaching, all of that should be completely eliminated on the right-hand side of the screen.
It should be. We did see some popping, but it is definitely a lot better. A little bit of pop there.
With the extra headroom we've gained by making our terrain system more efficient, we've been able to introduce some improvements, including high-resolution ground textures, proper blending between surface types, and, of course, better tiling. If you're familiar with M1 planets, we've taken off all the assets so you can see the issue. And now how it looks, you don't see those lines going at all.
I mean, you can still see it. It's better. I'll give him that. But don't pee on me and tell me it's raining. You can still see the lines a little bit.
With the terrain data cached on the GPU, like Ali said, we can perform the scattering there too, which is significantly faster. All those algorithms that we've used to generate those first bits can run there without being more expensive on your CPU. And it also means the results are directly there on the GPU. We can render straight from them. That allows us to have dramatically more density in our new system. We can render objects directly without having to go via the CPU every frame. We also cull at different levels of granularity, with bigger groups in the distance and individual assets up close. Just as a demonstration, this is the sort of density you can expect on Microtech today. And in a second, we'll flip over.
It looks so bare compared to what we've been watching. They're so excited for this. Oh, wow. That's why they're excited. That is very cool.
The culling groups, so you can see, these are the groups that we create of those trees and of the terrain. And as we get closer, we shrink them so we're more intelligently rendering what we need without having to assess each tree individually, all the way down to the ground.
It's definitely a huge improvement.
So to recap some of the things you've seen here in phase one, we had data-driven rules based on physically based data, generating emergent biomes that continuously vary across our planets to get infinite possibilities. And we've achieved this with much greater density than before and much faster rendering. And we also achieved seamless transitions from ground to space with zero popping. So now that we've got all this tech, it's time to talk about how art might make use of this. So for that, I'll hand you to the next phase towards Sebastian Schroeder.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I know it might seem like I'm being particularly critical. Seamless is always going to be a marketing term, right? There's no such thing as seamless. But what we are seeing is so far ahead of what any other game is doing that does need to be taken into context as well. No other game has planets with this level of fidelity.
As you've just seen from Will and Ali, the system keeps growing in both complexity and capability, so our libraries have to grow alongside it.
I'm sorry though, guys. I gotta take a quick break. I gotta pee. I drank about a gallon of protein shake before this because I thought that I was running a bit later than I was, and it's catching up to me. I'll be right back. Better mute the mic. All right, we're back. No todos los sentimientos vacíos son malos. Not every empty feeling is a bad one.
Wait, should I click? No. No, I should click.
They are having a lot of fun teasing us.
Yeah, click. Oh, there we go. So, our goal with the content is to provide the content that a system needs to populate every corner of every planet with realistic environments. And this content is what this phase of Genesis is all about, emergent biomes.
He's got a Drake-themed clicker
For our
there.
first example of today, it's almost a shame we'll have, because it's about moisture, but let's look at very high moisture and medium to high temperature.
So your subtropical climates to tropical. Jungles! Yeah, swamps! Yeah! Look how moist it is! Mangrove type trees, vines. It's Minecraft, but with 4K textures. Very neat. Was that a Zeus? It's probably a Zeus. Probably 90% of the flybys they do are going to be the Zeus. It's the newest thing. It's moving. It's Crash Score. Yeah. It's Star Wars. That's Luke and his X-Wing. That's super cool. It's Dagobah. And that looked like a Florida man. I don't know if that was supposed to be a specific reference, but I got the X-Wing one. I don't know who the next guy was.
Thanks. That did look really good. So, for swamps, we obviously made vegetation that feels at home in or near water. But before we dive in, allow me to give you a quick primer on our approach to authoring plants. Most species can survive in a fairly wide range of climate conditions, but will only thrive if the conditions are ideal. To support this concept, we author our vegetation assets to describe the full growth cycle of the species. If the conditions aren't ideal, they may not grow to full maturity or look their best, but the species can still exist. So let's have a closer look.
So baby plants,
For the water's edge,
toddler
we made
plants,
plants like the Alternatera and the iris. We also
teenager
made
plants,
polygonals
those are the
on water
worst.
surface, like the water lily or the pickerel weed. This willow and the one after, a Chinese tallow tree, while comfortable near water, you can also use to replace some of the more aged assets used to seeing elsewhere in the game.
Always happy to oblige, Voodoo.
I know, but the last one, I'm gonna wait. The last one, you may not see used much in other biomes, but it's a very iconic one for the swamp, the bald cypress.
Okay. So a range of ages so that they can sprinkle that in different parts of the
The other
biome.
feature we need for make a swamp experience a proper one is water interaction. Over the last year or two, a lot of work has gone into improving the way our water reacts and renders. So naturally,
Where's
we
my
created a biome that highlights those
swamp
differences.
boat?
Let's have a brief look at what it's like being inside the swamp.
Oh.
Through the water, you may come across obstacles like logs or debris floating on the surface. They will react to the player character and can be pushed out of the way.
All right. That was pretty cool. That was neat.
We were also pleasantly surprised when we
Bump
saw
more logs.
how the water simulation systemically affects assets floating on the water surface, making for some really immersive moments.
Very neat. Okay.
Now, before I get to our second use case of the day, a quick disclaimer. Obviously, all the things we're seeing today we're still actively working on, but this one in particular, it's a bit early in the process. So let's have a look at extreme object density next. With the data saying we should have high rainfall and sunlight year-round, it's the perfect condition for our next biome to appear.
Okay, this is jungles. Yeah! So really big trees, right? Big trees, high density. Those look like some new Maroc varieties in the background, maybe? I'm feeling the original Predator movie, landing down in the jungle. We're gonna see Arnie jump off and go take on the alien. Space monkeys, yeah. That would be pretty dope. You can hear a lot of animal chatter in the background. Insects, you hear that Maroc. Which this year is supposed to be unique, right? Because it's part of a 17-year life cycle for a lot of the cicadas here in the northern United States. Yeah, I think they're shooting for Predator vibes with this. Because the original storyline is they're going to try and rescue some kind of dignitary, right? That had crashed their Huey.
Everything you've just seen is still very much work in progress. The gameplay capture team really did a great job showing our work in the best possible light. With jungles, we wanted to explore the concept of vertical stratification, as they are the prime example for that. What it means is that you have horizontal layers of microbiomes defined by the species that thrives with the amount of sunlight
Presenting is hard. You can hear him struggling a little bit. Talking in front of a lot of people like this, it makes you very self-conscious.
But now we also have the option to add variation to the tree layer by dynamically spawning epiphytes like lianas, orchids, or bromeliads.
Those are the plants stuck to the wood. Like, those aren't part of the tree. Those are separate plants growing around it. And, like, when you're talking about jungles, you'll have the treetops, which is one biome. And then you have, like, the trunk area, different biome. And then you have the ground level. So there's a lot of layers.
The idea being that we can vary what kind of forest you're in by adding or replacing the plants that visually stand out the most. Now, to get us started on our certification, we made epiphytes like and the
I'm loving this.
Version for your app. Then obviously you need jungles for lianas for a jungle. And we also made agrias, which add character to the herb and tree layer.
He's saying a lot of specific
for tall trees,
plant names. I have no idea what they are, but they look really good.
Different growth stages serve as a nice foundation for all height levels. And that's pretty much it, what we need to make a pretty good base for jungle. Now, for our third and last use case, let's pretend the data indicates regular rainfall and moderate temperatures. This climate would support a lot of different forests, but we also wanted to use this opportunity to explore extreme scale. And it is really cool.
Nice. So this is going to be like your California temperate climate, plenty of moisture. Oh yeah, baby! This is Battle of Endor. This is Return of the Jedi. Zipping through on your speeders. Make it crash. Make it crash. Crash one of the speeders into the tree. Endor was in the Redwood Forest, but so is a lot of the newer Planet of the Apes movies. I feel like my ability to present has definitely gotten better over time, but there's still some things that I really struggle with. talking to people is always going to be hard in front of a camera and in front of this many people.
They will allow us, they will easily support variation across continents and planets. A fairly common family of species for the ground levels of all redwoods are ferns, in our case a sword fern. We also made a huckleberry variant to provide some visual density for the shrub layer. To add some Jurassic vibes, we made tree ferns as they can be found in New Zealand's redwood forests. The most important one though, obviously sequoias. And they ended up being one of our most complex sets yet. As it turns out, they can grow to be fairly ridiculous in size.
Yes! Like, have you seen the picture of the... I mean, you can literally drive through some of these plants. Like, there's literally a road that goes through a sequoia tree. They are huge.
The goal here is to unify all
Sequoias are the ultimate example of the guy she told you not to worry about. I mean, look how massive these things get. They are redonkulous. As a kid, I thought it would be super cool to like just make a tree house that goes like story after story inside one of these sequoias, because there's literally enough space inside them that you could have a stairway going through and just have a skyscraper tree house. Except that you might actually end up killing the tree, which, you know, wouldn't be good.
All forces from all sources. Sorry for the horrible rhyme. All forces from all sources. Wind, characters and creatures, ships, explosions, and whatever else, and let the vegetation behave accordingly. Now, as part of our tech improvements, we will be implementing a GPU-based simulation that's fit for our game scale. For now, we set up the ferns with our existing CPU-based one to better visualize what it will feel like to walk amongst those giants. Also, with the biomes on our planets now being defined, where an individual object wants to appear, you can expect a lot more happy accidents by having species invade different biomes. Making for some unique locations, hopefully.
So, like, maybe you could have a forest that gets taken over with some kind of parasitic virus like the flood, right? And so you could have a seasonal event where the flood just takes over this forest and makes it look like this necrotic wasteland.
Especially my team in Frankfurt for doing such amazing work and being all around great people. And also all of you guys. I really hope you have a fantastic Citizencon. This concludes this phase of Genesis, so please welcome me into the stage so I can tell you all about the next one.
See, this is one of the problems with Citizencon. Like, plants are so low on my list of priorities, but I'm so excited about plants right now. The hype is unreal.
Those new planets and biomes were pretty, right?
Yes, they definitely were.
Civilization to give you some stuff to do. So,
that was a nice reference. Phase 3 civilization.
We've emulated nature as well as we can to make
I think that means that we're interplanetary.
Or biomes or immersions. But it's time to start populating the verse. Because where there's people, there are their
base
lives,
building,
and the
base
they
building,
build.
base
so it makes
building.
Sense that whenever you go and explore these planets, that you find their lives. And what's even more important is that when we make these structures, that they use and they follow the same rules as our biomes, such as the jungles and the swamps.
Which makes sense, right? Because people need water, plants need water. So if there's a lot of water, you'll have a settlement.
Beautifully made locations, such as Ghost Hollow, we've got our distribution centers, or even just some outposts.
The Tatooine-esque outposts on Pyro.
Designers and artists to hit that benchmark. And they've been working directly on the planet. However, going forward, this doesn't really scale with how we want to go forward with the game. Server meshing is about to arrive, and we're going to have a way higher player counts. So those 73 bunkers across Stanton just won't cut it. But in general, it's also pretty barren. There's not much for you to explore and find stuff out there. So there's no exploration gameplay. You haven't really put your character to use for the way that you should.
I'm going all the way, Sarah.
This means we need to go bigger. Which means
I'm
we
pretending
need to change
that
our
basically
workflow.
this is my live
Any
coverage.
workflow means we need to
I
first
just picked a
establish
more
new
sensible
benchmark.
time for what makes sense for me.
So, with our new benchmark, we are ensuring quality and improve on our previous work and make it even better. And any location that you'll find needs to have its own unique personality and no repetition. We don't want you to find the same location twice. This also means that this is your exploration and your findings. So when you go out there and explore with your Carrack or with your Corsair, is that whatever you find, you can share with your orgs or with your friends. As for density, if you fly down to the planet, we want you to find something, let's say, every 100 clicks.
Yes. Yes. I've talked about this in some videos in the past. You've got these different ranges, right? Like, if something is further than a kilometer away, you don't want to run that. That's miserable. That takes forever. If from 1 kilometer to 10, that's where your ground vehicles are, right? Past 10 kilometers, that's when you get into, you definitely want a aerial / space vehicle. So every 100 kilometers is a great metric.
But also improve the mission experience. So when you stay more on the planet, you're more
If they could actually pack something into every 100 kilometers, there is so much to do.
We are modularizing all our existing locations and assets. We're basically making a library of buildings and layouts that we'll be using to no longer work directly on the planet. The neat thing, all these modules and assets can be iterated upon and tested right in the editor for all the designers and artists.
And
ensure fun gameplay and
I hope he goes over it. I'm sure he will. But the asset without AI and NPCs and interactions, it's only half the equation.
Keep in mind as we are making that toolkit. First and foremost, we've got our art style and branding. We've got things like Frontier for our settlements. We've got high tech for
Welcome to the stream, Schlag. No, we're just getting started, man.
Like our bunkers and
I didn't want to get up at 3 a.m., so I'm doing my live coverage now. Live coverage. I'm live, they're not.
They all have a function. We've got mining for our mining outposts, farming for the farmsteads, or just places where people live. The function of the place will define the way the place looks as well, and its form. And last but not least, the people as well, the faction and their loadouts. We've got lawful people like the new Citizens for Prosperity in Pyro, unlawful such as Xenofred, and sometimes not even no one. And the place needs to look a bit, derelict. In different places, you'll find different people. So, now that we've made our toolkit, and we've defined all this new stuff, let's start building thousands of locations. Yes, I said thousands.
I'm excited, Schlag. I'm already hopped up on Copium with plants.
Directly in the planet,
We need to be careful I don't OD on Copium today. Stark Attack. Everything's got to have star in it.
What Stark Attack allows us to do is directly on
It's a meme at this point.
Scatter all these new libraries and modules and assets and no longer work directly on the planet. And it uses the same logical rule set as our emergent biomes. And it also gives us full control over the data that we set on these locations. So expect locations in places where they make sense. Let's kind of look at all this new Genesis data and all these new libraries and chuck it into Starkitect and see what it gives us.
Sorry, it kills. Oh,
As
Zeus!
you can see, we're now able to make full-size locations, and they will look completely different based on where you find them. The layouts are controlled by the rules, and it will reflect its place in the verse.
And they blend a lot better. Like that's got to be one of the things that are driving at, right?
Bunkers that you find on Stanton.
Okay, those are 2 bunkers real close. I almost said DCs, but those are definitely the legacy bunkers. They're smaller, but they've got some new assets built into them, and that's cool. Very neat.
So, let's look at an
True,
example and
it wasn't Star Genesis.
Make a location.
I'm sure they'll go back and fix that. They'll rename it. It'll be Star Genesis Engine.
It wants to be near a resource. We can specify what this resource needs to be. But we can also give suggestions where sometimes you'd find it here and sometimes you wouldn't.
Like, you have oil towns, mining towns. I've seen that, Schlag. It actually really freaked me out because I was doing some bunker missions and then I was getting shot at immediately coming out of my ship. I didn't realize that they were on the surface. It's really been pretty neat.
Next up, farms. Its rules, well, temperature. Not every plant can live in every temperature. But it's the same with soil type. Only certain
pH balance, like they talked about, right? You got to have nutrients in the soil.
What are the harvestables? As for the targets,
yeah, it really freaks you out the first time you run into it. You're just taking bullets all of a sudden.
Houses, but even animals such as our beloved quasi-grazers.
Space cows.
Derelict ships. We've got these all over the place currently. Rules, well, they'd be close to anti-air because I would be shot down. But even in harsh flight conditions,
makes sense.
Such as mountains or low visibility, you probably most commonly find them.
And you know,
targets, well,
a javelin is big enough that you'd have people propping up settlements around a javelin too. I mean, like, we've got the derelict outposts, but you could have a pretty legitimately sized settlement that's more permanent, built around a massive crash of salvagers.
Completely on its own, right? We want to make sure it really feels like people have built their lives here. So, let's talk about some missing bits. We want to tell tighter stories, such as the people's lives, but also logical exploration. If I find one thing, I expect to find something similar or something else nearby. We also need more data control. What defines one mining outpost being different from the other ones, aside from the harvestables? And also give the narrative developments. Make sure, people build near rivers, on mountains.
Yeah, so he's kind of saying two things there, right? Like, you want to see similar stuff, but you don't want them to be so similar that it feels like a repeat every time.
So to hit that bit of our benchmark, we made sure that locations are near each other and group them together. The effect it gives is a fully developed landscape with vistas and points of interest all over. And we group them together in what we like to call a cluster, like this one, that has 13 locations.
Oh.
Let's talk about clusters. Clustering means generating
roads
locations near other locations.
Where's the roads connecting these?
For example, if you find a distribution center, just like in the verse currently, I would find forward operating bases next to them. But if you go even further out, you'd find mining outposts to funnel those resources to the FOBs.
They all kind of like feed towards the center.
Even further, you'd find caves around them, because that's where they might find some of the gems.
I want to see the roads, Schlag.
And then we can even specify
I want to see them.
Cluster level. All of the factions that
ground vehicles are meaningless without them. We need roads.
The same people, but also what commodities they sell, to find on what resource you'd find.
Didn't you see how dense the rocks are getting? We need some roads.
Clusters. We have our mining cluster. Again, we could define what rules we should have.
This is super cool. I'm
near resource, just like our mining outpost, but also it needs to be on a lawful planet. We can target on a planetary scale where they would need to be. They need protection.
Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Mining outposts, but even trade posts.
Then you hit your 88 miles an hour and you plow into a rock.
Before I do so, I forgot. Data. We can on the cluster level specify, again, what mineral commodities, but also what harvestable types you'd find are in that region. Now let's look at the other side of the spectrum, an unlawful cluster.
This is probably what I'm more excited for, because imagine you like land near a cave and you have a mission that takes you all the way to that distribution center. You've got to look out for snipers up on the rocks.
Outlaw outposts, crash ships because they would shoot them down, and also ruins from just places they just completely overrun.
Welcome to chat.
This one, you'd find specific loadouts
I don't know how to say that. Welcome to chat.
And these weapons will be sold at the shops
Mink.
in these
We'll go with mink. I can pick that word out.
So, now that we have a cluster, let's go even bigger. Just like our locations, we can put clusters near other clusters.
Your cluster versus the cluster she tells you not to worry about?
Ranging between 10 to
I already made that joke. I'll stop.
And we group this into what we call a sector.
Yeah!
like this one, that has about 120 locations.
Yeah!
However,
Woo!
on a planetary scale, we can define how many
Oh,
sensors we
stop.
should have,
Stop.
with each their own data and persona.
I can't
And
take
every
it.
single
This
one
is
of
so
these locations
cool.
is now ready for the mission system to hook up and give you gameplay, and for you to find
Yes!
a bunch of places on your own.
All the places to explore. This is great.
Can you guess the number? We've got about 3,042 locations.
Seriously, like, you could just go
This means that
point to
starting
point
we're
to
just able
point.
to, on a planetary scale, just define how many locations we need, what you find there, and it just give that full identity. Thank you for listening. And I won't just see you in the verse, but I'll see you in a dense reverse.
Yeah! This is so good. Oh, man.
This was only the first phase of civilization.
If the screen goes black voodoo, you know that I'm taking a moment.
Francesco Riccucci.
So, hi everybody. Benvenuti a Citizencon.
Okay, I'm not going to hammer it super hard because people don't really get to pick their names. But if you come into my clinic and you have a name that is even remotely easy to make fun of, know that I'm probably making jokes about it.
So, where are we today? So, my name is Francesco.
Don't worry, I won't do a Snoop Dogg. I won't accidentally get myself banned on Twitch because I leave myself running.
Life adapts to the laws of nature and how all the NPCs can interact pretty much with these incredibly vast and dense worlds that we just saw. So up to this point, we have seen how we are building the worlds. We start from the physical data set, and this is to make sure that what you see is not just beautiful and realistic, but also physically accurate. So the distribution of the elements that we have seen and the
My heart rate is seriously at like 100, 110 right now.
Those locations cannot be lifeless. We want the planets to basically leverage the space that emerged with life. So from an AI perspective, I will categorize the elements of those worlds into 4 macro groups. Emergent environment, that is everything we have just seen being built out of the physical data set. Users-made locations. So this includes
User,
that our designers,
players,
players would
yes.
create in the world. So something that is mankind-made and not predefined in a
Yeah, we're just getting started, Fox.
interior of those locations.
I'm in the North American time zones, so I wanted to pick a time that makes a little more sense for me. I didn't want to get up at 3 a.m., so we're just getting started.
And for NPCs,
Welcome.
It's a lot about interaction with objects that we are usually used to in our everyday lives. And then the day and night cycle. So in essence, the passage of time. That so far didn't have really a lot of impact on the gameplay. So to allow life to respect this world and conform to the rules that this environment defines, well, we want to improve our tools and workflow, and we want to distance ourselves as much as possible from a designer-driven approach. This is because first, it's labor-intensive.
Yeah, I mean, you can't dedicate people to just make all these locations because it will take forever. So you've got to automate it as much as you can.
This workflow, and we will see how manual markup is also not usually the best option, because with these worlds that are heavily impacted by users and changes and customization, it's very hard to know in advance where interesting things are. So today I want to show you a couple of examples of what the IT team has been focusing on to make these systems supported and scale correctly to support these vastly dense dynamic worlds. So we'll look at perception in light and dark environments and dynamic cover generation. So attacking an outpost now must have a level of depth that goes beyond what we had. So layouts of the environment can change, vehicles may or may not be present, and PC can be anywhere. And if it's a bright day, well, we'll be more visible, but our enemies will also be more visible. And if you choose to attack at nighttime, well, we'll attack in shadows. During darkness, it's going to be a bit harder to see our enemies, but we will also be harder to be spotted.
Yeah, and right now it gets really, really dark. It's hard to see anything. This already, much better light coverage, much better considered for where everything is. And they got some pet copians, see that? It was between those two yellow balls.
So in this scenario, we will start looking at our
maybe those are fuel tanks. I think they're fuel tanks.
On the planetary surface, as we've seen in the outpost, natural and artificial lights are the two elements that will impact vision. And knowing that, you can use this to leverage your gameplay style to exploit basically all the environment.
At this point, there are quite a few games that do have day-night cycles and day-night versions of maps, but you still don't see that super common because getting things to look good in both environments from a gameplay and balance perspective, very hard to do. Like Battlefield, for instance, when it's nighttime in Battlefield, it's just the blue filter gets pumped up a lot, and so now everything has like a navy blue cast to it. It's not truly dark, but in Star Citizen, it gets dark. So they've added a lot of extra challenge to themselves to balance that kind of interaction. So making environments that feel good in both environments, this is a pretty big deal. Because you don't always get to pick when you show up. Right now, it's a major pain in the butt when you show up and it's the nighttime for that planet. I always feel like I'm at a huge disadvantage. But if you can lessen that skill ceiling or skill floor, you know, people can have a lot more interaction with these nighttime environments, and it's gonna make it so that places are a lot more viable overall.
So what is perception? On NPC level is the combination of data that we collect out of the senses. And vision is one of the senses and just tries to, in a way, simulates the human side ability. So
it's probably something like that. 6-to-1 sounds right, but I don't know what it is exactly.
How quickly NPCs can understand what they're seeing. And the light condition have a direct impact on how quickly an NPC will fully understand, for example, if there is a hostile in front of them. And obviously, there is condition of light that designers can control, and some others, like the day-night cycle, that they can't.
Yeah, because, I mean, you can't make the sun shine brighter in one specific location, right?
The graph on the top left and the two colorful cones. The graph on the left basically represents the current light level the NPC is in, and the current multiplier this light level generates to speed up or slow down the NPC perception and understanding. The two cones represents the primary and secondary FOV. The red color means that if you stand in that location, it will result in NPC reacting the slowest to you, and the green color instead represents the quickest response.
There's less light, so it's harder for him to actually see you.
Understand and foresee and see things. But
turns on his flashlight.
On their helmets, they can turn it on, and this will impact their primary FOV, making still the peripheral vision a bit more uncertain.
Okay, so now the NPCs will react dynamically to the light level.
Domesticated friendly copion. This is because he wants to exploit
That's
the vision,
really neat.
the night vision capabilities of the animal, and it's kind of our tier 0 pets. So we'll now
the copians are going to have better perception than humans at night.
So when we introduced planetary navigation mesh the first time, our goal was really to create a systems that would support and process the environment in a very dynamic way. Our planets are just way too big to statically export them and process them, first of all. And then the regions only exist when somebody's there and the NPCs are there. So essentially, the environment has its purpose only when life exists. Also, let's keep in mind that even if we could export dynamically and statically those planets, so processing dynamically all a static version of the planet, this would be, first of all, wasteful and on the memory side and time-consuming. And also because we have a lot of runtime modification of the terrain, this would require us to still reparse the runtime, and pretty much that will be almost all the time. So
yeah, so it's just a lot of overhead. You don't want to do that.
System. And what we do is, as you see here, the blue polygons are basically where NPCs can walk, And
there's no cover.
We call cover surfaces that are simple representation of the environment. What MPC uses to understand if they can hide behind something and if they can shoot from some positions.
And see, this is really important because you want to make things as intuitive as possible. If you're hiding behind a vehicle, you don't want an NPC to still know that you're there. You should be able to break their line of sight and hide. And you'd be surprised how little games take that into consideration very well.
But what about all those organic and inorganic elements that get scattered with a new system?
Like a vehicle, you move that around and the cover moves with it, right?
To change the physical data sets, those scattering tools will just change completely the layout. And what we want is that designers can do this change without being afraid of doing it because the gameplay was, predefined and controlled. And now they can just make something beautiful but also fun.
Without having to worry if your changes break everything.
Where you can build stuff out of small building blocks. This is obviously a good approach because it's, in a way you can build stuff out of smaller version, but this creates a lot of unnecessary data. Imagine a crate, and we can say that the crate can generate cover. Now we stack 100 crates, and what happens? That we have a lot of data to generate cover that we have to process, throw away. This would just waste CPU cycles for nothing. This is why, until now, you also couldn't find an NPC in a forest like this one and see them hiding behind a tree or a rock. So enabling the dynamic generation of covers on the planet.
Slug says to pay attention to their movement. Good cover behavior.
Generates, NPC can now have a chance to fight with you hiding behind available elements. Boulders, rock, walls, and are all useful elements right now. However, we don't have to limit ourselves to static geometries, but also vehicles can be used for cover. And as you can see, this is dynamically generating while the vehicle moves.
Very cool. Very, very, very cool.
Because now it can become a source of danger for you as well. Last but not least,
so they move up and now they're using the vehicle. So I mean, like, imagine you're over here, right? You're behind this rock. They just got so much closer to you. This is an imminent threat now.
But you don't really mark up stuff, or you don't want to decide that, because that's going to come automatically out of the system. So I want to show you what I want to show you now is just like a little bit of insight of what goes behind the scene when we generate cover and navigation mesh. These are some of the steps that our system does. So we always start from the environment voxelization. What that means is we process the geometry, the physical representation of the geometries, that is a little bit simpler than usually the render mesh, and we construct it in a voxelized approach. This is also using different types
So if you look at it, it kind of, imagine it's like snow, which the white actually helps because it's like everything falls vertically. And so depending on the height variation, you could probably determine, is this cover or is this not?
We can also create overrides based on different things. For example, if you crouch,
it's like a very simple masking.
This process is basically common between navigation mesh and cover. After that is generated, then we can evaluate the voxel in different ways. For example, defining where we can walk. So can we make the step with our foot over a specific voxel? Or is there something in front of that hole in the nav mesh so that we can actually cover behind? And then we can basically decide where to generate cover surfaces. And after the cover surfaces are generated, we can process where the cover locations are. Cover locations are a good spot for MPC to be behind the cover. So what we see here is that with the introduction of Maelstrom last year, obviously we knew this would revolutionize how you guys are playing. And we did have to find a solution to handle all the destruction. So we were destroying so much stuff in this world that we had to find a solution, right? So this is why we approach the cover generation navigation mesh as it is, because there is just no way for us to predict anything that you're doing, and we want just Maelstrom to be another trigger for word evaluation.
And it's gone.
This is all that
you can't. So the NPCs aren't going to take cover behind broken stuff that don't exist. They're going to see you if you break walls.
So, as you see here, we can have also lots of rules, so you can see what it is here. But when things break, first they invalidate, and then when they rest, for example, we can decide when is a good moment to regenerate, so that we also don't waste too much CPU cycles.
That is so
The color that
cool.
you see is mostly cover quality. So you see the light green is high cover, the dark green is low cover, and then we have the red that we introduced some time ago that is basically not really good cover, but if there is nothing better, well, it's better to be behind something than being, in open space. So let's just recap. What we want to do is finding a plan and having a good plan to approach life in this vast universe. What we want is the life to be able to systemically evaluate all the dynamic environments that is generated. We want to improve our workflow, not only to support designers and being faster, but also support all your guys' creations. So we want the life to adapt, and this is all for making the game fun for you, so that everything comes together. So thank you all. This was phase 3. And now, let's welcome Ben Parry, that will introduce you guys to phase 4 of Genesis.
Super cool. I'm over the moon already.
Hello, Citizencon.
I wonder if they've had like an internal discussion where they were going to like model some of the new character customization options. We've seen some interesting stuff on stage so far. I'm pretty sure this guy's mohawk is one of the newer options that we have.
So now we're going to take the same approach to automatically handling light itself. First of all, why is this important? Well, it's not always obvious.
I knew it. Ray tracing.
But there's an incredible
I'm so excited for this.
that goes into all of the locations that we have in the game. Besides just marking up the reflection probe areas, they also manage the visuals really carefully, adding fill lights, approximating bounce lights off ground and up into ceilings and dark corners where there aren't any direct lights pointing, really.
Good global illumination really fixes a lot of the seams that you recognize between a game environment. It brings that uncanny valley out of the equation.
Place locations, you're going to be exploring places that no artist has ever visited.
They talked about this last year too, but we haven't seen it implemented yet.
Natural outdoor scenes are especially problematic for us. Indoors, you can put a lot of little lights around pointing from different directions, and you can probably justify it. Outdoors, you've got the sun, you've got the sky. And if you're behind a tree, you've got the sky. And so you need that skylight to vary. Now, so this is the forest as you'd see it without the GI system. As you can see, all the shadows are receiving lighting from the same environment probe, so it's basically just a flat color across.
And it looks overexposed.
40,000 mini ray trace probes. Each of them has their own view of the sky, and so that gives you way more contrast and variation as it's moving in and out of the canopy.
Like, okay, I want to play that again. Single environment probe, and then a lot more probes. And then it goes to the real-time view. Super overexposed, everything feels too bright, it looks washed out. The right side has much better dynamic contrast. I mean, think about when you're walking around in Star Citizen right now. You see that everything has that kind of washed out look. That's what the left side is. There's not enough contrast to make it feel believable, and so you get that smeary effect, and it doesn't look good. You look at the right side, now you have a lot more information about how the light is interacting, and so it starts to make a lot more sense. You have much better levels of shadow, and shadow does a lot of the heavy lifting in lighting. Like, I do some art on the side, right? And you guys have seen that. A lot of what you do to get lighting looking good is making your shadows look good. So much of the communication is there. Is there someone? I'm hearing like a errant sound. Are my headphones about to die? Is that what's going on? Let's see. Let's pull up the headphone software. The heck is that sound? Is Will's here somewhere? Okay, it seems to stop. Super weird.
Each of them has their own view of the sky, and so that gives you way more contrast and variation as you move in and out of the canopy.
That, amazing. All about that. Super good.
Now, there are a couple of other pieces of the puzzle that we've been working over the last year. Now, the first is, well, all the stuff that you can't stick 40,000 milli probes onto. Anything that doesn't...
Okay, I gotta take a quick pause. I'm printing something for my parents. They're having some mice trouble, so I printed them a mousetrap. So I gotta go swap the print real quick, and I'll be right back. So give me 2 minutes, probably less than that. All right, we're back. It's all good.
have an opaque surface, we can't really know where it is on the screen and track it from frame to frame. But if we don't do anything, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. We've got fog, we've got particles, we've got other little things, I don't know what they are. And so we need something to do with those. So to address this, we've added a kind of stable grid of medium-y kind of probes that are generated around the player as you move around. So that gives us approximately matching lighting that we can apply to all of those things. Now, this is a little bit difficult to illustrate in normal scenes, so for once I've been making my own levels. As you can see, Pico's in trouble again, but because the lighting team hasn't helped, you can't see anything in most of the scene. If you add the transparency GI system, suddenly the whole scene
is getting abducted. That is what's going on.
This is something we could never have done until we added this tech.
That is super cool.
Now, the other piece of the puzzle is glossy reflections. Now, we've got a fair few shiny objects in the game, you may have noticed. And we've got the same problem that if we fix the lighting on one thing and then the reflections don't match, it's going to look terrible. Also, ray tracing reflections is really cool, and we wanted to do it.
Enough said, right?
The challenge here, though, is that the ray trace reflections you're going to do, they're not just...
Sorry, I'm a huge art nerd. ray tracing is something that I get really excited about. You've got this sunlight coming through from your main light source, right? And we see that reflected over here on the right side. I shouldn't point at the screen. You guys can't see what I'm pointing at. I should point with the mouse cursor because it's kind of it literally is a cursor. So you have your main light source coming in this way. It bounces up and you see some gold reflections in our silver pico here, right? But then you also have your skylight, which is generally blue in Earth-like environments because that's the color of the sky. On a planet like in Pyro, you see a lot of red Hurston. And so you would have a lot of red light coming down. Well, that's what's influencing these shadows over here. So you get this warm side and this cool side. And the way that those interact with each other, I mean, that's what builds that believability. You see this all the time, and you don't even realize it, but ray tracing brings a lot of that information that your brain looks for, and it just paints that immersion everywhere.
Mirrors. Like, we've got a whole ray...
And Voodoo, I saw OJ. It took me a minute to realize you were talking about me, Odd Job. I thought you were saying OJ Simpson, and it's like, I don't think OJ Simpson is at all interested in Star Citizen, but it's me.
Range of objects in the game, from like a scuffed hull panel all the way up to chrome polished pipes. And
like even on this Pico model, you have really reflective surfaces in the visor, but then you have this kind of sequined look with the jacket that he's wearing.
So here's what we need to be. Now, obviously, it reads as shiny, but there's this kind of fakeness to it.
Yes.
It kind of looks a bit like it's flying. So let's see what the ray tracing looks like. Yeah, it's really noisy and horrible. We need to clean it up. So what we do is we let pixels share their data in space.
But it's still really shimmery.
And also in time to clear up the final image. And then we let the game's normal anti-aliasing just kind of clean up the last stuff and carries over the finish line.
Okay, that looks really good. Until they add the anti-aliasing, it's kind of like, it's shimmery, people aren't going to like it. But they add the anti-aliasing, suddenly it looks pretty good.
Just about automating the lighting for new environments. This is also about pushing quality in areas that have already had all of that work done by the lighting team. We're freeing the artists up to light more naturally, allowing the time of day shifts to be embraced rather than fighting against them. And as I'm about to show, players and NPCs are going to reap the same benefits as well. So here we start adding natural areas of light and shade and warm and cool colors.
So good. So again, left side, you got the warm, cool side on the right.
Adding areas of shade and areas of open lighting. Like I mentioned, the time of day shifting leads to different ambience as the sun moves.
So nice.
And this is the shot that I just liked. Finally, let's see how the new GI system can brighten up your character's day.
Oh, look, it's brighter.
And also their day as well.
And that relationship of light and color, it gives you a lot more information to play with. Because our monitors, we can produce 16.7 million different colors, but ray tracing is what you need to get a lot of those to actually come to fruition, because it brings that full spectrum into play.
I've been at CIGE nearly 10 years, and this is the first time I've done this. Very exciting for me. So, do you want to make some noise?
Woo! Oh, 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 oh.
So, sound isn't as fast as light, so it takes me a bit to catch up. Jared wrote that joke for me, so you can blame him. Says it right here, blame him. So now we have a huge amount of visual and interactable content. Locations, biomes, populations, planets, and systems. And
they've been doing some really cool stuff with sounds lately. If you've flown any of the new ships,
It's a challenge. It's a challenge of scale. We need to support multiple star systems, and it's a challenge of quality. We want the highest quality possible.
They're showing Nix.
Implementation to hinder creativity.
Y'all see that Nix word?
So we're asking a lot.
Nix system
With
confirmed.
Star Audio, we can rapidly implement audio for entity classes,
Star Audio.
or audio sweeteners, all of which can be reused and reflected immediately.
Star Engine, Starchitect,
emergent locations
Star
we talked
Audio.
about earlier. So again, this is Genesis data driving what happens in game.
They should have called it
Do
Stadio.
all this without breaking flow.
You know, just give it a Boston accent, then it would flow into the word better.
Showing you our rapid workflow. So over on the left, I had to think about that, we have the Wise editor, that's where all our sounds live. In the middle, we have Star Audio editor, and on your right, we have an entity that needs some insect sounds on it. So
Okay, I'll take a quick pause here, because since this is audio, we're not going to want to hear me talking a lot. But the primary goal of audio is that you don't notice it in a lot of cases. The best audio is one that you never pay attention to, because bad audio is something that sticks out to you. Like when you're walking around in caves in Star Citizen right now, you'll have these weird borders where you go from that really great echoey cave sound to really flat sounding audio all of a sudden, and it's jarring. But good audio, it's seamless and you just never notice it. Like a gun sounds good, right? An engine sounds good. So those are the things that you will notice. But this kind of environment stuff, the crowning achievement is that it just feels right and you just never pay attention to it.
we can very quickly drag from Wise to Star Audio. We can mark up very quickly a bit of logic, and we can re-trigger this entity's spawn sound so that it immediately makes a sound. I assure you that it's a group of insects. Thank you, you're too kind. If you like that one, you'll like the ones that come later.
Hear the
But there's a little
fluttering
something
wings.
missing.
Sounds good.
So to add some realism, sounds respond to how they move, how you move in the world and how they move relative to you. So we need to change the frequency as their velocity relative to the listener changes. This is known as the Doppler effect. In simple terms, the pitch dropping as something whizzes by. Or, in even simpler terms,
Yes.
Now, sound designers traditionally needed to implement their own Doppler sounds. But given how fast we can travel through these rich, dense locations, and the sheer number of them, we can't afford to be doing that any longer. So we
Way
created
too much
a
work.
systemic Doppler solution. And I'm going to show you that now, the only way I know how, by putting a big Benny noodle machine on top of a mountain.
Yeah. Flybys. We're doing the flyby.
Pitch and tempo changing as we move relative to the Benny noodle machine, and this is all fully systemic, no special treatment for this sound.
It's really cool, but just imagine how quickly it would get annoying if all these Benny Noodle machines were loud like the voice of God on the mountain.
The listener is surrounded by variable time delay buffering, not the horrible kind of buffering you get on the internet. This is a really nice kind that helps the games sound good. Each buffer represents a section of the sphere around the audio listener, and the audio is mixed into these buffers at a position that is appropriate to the object's position in the world.
Noodles.
Changes in the position are applied
Anybody
to the
want some
delay buffer
noodles?
by interpolating the audio data. But that's not all we're doing here. Now, I know there was a bar citizen yesterday, so some of you may not be thinking as fast as you might normally, but you may have realized that by offering the data in this way, we're not just creating a speed of sound. We are not.
He's funny. He's got jokes, man.
Indeed, and I just spoiled my own line, creating a speed of sound effect. So, introducing systemic speed of sound to the game. I now have a couple of minutes of video.
No burning bushes, yeah.
Looking at some fantastic examples of what this brings to the game, starting with a spaceship pass by that is supported tonally by the systemic speed of sound.
Here's the Zeus. It's going to be a Zeus.
Okay, sounds cool. What about weapon fire?
Really good.
Let's bring in a sniper and, unfortunately for the sensitive of heart, a Pico. We're going to hear this first from the perspective of both with no speed of sound effects.
That is...
Okay, so that's... If you are at the
That is
Pico
new armor.
there, that's how you'd hear it in game right now. Let's hear it with speed of sound enabled, and this time we're just going to listen from Pico's perspective.
That armor looks dope.
So Pico's
The
down before he
squeak.
even hears the shot. But don't worry, he's not dead. Okay, let's finish him off.
Now he's going to be dead.
Now he's dead.
That armor looks super dope. The squeak, hilarious.
I need to get some proper quick to do. So there's one more example for you. Now finally, oh, not finally, we have
You did
ship
the-
weapons, so listen to
the Brandon
final
Herrera
ship
White
approach
Claw
to the camera
test.
here, giving you a bit of a sense of threat. It's not too easy to tell what's going on there, but you get an increase in fire rate. Finally, the really cool stuff, explosions. So we can put a cinematic element, a shockwave element, and a delayed speed of sound effects. And that's way too cool to do just once, so we're going to do it twice more from further distance.
Super nuke.
So again, cinematic effect first when you see it. Shockwave. And the explosion itself.
So
This
good.
is completely driven by parameters in the game, so we can do this for real.
But can they do it
You drop 'em all out.
today?
One more.
That is so good.
Cool. So, the speed of sound simulation gives you a better sense of distance, it improves the sense of speed, and it supports those amazing cinematic moments. So, in summary, we're trying to make the game more immersive and respond to all this Genesis data and make it feel more real. And that's not all we can do. We can make sounds respond differently to changes in atmospheric pressure and resultant changes in temperature. So, for example, the sound will travel faster in extremely hot, high-pressure environments. We really look forward to getting this in-game for you and getting you enjoying it at home. Now,
I do too.
that's all from Phase 4 of the Genesis cycle, Light and Sound. So I'm going to hand you back to the amazing Ben and Ali to bring us home with the final phase. Thank you, sir.
So, as Graham says, this is going to be the final phase of Genesis, and it's called Nature's Wrath. And this is where we're going to bring
sounds
the very
weather.
planet itself to life. So, first off, let's start talking clouds. So clouds have got an atmosphere, have got to be one of my favorite visual features of our game. They're truly awesome, but they're also completely static. Nothing has changed with them. So what we want to bring
Yeah,
with
they
Genesis
showed
is
clouds
evolution of
moving
clouds over
earlier
time.
before.
But this isn't just some simple scrolling animation.
And that was really cool.
We use the same physical data sets that drove the biomes we talked about earlier and Starchitect, and these are also now driving a physical simulation of the clouds so they can form and dissipate in realistic conditions. So this means things like the oceans, the prevailing winds, mountain ranges, and the temperature will all impact the clouds. But to complement these more dynamic clouds, we've also improved our lighting model. So it now correctly accounts for how light scatters multiple times inside a cloud. And this is important, creates much deeper lighting, and it can contrast against the sun's rays, resulting in much more vivid cloudscapes like you see on the left here. Something we're all too
Look how
familiar with
bright
in
this
Manchester.
cloud looks.
Now, it would be awesome to bring this into context and show it on an actual location.
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look at a quick scene to round this up.
Yes, please.
It's a nice day on the surface, but something's different. The clouds are moving, but they're not just moving, they're forming naturally.
And they're
changing
disappearing.
shape. They dissipate as they glide on the atmosphere based on wind data, stratus and cumulus alike.
That is so cool.
Now we start seeing the new cloud shading model come into play. We are seeing enhanced occlusion beneath the cover, emphasizing the sunbeams how it interact with the clouds, and seeing the light
It's a
cast
storm.
through the layers. Now, as this is closing in, we can start to see the changes in visibility of the area. Light precipitation is starting. Previously, we authored static cloud shapes, but no longer. We didn't manually place a volume here. Its presence has been informed by Genesis data. Oh, and it's not just a cloud volume. It's
That's
the
rain.
front.
Yeah! This is awesome!
Picking up. Terrain and rocks are getting wet. Vegetation, grass, and the overall environment are responding to the weather. The system is changing the world around us. We can see puddles being formed dynamically in the dirt, properly responding to light, reflections, and rain droplets, making it getting really
Look at the
ominous
little
and loud
ripples.
in here. I can feel the danger. I think we should let this play out in the game.
This is incredible. That thunder is beautiful.
I'm getting out of this suit now. Powering up, flying out. We'll need to switch to IFR. See you on the other side.
Lightning. Lightning. Hit it with lightning. And look, we just lost some of the lighting. The wind is blowing things around. And you have the sound of it now hitting the metal. Now it's much more muted. Oh my gosh. There's so many layers to this. I love the rain, by the way. Rainy weather is like, it's so pretty. It's such an ambiance. You hear it hitting the glass. The glass sound is different than the metal. And easily the best lightning I've seen in a game. Minecraft has nothing on this. Look at that layer of fog and mist as you're going through the storm. Yes! That's so cool! That is fantastic. That is so cool. Yeah, see how the Zeus tanked that lightning?
Maneuver to get out of there. Ali, please break this down for us. What did we just see?
Yeah, so that was a combination of lots of tech we just saw that all combined together to make a really great cohesive experience. So we started with the cloud simulation, which wasn't really a cloud simulation, it's a weather simulation. The rain will appear not at random, but it's based on physically plausible conditions. You have real weather fronts evolving across your planet all the time. We have a host of visual effects, like the rain, and then you have the atmospheric scattering that you get under the columns of rain. We have the puddles and the splashes and all of this type of visual effects. We saw the wind developing over time, and that introduced turbulence to the flight model, making flight very challenging. And then, of course, we saw the lightning, which plays havoc with your instrumentation, but direct strikes will damage your ship, and of course, some storms will be dangerous enough to be fatal, as Ben's unlucky Aurora just found out.
Yeah, no starter ships in the rain.
Short-lived and localized, but others will be larger and potentially permanent on some planets. This is going to restrict access via flight. I mean, players will be...
I mean, even look how you have this light fringing from the moisture on the canopy.
Forced to resort to ground vehicles or even
so good.
And this is all going to be dynamic, meaning that you might find yourself trapped in really unexpected situations. So we really can't wait to use all these mechanics to open up many new gameplay opportunities all in the verse soon.
A wise yogi once said, it's your job as a pilot to compensate and stay on course. All right, what have we learned today, guys? We've shown you an approach of encoding the rules of nature into planetary data.
There's still so much more copium we got to get through.
Temperature, humidity, climate, weather, the physical terrain. We create denser, more diverse living planets without artists hand-placing or manually creating biomes, instead leveraging asset mapping. We've shown you a new way to make the game that can scale, to create thousands of coherent places for civilizations on planets that can be used for missions or immersion gameplay, without art and design hand-placing locations, leveraging world design rules instead.
I mean, that's the thing, right? This is all super cool, but this is enabling them to do it automatically without involving developers.
Playable spaces rapidly. We've shown you how light and sound also benefit.
Someone else named Genesis, yeah. Whoever named Genesis, they missed the mark. It should have been Star Genesis.
Weather comes into an area, changing your gameplay experience significantly.
Something. We need that star in it.
And all of its system is to create more worlds, better worlds, faster, by applying our tech wizardry and craftsmanship to build systems that respond to data. That's our Star Engine presentation for today, guys. For this year, have a great Citizencon. We'll see you on the next one.
Looks great. I have to keep telling myself.
I'm Kirsten. I'm a producer here at Cloud Imperium, and I work with the UI Tech and Planet Tech teams. Off the back of that amazing presentation is
Jared's doing the bartender act.
How are you feeling, Will?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, thank you. It's been a good day so far.
Beautiful. That was a smashing presentation. How is it to do it here in Manchester versus LA last year?
It's very different. LA is of course amazing. It was incredible to visit, but I think there's something really special about doing it here, just down the road from the studio. It's amazing to see the people who get.
Jared is shaking up a can. Whoever gets that is going to get sprayed all over the face.
Whereas last time, It was amazing, and it was lovely.
Someone keep track of all the stuff Jared's interacting with. He's sabotaging someone's drink.
I love it being here. It's great.
Oh, it must be amazing to celebrate all the work you've done with the community and the studio here in Manchester.
Absolutely. It's no one person carries any of this. It's all teamwork, and having everyone here to kind of share in that and see everyone and meet the communities, it's just incredible.
Well, with all that hard work that you just got to show off to everyone here today, what are the main three takeaways from today's presentation?
So it's like Benoit just said, the whole Genesis set of technologies is all about creating more worlds faster and better. We've got a benchmark, things look great, Pyro looks incredible, but we want to be able to deliver that more. We want to be able to exceed that benchmark and do it across everything we make going forward. And the whole Genesis panel, I won't pretend that I know everything about everyone's section because they're all experts.
That little prop that Jared had, the little quick flare, that looks pretty dope.
Amazing. Okay. So
I'm seeing a lot of stuff that I want to like try and make as far as props go.
Presentation.
That's not fair. I love all those people. The dynamic weather demo, I'd not seen that cut. It's incredible. I love it. I have to shout out Seb's work. He makes the techie stuff that me and the Planet Tech team make. He makes it beautiful. And his team, of course, over in Frankfurt, they're all incredible. I love them all. I can't pick a single favorite. I could shout out everyone because it all looks amazing.
Okay, those in chat that have already seen this, should I be skipping through this part? Like, are we going to miss anything super critical?
So, tell us a bit more about what players can expect off the bat with Genesis. What are the biggest changes coming for them?
Well, you're going to see the planets become more and more physically based. As this technology matures and is finished out, is rolled out to the stuff that we're delivering to live, you're going to start to see all of these things come together. You're going to see that cohesion.
The Clarin is possibly one of the only brands that has worse build quality than the Teslas.
We won't just be showing you Pines anymore, we're going to be showing all that.
People complain about Tesla's panel gaps.
Seb's been busy authoring. Together it's just...
All right, I'm going to skip through the intermissions then. I do want to see people's costumes. I think that's... I mean, we've got a lot of creative people in the community, so I want to see the stuff that they've pulled together.
Yeah, just to echo that, thank you to everyone.
Sounds like she's wrapping up.
Guys, we are here back at Citizencon on the show floor waiting for the next panel. We'll be back in a little bit for that, but I want to continue showing you guys some of the awesome stuff we have here on the show floor. So I'm here now at the Monster Tech Sim Pit area. Monster Tech, we had an awesome promotion with earlier this year where we have these
Monster Tech
themed chairs.
Is Monster Tech is a fan of the channel.
Let's get close in on that if we can. Look at that RSI branding. Look at me. Look at me. I'm Chris Roberts now. I'm Chris Roberts now. So let's take a look at this booth right now. We have an awesome area where players are playing Arena Commander in sort of a real D4D situation. These are haptic chairs. These motors of the chairs are using our VKB branded joysticks. Thank you again to VKB.
This actually looks pretty cool to me.
Citizencon. This is awesome. We are getting to play Star Citizen in a way few people ever get to experience Star Citizen. It runs smooth. It looks great. This is awesome. If you guys are here on the show floor...
You're getting you're getting to play Star Citizen in a way that most people will never get to experience. It runs smooth. It looks. What did he just say?
Getting to play Star Citizen in a way few people ever get to experience Star Citizen. It runs smooth. It looks great. This is awesome.
It runs smooth. It looks great. Most people don't get to experience that.
You definitely need to check this place out. How you doing? Doing well? You winning? Are you winning something?
I'm just trying to figure out how to fly again.
He's trying to figure out how to fly again. You have to figure out how to walk before you can run, in a sense. We have a huge crowd of people here, so it might take you a little bit to get in, but this is awesome. And as you can see, continuing the branding and the theming we have here, just excuse me, guys, we have in-game posters as well. We have a Leilani Addison poster. We have our Ship Showdown posters.
Okay, is he gonna like talk about the Monster Tech stuff? Like, he was showing the poster, you know, with the haptic motors.
End of the show, we'll be pulling a random number that matches one of those unique challenge coin numbers. So
here at our props booth, and we do have one of those special PCs right here on the desk. So if you guys want to see what you could be winning, hang on to those challenge coins. That is a 3XS PC from our friends over at Scan. Thank you so much for.
Okay, really neat, but how long is the intermission? See, this is where we make up for the pauses I take, because we can skip a lot of this stuff.
Booth, they have
leading to each individual branch's recruitment video.
So walk me through the branches. Like, what are your 5 branches?
Okay, so some org promotion.
Multiplayer online game.
Oh shoot! Gotta go back. I went too far.
Okay, so in the Star Engine.
Okay, Benoit comes on stage.
Hello.
Okay, all right, let's pause it there. I want to actually go take a look at Monster Tech. I don't have any promotions running with them right now, but they're really great. They were talking about some haptic stuff, so I want to take a look at that. Do they have anything up on their site about it already? I mean, the new Star Citizen themed ones look super cool. I'm a big RSI fanboy, so I would probably get that one if I were looking at getting another chair. Let's see. Maybe they have it. I'm not seeing a lot of. I mean, this is their motion system, but this isn't haptics like they were talking about. Okay. I'll depend on you guys, chat. If you can find me some information about the haptics they were showing off, we'll take a look at it.
Can you hear me?
I do want to know more about it.
1, 2. All right. Cool. Okay.
But it doesn't look like they have it up on their main site yet. Unless I'm just missing something super obvious.
I am Bolt, my player persona. I will now channel my inner Jared in this one, and I will be your host for this panel. Woo! It's time to discuss a social universe. But before we start, I have a couple warnings. First one, let's take a look at this one.
Too many people on the train, getting super claustrophobic.
Last technical preview demonstration. And God, I was so happy to see all these people on the train. It just made me like very, very emotional. And so I want to take a moment.
I mean, it is really cool.
To thank every one of you that have participated with Tech Preview Server Meshing Test A, B, C, D, and E so far. You guys have been thousands to come and help us test this technology, and the team and I are really humbled, and we feel energized by your energy. So on our behalf, thank you very much.
Literally thousands, because I mean, we've been testing up to 2,000 players in a server now.
Nice, other than this guy.
Really nice.
But it does present a problem. A fundamental part of playing a massively multiplayer online game is how you connect with other players. To join in on adventures, or to receive support when you want to get out of a tricky situation, or you want to participate in endeavors that are bigger than yourself. Or simply you want to run a business and make a profit. Well, as our game server shards grow, you will encounter more players. And for that, we need to scale Star Citizen's social tools to MMO size.
Which starts from even just a
Our
basic
ambition
train.
has always been to build a grand social system, including not only the game, but the world outside, like on Spectrum. Unfortunately, the focus has been elsewhere for a long time. We have neglected this part of this side of the game in favor of others. For example, the
Like
Comlink app is by
Squadron
far the
42?
oldest application in MobiGlass.
And it's
It's
terrible.
now time to correct this and make progress on this plan.
There's this YouTuber, I don't know if you've heard about him, Odd Job Entertainment. He made this whole video talking about like tools that we need for org gameplay, and one of them that he hammered on was how bad the comlink is.
Our goal, as a reminder, in Star Citizen is to cater to all types of players. Star Citizen in that respect is not a black or white. It's not an either-or kind of game. We are not an achievers versus casuals game. We are not a socializers versus solo players game. We are not a role players versus mechanics focused game. Or dare I say, we are not a PvE versus PvP game. We
Oof.
are all of those things.
Hot take.
We strive to build a social
Gonna get
environment
crucified
in a
for
game
that one.
is easy to engage with.
Anytime someone
consistent
mentions
and dependable,
PvP and PvE in the
trustworthy,
same
where you can
sentence,
judge danger,
it starts a flame war.
safety, or shadiness. And we want this to be deeply rooted in gameplay mechanics, like reputation and progression. So today we're going
That
to
magic
take a look
word,
at
reputation.
the updated Star Citizen social tools and how they tie into the game. But first, look at this guy. A warning. What
Got a
we're gonna
nice
show
looking
you is very
mustache.
early work. And we will not be making a revolution or breaking boundaries. We just want to bring our game up to MMO standards. Or like Jared likes to say, bringing our 30th century game into the 21st century. And so, in order to do this,
Very good point.
We've enlisted some help. First of all, throughout this presentation, all the screenshots are made from you, the community, directly pulled from our community hub. You're going to see some player names on screen. Most of them are all of our most die-hard Evocati members. And for this, we should really take a moment and thank our Evocati members for their renewed support. They're always there for us. They get the worst and worst of the builds, and they do good power through.
The patience to be an
This is an
Evocati
actual
member,
shot from
that is
the
something to
last
aspire
Evocati.
to.
Forget the prisoner mentioned here from the work mines, and so I'm not gonna lie, this presentation is gonna be a lot of MobiGlass. It's not super flashy, but focus on what the tools will allow you to do and their impact. But for this, I need some help myself, so I'm gonna make a party, and I'm gonna get some developers to help. So let me first invite our senior systems designer, Gabriel Hector.
Okay.
Hello, Citizencon. Hope you're doing
This is
all right.
honestly probably one of the things I'm most excited for,
Before your earlier
because
introduction,
connecting
so
with
shit.
players is
nice.
so important.
All right, we need some more. Let's invite Assistant Design Director, JJ, to the stage.
Anytime I see someone named JJ, I expect to see lens flares on screen.
Yeah, no, you walk.
I'm so disappointed all of a sudden. Forget Genesis,
Okay,
no
so
lens
social
flares for a
universe
JJ.
begins with your friends. That's your closest
Disappoint.
group. It's the first go-to when you want to play. Our current friend system is dated, and it includes things that are, well, not really friends. So my first question goes up
It's
to
not
JJ
even
to
really a
kick us
system.
off.
It is so bare
How are we going
bones.
to improve friends and friends management?
So, we're taking our oldest app in the MobiGlass, the Comlink app, and we're upgrading it to a brand new social app. And this is now
Oof, look at this high roller. This guy's got $4 billion in the tank.
going to be your one-stop shop for all of your friends and group gameplay. Now, this is the new and improved friends list. So, you'll notice, sadly, one of our oldest friends that we all have is missing, though, and that's ATC. Sadly, our friendship has ended
Aww.
with ATC.
What? I'll have
So
no friends
sad.
at all, then.
Look, already
So this is now
just showing the
dedicated
location
space
of your
for real
friends
friends.
is a huge deal.
So, you're now going to be able to see what those real friends are doing with richer presence information. So, giving you better awareness of where your friends are, what they're doing, or if they're not on, when they were last seen. And then you'll also be able to reflect
Status
your own
indicator,
status, so you can let friends know if
location,
you're away,
name.
don't want to be disturbed, or if you just want to hide offline for a while. Another key upgrade is synchronizing with Spectrum as well. So you'll be able to see friends that are in Spectrum itself, Arena Commander, or just chilling on the launcher. And
which is critical because all of our discovery tools right now are on Spectrum, which I hope that they address that as well, because having the guide system, great for new players. Getting it in the game, much better.
And that also means that you can accept and receive invites to and from Spectrum even while you're offline. And throughout this presentation, any functionality that is shared between the game and the web and the launcher, we're aiming to synchronize across all.
Yes.
And speaking of synchronizing,
speak my language.
Characters, your friends will be shared across all of them too.
Nice. So some people are real socialites. I know, I've seen them. They have
Multiple characters.
I'm talking multiple.
I think that's the one, right, Voodoo? You've talked a lot to me about having multiple characters. Is that that key moment we were looking for?
Pages and pages of friends. What are we doing to help management of huge friends list?
Nice humble brag, Ben. Well, in fact, we are giving you the
So good.
ability to add notes to your friends list, so you can remember.
Yay! Gold star for Odd Job. I got it.
2954. Or maybe it's JJ's super weird username. This is JJ. Also, you can add people to a favorites list, meaning that the people that you interact with most in the game are always going to be shown at the top of your friends list for your convenience.
It's such a small thing, but this is so important for someone like me.
The social app.
Being able to add notes on where I met someone from.
That's the question. You're going to call your friends. You're going to call your party. So this is where it should live.
Seems to have got a lot of UEC there as well, Ben.
I swear to God, I didn't dupe any choreo.
Liar.
This is just my personal allowance.
Liar.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, so that's all cool for your close buddies, but the one thing that always happens when when you meet people,
you got
is that
stars.
Some of them aren't nice. Abusers, pad rammers, active griefers. You know. Currently, we can't do anything about that in the game. What are we doing to help the situation?
Yeah, reporting players is miserable. It basically does not exist.
People as reverse friends. They're just people that you really don't want
And you know, like, you don't want to spend all your time reporting and blocking people, but you do need to have the ability to do so, because that's how you keep your game. Like, some players are just really bad for game vitality, and you don't want to run into them.
Much requested hostiles list for people who have made a real enemy of you as well.
The KOS list is finally making its way in.
Oh yeah.
Kill on
You'll also
sight.
be able to add notes there as well, just so you can remember that person I blocked 2 years ago. You remember why, because you're going to forget. And then for those situations where someone really wants to go the extra mile to be a super mega ass, you can report them to us, and we'll deal with them for you.
All right, so now I have my
In-game
friends list
reporting.
up to date. I can find my
Finally.
friends usually based on rich presence in real time, and I'm ready to go on an adventure. But for that, I need a party. The party is at the core of the social experience. When you're heading into a mission, meeting with other players, or whether they're a friend or not, our party system is very bare bones at the moment. It does have some cool features, but what are we planning to improve parties?
Yeah, so as you said, it does have some cool features like party launching, the party markers, quantum syncing. It's all good.
He's covering something here. I hope that what this blurred thing is going to be like different divisions. All right, somehow I got like a hair in my mouth. That's going to bother me. Yeah. I hope that this is divisions, right? Because they have 35 people down here. You don't want to talk to 35 people at once. That is terrible. So putting people into subdivisions and you only talk to one person from each division, that's how you want to do it. Look at these different markers. You got different categories besides just favorites. Like, this looks like, this might be like a squad leader.
Stuff, but let's take a closer look at the new features of the party list. So, with server meshing, we are right now at a unique opportunity for us. So we already support large parties, but we want to do this well. We have been seeing what you do in the tech previews, and people have been partying up in hundreds.
100 plus people in one ship? Come on.
And that's all right. We just want to make sure that we're adding better support for this, like search functionality, making it easy to find people in your party. Also, just like we did with the friends list, we're adding rich presence here as well. But for the party, you're going to want more real-time gameplay-related info, like if someone's down or dead or maybe offline for some reason.
Oh, so dead?
A big thing, though, is the ship and seat breakdown. So, you will see...
Yes!
Yeah, maybe that's worth it, Paul. So, you will see all the vehicles that your party members are in, as well as the seats that they are in. This will give you great situational awareness and allows you to coordinate better than ever before. It's essentially a mini fleet manager.
Okay.
This is all great. And, okay, so picture this, though. What they really need to give us is the ability to only talk to specific people. Like, let's say you're Ambassador Kobe, right? And you're in charge of this whole operation. I only want to talk to Cal Ratty, all right? Because Cal Ratty is going to be in charge of coordinating everything going on inside his ship. And then, got that beeping going on again. What's going on? It's not anything,
So there's going to be more improvements as well. So you're going to be able to control permission for invites. So only your leaders and assistant leaders can actually invite people. So it's no longer an absolute free-for-all. And we're adding an absolute MMO staple as well.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to try restarting the headphones and undocking the dongle back here. Hopefully that fixes that.
Well, which is the ready check. So as we add more,
Does that beeping come through on
gameplay, you're going to be able to coordinate a lot
on your
better.
guys' side?
And while we're talking about group play, and maybe it's unwanted group play in this case, we're improving the quality of life for our streamers as well. So we'll no longer have a shard playlist. We're going to be obscuring things like your on-screen name and location and so on, just so you're a bit harder to find while you are streaming.
Very nice.
Full friends and party tab.
I haven't had too much of an issue with that,
It's a party for you.
but I'm sure other people do.
All right, so the new Friends and Party place is really the one-stop shop to manage all your real-time interactions with other players or access your comms channel. That's cool, but as we navigate the verse, it's always very difficult to find people. We have a single channel, people are blasting looking for groups, it's a bit awkward, you never know what you're going to find. With bigger shards, I know I'm the bigger shards
It gets
guy,
worse.
but we're going to have a lot more players in there. There must be a better way.
Whoa, Ben, we have given this some thought. So, the second tab in the social app, introducing the Party Finder. So,
Yes!
The Party Finder, it's a dynamic
Thank
system that's going to make
you.
it easy for you to find interesting and engaging gameplay.
No more, who's doing Xenothreat? Just, it's right there! Go join those people.
If you're looking for more players, just go in here, advertise your party, give it an informative name like Ben has done here.
Space Combat Fun Times.
And you could even set things like a specific contract that you want to play.
And then the very next thing that they're going to do is they're going to need to introduce like a censorship filter, because anytime you let players type anything custom, you have to have really robust censoring features. Otherwise, you get 69 420 Weed King fun times party.
Maybe that. You could also limit the number of members. You might want to do some, again, specific content. So you want to do with a set number of members in the party, or you might want a tight-knit group. That's something that I would like very much. Maybe you just don't want to split contract rewards, right? So once you have that information, then it's time to list your party.
And then people are going to be applying to join your group, which is kind of like a reverse invite. You're applying to the party, you're joining yourself, you're getting involved.
You're the reverse guy today.
I'm stuck in one gear. So
do you guys hear that beeping? What in the world is that? Okay, you guys are going to think I'm crazy, but I am hearing like it's like a song. Boop, 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 boop. It's like I got Mr. Krabs doing the robot thing. Let's see. Oh, man, I don't want to waste too much time on this. Am I due for a firmware update? Update dongle. This shouldn't take too long. Let's see. Shut it off. I've never had this happen before, but it is driving me up the wall. I might actually... Let's see. I have a backup pair of headphones. I'll get those on deck in case I need to switch to them. So we might need to switch to these. Not the end of the world if we do. I'm glad it's at least not coming through on your guys' side. So it's definitely something with these headphones. They're doing something weird. Might as well give my ears a break. Oh. I mean, it's not the most unpleasant song in the world, but it is annoying. And keep reading, see if there's something going on. About 75%. $80, come on, hurry up. Watch, and then it pulls this must restart before settings can take effect. And I'll have to switch to different headphones anyways. So close. Please just... We've got 7 people watching on YouTube. 1 person watching on Twitch. We're doing pretty good for this channel size. Should be able to... Okay. I'm just going to do a quick check on the stream, make sure that audio is still working correctly. They should still be live. They should still be live. Okay, yeah. All right. Sounds like things are still working.
Request. The people that are requesting, you can then look at their information and you decide on whether or not you want to accept or reject them, just so you can tailor your group to the kind of gameplay that you're trying to do. Then, on the other side, finding a party should be easy too. So all of those super cool things that Gabriel just mentioned.
Maybe that fixed it. I'm not hearing it yet.
And so on, you're going to be able to use those as filters to find the right group. And this is all purely because we want you to find the kind of group gameplay that you want to engage in. And it's for all types of players. FPS combat, racing, beacons, roleplay, eating burgers at Whammers, finding cool vistas.
Okay, one of the first questions people always have about Star Citizen, what do you actually do? And this is a big answer to that question. What do you actually do? Now you can easily find people. You can look at, oh, I want to be a turret gunner. I'll hop into this.
It should always be easy to find action, things to do, and people to play with.
So I can create a party from a couple friends. I can party launch into the game on the same shard. And I can share my party with
How many
party
times have you
finder
seen anybody
and other
looking for
people who
turret
wanna join
gunners
up.
in chat?
Now we're talking. But I'm curious, as we're going to get bigger shards, let's say that already, how will we improve communication? It's very much of a mess right now. Our chat's very bare bones, and voice comms, we never really know if they work.
Well,
True.
let's chat about chats. So,
Chat
we're
about
adding
chats.
options for you to customize the chat window, giving you the power to make the chat your own. We're
Yes.
also adding chat tabs.
We're bringing back tabs.
We're bringing them back from other games. And this means that you can set up
Yeah.
customizable views, filtered for any area of the game that you are interested in. And Ben, you had a UI team make a little mock-up of some of the other functionality we're adding, right?
Sure
Can
did.
I
also
create new
add
tabs?
the combat login.
I mean, that's a pencil right there, right?
How kind of you. So, first off, as we can see here, we're making slash commands actually useful. So no longer just
All right, I'm switching headphones. I'm still getting that beat. Been a while since I used these. Disappointing.
chicken dancing and flexing. It's going to be able to help you send messages to party, to proximity chats with say and /yell commands, as well as sending DMs to other players. What the hell, Ben? You said you were going to take
Hey, you wanted a real example.
Sure. So...
No, see, I closed Discord. I thought that it might have been Discord's notification beeps, but it's like a... I don't want to imitate it. That's just asking to be clipped. It's just this constant like beep boop going on in the headphones.
Another thing we're
And like
adding
you guys aren't
is that
hearing
we're giving
it,
you the
so
power
it's got to
to
be
share
just on my
information
side.
more
But
easily
Discord's totally
via
closed right now,
links.
so it can't be that.
So first off, here we have contract links, taking you to the contract manager for that specific contract.
Cheesecake!
Yes, cheesecake.
Yeah, cheesecake is maybe better than center threads. Also, we are adding star map links. Let's have a look at what that looks like. This means that you can click the link and it
All
will
of
take
this
you to the exact
really,
location
really
of the star
cool.
map, making it easy for you to group up. Another thing we're adding is item links, and well, you'll see why you want to link items in our
We're
crafting
talking about
your home
crafting. See
presentation
that?
tomorrow.
I'll get enough mats to
Lastly,
craft myself a Volt
we're adding
rifle.
player links.
Someone
to make
watched
it
my
easy for you
my
to
video.
connect your friends with one another, right?
I like to think that's what it is.
So
I'm still
about,
I'm not that
Sean just
arrogant to
messaged us
think
about
that
Void.
I'm influencing Star Citizen that much, but it would be
sure
cool to
can,
think
Gabe.
that I have
we
that
do need an
influence.
expert to discuss VoIP and FOIP anyway. So you guys give us some air, remember hot mics, and let's invite Sean, Master of Faces Tracy, to join the party.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you all here. So, I've come up to talk a little bit about FOIP and...
He's got the hairstyle ready to get scanned for face integration for the character customizer.
VoIP. So it's a bit of the communication channels beyond
Remember when
just text
Jared
chat,
had to shave
right?
it off?
All
Wasn't
right,
that long
so
ago.
FOIP and VoIP are our systems in-game. VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol, and FOIP,
What
which I
ship is
termed
this?
way back in 2019, Face over Internet Protocol. So VoIP gives us spatialized audio, where you can hear and be heard within the universe, whether you've got a helmet on,
Also,
you've got a different filter,
new
if you're
undersuit
far
again.
away, you can hear that they're far away. But we added face to that way back in 2019. So it's cool because you can place
And it's
video
never
calls.
worked well.
You can speak and see
It's
each
always
other
been
speak
super
in the
derpy.
game. And you can take fun selfies like this. So again, I mentioned, it's back in 2019, so it's been in for a little while, but it hasn't really been updated so much since then.
They put it in and
So
then,
the cool
and then they
part
didn't
about
touch it.
And I really got to mention, it's not a replacement for motion capture equipment. It's not a depth camera. It uses pretty much anybody's 2D-based web camera to track your face. So it can do great things, but it's got its limitations as well. What's kind of cool about it is that FOIP and VoIP are actually coupled. They're encoded and decoded together on the network super efficiently so that it's always in sync, and anybody that's worked on facial animation with audio data knows that sync is super important. So it's been used in expected ways and unexpected ways by the community. Let's have a look.
I mean, it's how everybody does their machinima.
What is it?
Seems someone's on a case. One of our Ninetales facilities was sacked last night. Total loss. The bunker was destroyed.
And 3, 2, 1, go.
They had to cut it. They can't show the... They can't say the F word on FCC.
This isn't what they said it would be.
The subject has crossed the perimeter.
Most people don't associate ladies like us with salvage, do they, Shell? That's right, Mel. In fact, we're the best in the whole system at salvage, aren't we, Mel? That's right, Shell. And you look like you get about a bit.
I'll do it. You need a break.
What? No, you're up there in what? Your underwear, just drinking hooch or something and just singing away?
Wait, we have hooch? Hi, I'm Natronics, and you're watching Redline, your source for adventurous stories throughout the verse.
That's my experience with Floyd most of the time.
Excuse me, Captain. I'm Aaron Baxter.
We topped off yet, Aaron Baxter?
Just about, sir.
Good. I don't want to spend another second on it.
Something we have in common, sir.
Hey, yeah.
It was that day when I met Mr. President that my life changed for the better.
Eat that apple.
Yeah.
Apples.
You were never supposed to know any of this, Detective. You were supposed to die at Safe Haven.
Rachel.
Rachel's dead.
Hey man, I'm back again. You have any hats? Oh dude, I read the cap. What are you looking at, sir? Go away.
So now, how are they making it better?
So that was all content made by the community, and I love it. I love it. I think it's awesome, bugs and all. But there's probably some improvements that we can make for that. So one of the big ones that we've made is head rotation tracking. It's actually something we were already doing to do head tracking in first person, but we never could move the head around on the actual character itself, which we've been able to do. Some cool stuff like range of Jared?
Yeah, Sean?
Can we just, let's just do a fake video call. Can we do a fake video call?
Oh, you know we can do a fake video call, Sean.
All right, cool. So let's call one of my guys, Oliver Cook. He's been working on some new tracking updates.
Hey, Sean, and a big hello to everybody at Citizencon. How's it going?
Hey, Ollie. It's great to see you. Everyone's having a great time. I see you're using FOIP. Where are you?
That's correct. I'm sat here in the comfort of my own home, talking to you via the power of FOIP and my webcam. We've been working on FOIP recently, and we're starting to see some improvements to the quality of the tracking in-game.
That sounds awesome.
It looks like
Can you
that.
tell everyone what you've done
A lot
to improve
better.
it?
Well, we started off by looking at what we originally had, and we realized that some mouth poses were really difficult to pull. So we focused on improving the range of motion of the mouth, which now looks like this. Hopefully, you can see there's more of a one-to-one relationship with what's going on in my webcam. and this has helped some of those problematic poses we were seeing before, one of which being a closed-lipped
Do you
smile.
guys know how many muscles exist in the human head? I mean, this is one of the reasons why good facial animation is so difficult. Because, let's see, let's find a good picture here. And of course, it's, you know, got to be real careful with showing anatomy on stream. Like, every single one of these muscles influences how your face moves, and there's layers to them too. You know, so there's this very superficial muscle, but then there's this guy underneath it. Then you have the strong masseter muscles that pull your jaw in and create that bite force. I mean, there's so much going on in a human face. It gets very, very complicated very quickly, trying to keep all of that looking realistic. That's why you get so much uncanny valley stuff going on with not even poor animation, just I mean up to even professional levels. Even Pixar, you know, they're going to struggle to make a human face look realistic. One of the benefits of doing animated movies is a lot of times you get to go for more of a cartoonish look, which is easier to pull off. But you know, Star Citizen's going for very human features, and that ups the scale. I mean, think about like recent Star Wars movies, right? You had the CGI version of Carrie Fisher as Leia in Rogue One, and the actor, I forget his name, but he played Tarkin. You know, I mean, evolutionary steps between just those two models, but you still get that uncanny valley effect. Getting a realistic human, very difficult.
Which was quite difficult to achieve.
So the fact that this is running on hardware at your house,
we've also started to add in secondary motions
cool.
that happen naturally when pulling combination face shapes, like squinting in the eyes when smiling or frowning. And when we combine these secondary motions with the wrinkle maps, it really goes to show just how much work has gone into these heads.
Like,
let's see how many wrinkle maps.
Look how the skin is bending as he makes these different expressions. And you have that brow furrowing and the creases here on the
tracking
nose.
Quality could be quite noisy in environments where the lighting is less than ideal. So to combat this, we've introduced tracking stabilization, which helps to reduce the amount of noise we get from the webcam. We're seeing positive results in low light conditions, but we're also seeing a small quality boost in optimal lighting conditions. The result is a more expressive and stable face, which is great for using in-game or making videos in the verse. And we still have a little ways to go with VoIP, but the future is bright for this feature, and we can't wait to see what wonderful things you use it for in the verse.
So, I see you're in the character creator. Let's change how you look.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's change up my appearance here a little bit and see what...
Are they about to show that you can do it? You can take a picture of yourself and integrate yourself directly?
We can make. The super cool thing about the character customizer is that it continues to track my face even when editing. And this is great if you want to see what VoIP will look like on your character before you commit to your appearance. Let's start off by changing my hairstyle, shall we? We have a bunch of cool hairstyles to pick from. And I used to have pretty long hair back in the day.
Maybe they're going to do
let's
it
try and find something
later on.
longer than I currently have. Okay, that's wild. Not quite what I'm looking for, but
bit too
what
long.
else do we have? Dreadlocks. Super cool. Not what I'm after, though. Let's see here. There we go.
He-Man.
Much better. The fun thing
Witcher.
here is with the head tracking, it's much easier to rotate around and quickly see what I'm going to look like. Let's stick with that for now. That looks good to me.
Oh, that's right. This is the He-Man hair.
Anything else in the customizer, but I'm going to go ahead and remove my beard here, because I want to show you that VoIP still works when changing the structure and characteristics of my actual face. We have a lot of heads in our customizer.
We got
And I'm
Prince
just gonna
Charming
cycle
here,
through a few
man.
of them here to show you that
From the
whatever we
Shrek
choose,
movies.
we're still tracking and we're good to go. We can even start to manipulate individual aspects of the face with no detriment to the mapping onto the head. VoIP won't break when you combine these heads together. So if you just want to tweak a small aspect of your character or take on the likeness
Prince
of
Charming
one of
got
the
stung
heads
by a
included,
bee.
you can do so and test out exactly how the tracking is going to look based on your face movements in the webcam. You can now
This is pretty
see
cool.
I'm someone totally different, and we're having no troubles tracking. And if I don't like what I've picked, I can always just randomize here, which I think is a great way of not only showing the countless combinations of heads that we can
The
do,
randomize button
but
is the
also
fastest
VoIP
way to
will continue
find cursed
work
character
on
models.
anything that we throw at it. I think I'm looking pretty good here, Sean. What do you think?
Yeah, good. I think it's pretty unique to Star Citizen. Thanks a lot for showing it.
Anytime. And I hope everybody has an awesome sick day. See you later.
I mean, he was talking through that. There was very few moments where I felt like, oh my gosh, it
Pretty
just
cool.
broke. That was very
All right,
impressive.
That's great, Sean. But the reliability of our voice transmission has been a bit spotty, with many players reporting quality loss or even full audio loss. What are we doing to improve the overall infrastructure behind VoIP and FOIP?
Well, first of all, we've heard you. We know. We've tried it. And it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't work. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be updating the voice service and a total overhaul of the voice server. This is actually important, and we need to do this anyways, because we have to update the voice infrastructure for the much larger shards that are coming.
Yeah, I mean,
So
can
this
you
is gonna
imagine
improve
25
reliability
people talking in
and
close
the voice
proximity
quality.
at the same time?
So one of the biggest things that we're going to be doing for you guys is to make sure that you have feedback in the game for when this is working and when this is not working. When you're transmitting, when you're receiving, you really have to know. So whether that's picture-in-picture, whether that's an icon telling you you're transmitting, these are all going to be things that we're adding as we go forward with these features.
Cool. Good stuff.
What? Am I done?
Should we get Gabe back on?
Yeah, let's get Gabe back in here.
Hey.
Okay, there's room for 4.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on stage now.
It's a bit crowded, right?
Can we kick Sean?
Yeah, we can.
I think we should kick Sean. Bye, Sean.
Certainly do it.
Bye, Sean.
Bye, Sean.
Sean has been kicked from the party. Goodbye, Sean.
All right, now we've made some friends, we've joined parties, and we even kicked some people. That's super great. But what if you're new to the game?
Ben, behind you.
We got the guide system.
The guide system. So we've introduced the guide system on the web.
Taking the words out of my mouth, man.
This allowed new players and
Get it in the
experienced
game, though.
players to
That's what they're
match
gonna
up,
show,
Basically, for
right?
every player to get training and learning the ropes. Wait, are we bringing it in the game?
Yeah.
Yes! Yes. Oh my gosh, this makes it so much better for newer players.
So, ultimately, we want to encourage you all to help one another. And it's very important for a game as large and as complex as Star Citizen is. And while we're improving how we teach you the game, it's irreplaceable to have another player by your side showing you the ropes. So, we want to keep the guide types from the website, because there's already a lot of good ones there. And they already cover a very wide variety of gameplay. And as we add more game systems, more guide types are going to get added too. And base building's a great example of that, which is a little teaser there for tomorrow.
No teaser. Your tease.
Oh, yeah. But
For
now, how do you
tomorrow.
become a guide? So now there's going to be a list of requirements that you've got
That's
to meet.
mean.
And this list will require you doing content like contracts, beacons, or many other things as well. And ultimately, once you've checked that list, you can then opt in to become a guide.
Now there's like an actual structure
Really, we've
to
done
guide
this because
the way
we
that you interact with the
wanted becoming
game.
a guide to really mean something, both to yourself, to other players, so they can rely on your experience. But why become a guide? Out of the goodness
Rewards?
of your own heart? No.
See that yellow word?
You want to get paid.
Yes.
Some of you love to help, and a lot of you already are. But while I don't have time to get into specifics today, there are going to be rewards available for those of you that do put the effort in.
Because we like to get paid.
You do like to get paid. But ultimately,
Okay,
we
but
want you to want
we
to
don't
help.
just want to get paid. We want
So
rewards.
I've been doing a lot of guide stuff.
You brought
and
it
I've
up.
Reached a guide level in
What
a
are the
field
rewards,
that
man?
I'm, like doing tons of content on.
If not
Or
now, then
I'm a
when?
new player and I need training in a key area. How does this all tie together? Let me answer my own question. It ties into beacons, trust, and rating systems, or as we say internally, beacons, but actually good.
Very fair criticism of the
So
system.
beacons have
It
been
is
in the
not
game
good
for a
right
while,
now.
But we are juicing
Extremely
them up.
limited.
Yeah, so let's look at how we're juicing them up. So first off, tying into the guide stuff,
Already,
we're adding a new
ton
type
more
of
categories.
beacon. So guide beacons. It means that if you are a guide, you'll be able to respond to them. If you need a guide, you broadcast them. And if you need a guide, you can be certain that whoever responds to them knows their stuff. So this is obviously good for new players needing to learn the game, but
It's getting paid
even
out by the
seasoned
guild.
players
Look
like
at that.
yourselves, you're going to have a great use for this
So
because
the
there's
guild
always
will
something new to learn
subsidize
in
the
the
cost.
So you just post your question, you
So
broadcast
you
it
put out a little bit,
the guides
right?
get alerted,
But then the
they
guild
can accept
helps
it,
cover it.
contact you, and once you
Very
have the
cool.
information you need, you take the beacon down, get out there, and use your newfound knowledge. So obviously there's many different types of guide beacons here, but we're also adding more categories to service beacons.
Now, all this beacon stuff sounds fine, but let's be honest. I have a friend, not me, but every time they use a beacon, they get ganked. How are we going to do that? What are we going to do to make sure that whoever is answering my call for help is trustworthy?
You sure that's your friend and not you? Yeah, okay. So we've got a few ways of tackling this, and one of them is actually subsidizing the beacons. So guilds contribute rewards to the payouts on service beacons, and we'll get to guilds shortly. But that could be money, reputation, or potentially other rewards as well.
Because we like getting paid.
It's the potentially other rewards part.
And ultimately,
Come
that keeps the
on.
cost down for the
Show
people that need
me.
help, but rewards the people that are helping. And this actually finally makes it viable to do beacons for whatever profession you like to do. Medics, refuelers, and repairers, just to name a few. But if you misbehave and you fail the beacon, there's no payout for you. So that's one incentive. The other is that we're adding a proficiency rating.
And it's a lot
Responders
more
can
in depth.
earn that
It's
rating
a lot
by
more than just 5-star
successfully
system
completing
for
service
beacons
beacons.
overall.
You go from bronze up to gold, which indicates your level of experience and success, and only the top few will be able to earn platinum status, which essentially puts you on a leaderboard and marks you as one of the best playing in your region. So when broadcasting, responders offer to help, and you'll see their rating. Then you'll get to pick who you want to help you out.
Where do we
Then
see
let's say
the
you're not very
leaderboard?
good, or you like to misbehave a lot. Failing a beacon will result in losing rating. And then repeat
Like this
offenders
guy,
will
low
enter
medical rating,
the
right?
red zone.
The bald zone.
And then only really desperate people are going to take you on. We're making the system much more robust to the point of automatically determining success or failure. So we're putting a lot of focus on making the system difficult to exploit as well, in the many different ways that it can be right now. So criminal types, like you, Benoit, will have to get much more creative.
It's
So
like,
yeah, that's a great.
because an easy way to exploit this, right? I have my buddy who also wants to help, who also wants to pirate people, give me a positive rating on a lot of medical beacons, and then people will still accept me, and then we go together. He might get the kill, but you can still boost your rank, right? So that's the kind of things that they need to think about. How are we going to fix this and prevent people from
the
just
beacon
artificially
broadcaster's
inflating their
perspective,
ranking?
Right? Pretty cool stuff. But they're not
Which
the
is
only ones
basically
getting ganked.
leaderboards 101. If
The
if you look
beacon
at Forza
responders, they're
Horizon
also in a bad
5,
position. So
leaderboards
what
are
are we doing
basically
for the beacon
worthless because the
responders?
top
Well, we want to
100
give
are
you
always
some
just
idea of
people
the risk
who
you're putting
exploited the
yourself
game.
into by responding to the beacon. So we're adding trust rating. So if we look at this person who's looking for some help to repair here, well, you can see their last 5 recent beacons that they broadcasted. They have 2 neutral ones. Something's gone wrong, but it wasn't necessarily bad or illegal. Then they have a red one. That's bad. They have been up to something. But they have also been successful with 2 beacons. So, well, at least you can assess the situation before going into it. It ensures your safety when doing a good deed. And yeah, I think that's it for beacons.
What if they don't have 5 beacons, though? Is it going to only show 1 dot?
That's what we need to talk about, right? Which we're really excited for.
Or does that show as neutral?
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Double wiener.
Exciting. I like this one.
Double hot dog.
In Sweden, we call this a double barrel.
Well, it's not time for lunch just yet. So, who would like to talk about player organization?
Bring it in the game.
That's all right.
It sounds like we've got a few people in orgs in the house today. But Benoit, you talked about this a while ago, right?
It's been 84 years.
Titanic.
So, I was originally asked to...
Orgs are being brought into the game.
Behind how organizations would work in the very early days of the project. A younger Ben, big ideas, same ideas, now action. You have no idea how happy I am that we're finally tackling this task and this design in the game to truly give you all the tools you need to make your empire in SC. There are more than 70,000 organizations registered on the RSI website.
I mean, I knew it would be a high number, didn't think it was that high.
999 of them of decent size, and then test. Ridiculous.
Too big.
But all of those have custom identities, logos, charter. The amount of creative and high-quality content you guys have always produced has always amazed us and inspired us. Those orgs range from a small group of friends with just the name to large companies spanning a large amount of players with the intent to share wealth, missions, and campaigns together. Now, we want to make those orgs matter in the game.
Yes.
Should you choose to join or create
I
an
like
organization,
everything I'm
we want
hearing
this
so
social
far.
aspect to be part of your progression. But don't let me spoil it. Let's get a real designer to cover this stuff. JJ,
Also, we're seeing
you
new
are
armors in
a
there too, I think,
self-proclaimed
maybe?
big MMO player yourself, so why don't you give us the details?
I didn't realize I went around self-proclaiming so much, but thank you. But as an MMO player, I understand that different terminology is used in a lot of different games, so I just wanted to very quickly go over how we're using it in Star Citizen. So orgs, as many of you know, the players coming together to achieve a goal, whatever you want your goals to be. We give you the framework, and you set it up and drive it forward.
Buccaneers.
And we were going to shout a few of them out, but I was actually told we couldn't play favorites, so we actually made our own. So we've got the Fellowship of JJ and
the Bolt's Fault Buccaneers.
Those guys.
You guys made your own orgs?
Yeah, we kind of left you out. Sorry about that, James.
We also have NPC factions, and they're already in the game. And you can earn or lose reputation with them. Now, contracts and doing nice things will earn you rep. And killing and stealing and all of that horrible stuff you love, Ben, that will lose you rep. Ling and Redwind and the ones that you can see on there are just a few examples, and there's going to be a lot more to come going forward. Now, there are also guilds, like the Interstellar Transport Guild. And these are essentially
because all of these are
collections
companies
factions,
of the Transport
and we're putting them in a
Guild.
position to be more prevalent.
What? You're saying there's something bigger than factions?
Oh, yeah. So they're going to be something you interact with a lot, and they essentially handle contracts for the factions. But you will earn rep with both still, but as the bigger entity, the guild will be much more important. And you'll find out a lot more about guilds tomorrow at the Stars My Destination presentation at the end of tomorrow.
Again, a tease.
But now,
These
we
guys
can dive into some of our new org systems.
playing with my emotions too much.
Let's start with the basics. I want to find, or I want to recruit for an org.
Yeah, so welcome to the new app for everything orgs.
Jeez, with the mask.
Man, that is like
Orgs
sweet nothings.
can be big and complex, and as we said, some of them have thousands of members. So when we designed the app, well, we made sure that we took this into account, but it's also something that we can expand on moving forward. So let's have a look at it.
Now, I'd like to point out that the Fellowship of JJ, like every designer-based org, is really focused on things like progression gameplay and mission and crafting and leveling up. But my Bolt's Fault Buccaneers, no, they're the real deal. Now, we don't do any of that stuff. Now, we're in it for profit, interdiction lines,
Been there,
shipboarding
done
action.
that. We don't give
we
a
get
fuck.
all that sweet cargo for free.
For free? That sounds pretty illegal, Ben.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's in those crates?
Slam!
Anyway, it sounds like you guys might be interested in joining some big orgs. Well, I prefer something smaller. So I think it's fair to say that we
So it
like
shows
different ways,
when it
and we want to
originates, so
join
you can
different
filter
orgs.
out, you
The
know,
recruitment
brand new
tab
ones that
is the place to
maybe
find
are
So we're
short-lived.
giving you the tools to promote your org
You can see
to
member
potential
size,
members
spoken
in order to give
language.
a best first impression to them.
I've just noticed that, Ben. You might want to have a word with Rich. It looks like...
What?
Like he doesn't want you.
No way.
Also, I think
I'll have to
that
speak with him.
unless people
Anyway,
format
yes,
their
so we're
logo
adding
correctly,
filters
you're going to
for
see a
when
lot
you're
of really
basically trying to
bad
find a home.
clipping
And
in
we
how
wanna
the
cater to all
logo
types
shows
of
up.
players, 'cause we're a massive
So
game, right?
probably want to
The
make
orgs
sure
are
you're
combining
uploading
tons
PNGs
of different
only
gameplay
or
in
something that
tons of different
supports
ways.
transparency.
So you can search by name if there's an infamous org you've encountered out there in the verse or online. You can search by size. So if you're after a big and active org like me, or a small and more close-knit org like Gabriel. Then you can also search by the gameplay focuses you enjoy. So maybe you love trading in PvP, or maybe you like events like the Daymar Rally. Safe.
Filters
Yeah.
pretty much always good.
So I guess you'd end up
Anytime
searching
you can
for,
add
say,
filters to a
social
search,
racing, maybe?
makes things
What
a
if I
lot
love
easier to find
committing
stuff.
crime and roleplay, asking for a friend?
What's that got to do with the presentation? Anyway, you can search for whatever you like, and if it's not there, why not just create it yourself?
So, we allowed you to join multiple orgs back in 2014. I can still do that, right?
Oh yeah. So we're keeping it supported, and we're actually doing the status and
Oh,
thing. We're
look.
going one bigger.
One bigger.
So we're giving you an additional one to join when we actually bring it into the game too. And we wanted to keep it because we've all played games where it's far too limited. Like one org per character just isn't enough for a game this size.
Yeah, and here you get an idea of what the full screen will look like. It's going to be your one-stop shop for joining or finding players for your org. So let's have a look at the core functions and features to look forward to in the rest of the app. This is the summary tab.
This is when you click
On here,
a
you can select one
org
of
on the
orgs that are
side,
in
right?
on the left-hand side, and
I've
you'll
seen
see
a lot of
summary, a lot of
similarities in
at-a-glance
that layout with Discord.
So we'll introduce some of these one at a time. So first off, announcements and org information.
Yes.
Simple stuff. You use them how you want to. Also, we're adding an events log. So in here, you'll get a summary of important events within the org and changes to org statuses or settings. In short, these things, well, it's a big verse, and it's easy to miss cool things that happen in your org. And these features will help you stay on top of the day-to-day life of being an org member.
Okay, we're also adding an events calendar. So,
oh my gosh,
by default,
so good. Yes, that's worth a clap.
So by default, it's going to be populated with our in-game events, so you never miss a thing. But more
Communicating
importantly,
when you want to do
you'll obviously
something
be able
is
to add your own as well.
one of the hardest
So
things to
you'll
do
never
right
miss
now.
another
This is
meetup to get together for group
so
content. It's
needed.
tough to get everyone on at the same time, right? So use this for your Convoy Tuesdays, Casual Fridays, holding hands in Horizon Saturdays, whatever you want.
Getting crushed by the Buccaneers on Monday.
That's Gabriel's favorite.
It is my favorite.
Remember that it is our intent that all the features we're looking at here are available on Spectrum as well, allowing you to access this info even if you're not in the game. This applies to parties, comms, friends, and all other functions. So, I can join multiple orgs, like the Buccaneers, the Corvette Club, or the Slam Truckers. But how will others see me in the verse if I have multiple choices? Surely I need to pick a banner.
So that's covered by something new called representing. And it's actually quite similar to the existing affiliation main status system on the website. So if you're into multiple orgs, you choose which one you want to represent, but you can only represent one
that
at a
would be
time.
your primary org.
Now, there are ongoing benefits for being in orgs, which we'll get to in a minute, but you choosing who you represent asks which one you want to benefit from at any
And you don't
given
want to
time.
let them
But
get
why?
benefits
Well,
for every
we wanted to
single
support
org, because
players who
then
like
you
to play
can
with different groups of friends.
game the system by
But
just
we didn't want
joining
players
as
who are
many
just
orgs
in
as
one to
possible
be a major
and get
disadvantage to those
overlapping
that are in the full
benefits.
six. Because really, joining multiple orgs should be your choice and not feel like it's a necessity.
And there's no need for you to switch which org you're representing to see things like this Moby screen or org chat. But we want to put limitations on how often you can switch to avoid exploiting the systems. And we don't want to punish anyone who's, well, playing by the rules. And a big part of representing is visualizing it in-world. We want you to be able to fly your banner for your org. So we're adding another MMO staple to the game. Tags.
Yeah!
So the org leader will be able to set a tag for the org, and this gets appended to the
I better
name
see a lot of
while
OJE
you're
tags
representing.
out there, folks.
So you can easily see who is in which org at a glance. So we'll have it in chats, in world, and if you're not interested in this stuff, well, you have the option to turn it off as well.
How novel! We'll be able to identify people around us. JJ, I'm
Neat.
curious. You mentioned guilds before, and I'm guessing they fit into this somehow.
Yes, so you may have spotted a few references on the UI to alignment earlier, but what is it? So, it's your opportunity to form a relationship between org and in-game guild. Now, just as you in personal rep with the guilds, you can with your org now as well. So your org leaders pick which one you want to align with, and while representing, org members doing specific action, like contracts with them, will increase the org's alignment with the guild. But which guild should you pick? So all of our guilds are going to have a specific theme and associated gameplay. And you can basically pick the one that matches your theme or benefits your org the most. So a combat-focused org, like the Fellowship, might want to align with themselves with the Mercenary Guild. Or one that enjoys making cash through trading and hauling, they'd probably want to align with the Interstellar Transport Guild.
Yeah, so how do these benefits work? Well, as your alignment with a guild, as it raises, you both unlock new benefits from that guild, as well as improve your previously unlocked benefits. So, for example, if I align my org
we're probably
with
going to
the
do a
Academy of
mercenary
Science
guild.
We might get research speed improvements. As my org performs contracts for this guild, alignment
There's space
raises,
here for
and that
another
speed benefit gets better.
guild. They're going to show something
And
here.
Needless to say, other guilds will
So
have
maybe we can
other
multi-class
types of
and do...
Finally, on guild alignment, you are not locked in forever. You can switch at any time. However, that will put your alignment back at 0. So it's a big choice.
So every member
like something
gets
has to
full
vote on
benefits.
it.
Well, not necessarily. We're also introducing loyalty. So it's similar to the org's alignment with a guild, but this represents your relationship to the org you're in.
Basically like a
Anything you do
multiplier
that benefits the org
to the
while you are
benefits you
representing
get.
it
So
will gain you
50%
loyalty.
might be like it halves your
So
benefit.
for example, you could be doing missions for the org-aligned guild, or you could be depositing money and materials into org storage.
Org storage? Another tease.
Ooh.
Still my beating heart. Did he just say org storage?
Ultimately, we wanted to encourage long-term membership.
Ship
because
sharing,
we don't think you
materials,
should just be able to join
credits,
an well-established org and then just get everything instantly
weapons,
for no effort.
items.
So to put it simply, having low loyalty limits what you gain from the org's alignment benefits, and having high loyalty gives you full access.
Oh, that's what
We
it
also
is. The
wanted
personal
org leadership
loyalty
to be
fills
able
in
to
that
view
spot.
members' current loyalty and use it as a tool to reward appropriately with things like ranks and permissions. And then loyalty resets to 0 when you leave an org, so there's some incentive for sticking around.
Wait, does that mean
Crafting is another one.
loyalty
That's a good point.
if I change my representation away?
No, so not representing puts your contributions or ongoing benefits on hold. So when you start representing again, you essentially just pick up where you left off.
But what if I leave the org?
It's not very loyal, so it resets.
Right. Well, so, you know, in my org, my Buccaneers, they're mostly scoundrels, and so they tend to join and leave, and, you know, it's not very loyal in general. Larger orgs, they
No
tend to be a
loyalty
pain to
among
manage.
thieves, right?
With the flow of joiners and leavers, do we have any tools to help managers like me?
Well, let's have a look at the Members tab. So this is less complex than the previous tabs, but it's equally important. This is where you see, the community of your org and your place in it. So in here, you'll be able to manage members. You can
Again,
leave
Master
notes
Crafter, they keep
and
teasing it.
see the ranks of members. And as we did with the friends list and the party list, we're adding rich presence in here as well. This is the rank
Sorry,
panel.
I got to go back.
It gives you a clear indication.
Org owner, officer, member, initiate. We got ranks. That is huge, guys. I'm trying to think the last time I updated ranks for the Odd Job Entertainment org.
This is the rank panel.
It doesn't do anything in the game right now.
Where you sit within the community. And you'll see
Permissions
on here, but that's something that we'll delve more into at a later date. For now, I'll just say that the leader might be able to determine permissions for each rank, and well, it could be things like inviting new members or accessing org storage.
Stop teasing us with org storage. God.
Come on.
You got to talk about it if you're
All right,
going to keep teasing
orgs
it.
form and friendship and animosities build up. Maybe my Buccaneers and the Fellowship of JJ don't really see eye to eye most of the time.
Rivalries.
It would be great for this to translate in game, wouldn't it?
Rivalries, org rivalries, please.
So yeah, it's a good job we got it covered, which is with our new alliances and rivalry system. So you're going to have the ability to create alliances and go to war. And there are many reasons to make friends. You might want to have trading partners, or you might want to group up for protection if you're playing somewhere like Pyro. And at the same time, there are
OJE versus everybody.
Maybe an org keeps attacking or stealing from you. Alliances forming are an agreement between two org leaders, and it has to be mutual. You can't force someone to be friends.
Unlike real life.
Yeah, you kind of get stuck with your coworkers, and then you have to play friendly.
And you could respond here as well.
Not that I'd know anything about
And
that.
as a bonus, allied orgs are going to have additional lines of communication, like alliance chat, or being able to share alliance events on the calendar, just to name a few.
So, rivalry, that isn't a mutual agreement. If someone decides you're their rival, well, tough luck. However, you could reach a mutual agreement
Gonna catch
to make a
hands.
truce, putting you back at neutral. And there's no real benefit to having rivals, so we want to make them easy to identify. That's why alliances and rivalries tie directly into hostility indicators. So just like now,
The tags.
you'll be able to see neutral contacts in white
KOS,
and
kill
party
on
members show up
sight.
in blue, whereas your org wingmen will come in a dark green and your allied orgs in a paler green. Your rivals will show up in red.
Or people in your kill list.
The kill list, people on your kill list that we mentioned before, will also show up in red or orange. If you're not, well, they're not legal to attack. That's the go straight to jail card if you kill them here. So we'll be adding accessibility options for this stuff as well, to make sure that everybody can benefit from these updates.
Yeah, because it'd be really bad if you were colorblind and you shoot a blue target because you can't see the colors.
So, that's everything for orgs today, but it's just the tip of the social iceberg. And we didn't have time to show you everything, but there's lots more to show in the future. And we're super excited because we finally get to deliver it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Now, what have we
but
learned?
when?
We're upgrading Star Citizen social tools to MMO size.
I
With a
know
new
that that's
social
the
app in
that's the
Mobiglass,
bad word. You
proper
can't
tools
say
to manage
when.
parties with rich
The Star
presence,
Citizen,
ready
but
check, and ship information.
when?
Rich
This is
chat
so
with the
good,
Nazis
but when
normally present in
when can I
every
use
game.
it?
A new party finder, a system that allows you to find players to play with. Revamp beacons and guide system powered by rating and proficiency. On orgs, we're bringing orgs in the game.
Yes, finally.
We're obviously with a new orgs app, but also alignment. So you align your org with a guild and get benefits for your members, representations, which identifies you in the verse and gives you benefits and loyalty to your orgs, and alliances and rivalry to identify friend from foe. And now, We're going to leave you with a short video to end on because we couldn't show everything we're working on. But what would it look like in the unlikely event where our two powerhouse orgs came together as one?
And my org, right?
Yeah, it's a little teaser for tomorrow's Crafting Your Home presentation and what you can build together as an org, and teasing something else coming in the future. Have a great Citizencon, guys. See you there.
See ya.
Yeah, merch! Org merch! Woo! We're gonna have to update the logo. We're gonna need to spice it up. Yeah. Ship skins, camos, armors. We're gonna make some awesome skins, guys. OJE is gonna be the one everyone wants to wear.
Sometimes it's just the simple things, isn't it?
Yes.
Let me put that
Like
back
that
when I
jacket.
could.
I want that jacket so bad.
All right, so we're at our midway point of day one, guys. We're going to take about a 45-minute to 60-minute break, depending on some technical stuff that we're going to figure out backstage. This is your chance to go get some food, go to the bathroom, stretch your hammies, whatever you entertain yourself for the next 45 minutes. But come right back. We're coming back with the cosplay contest and then 2 presentations. I promise it's only up from here. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you in about an hour.
I can't handle more up. I'm already like so high on the copium. Okay, so 45 minutes. Let's do some math. Where are we at? We're at, so that'd be 4.5. Okay, maybe they did go for the full, They really ran out the timer, didn't they? Yeah, we're going to take a look at the cosplay contest. Okay, we're going to pause it here. Like I said before, I drank like a full gallon before. Not my best moment. I should have planned ahead a little better. Maybe given myself, you know, something to absorb all that liquid, because my bladder is not doing it. So I got to go pee. I'll be right back. And remember to mute the microphone so no one hears me power spraying the porcelain. All right, both of the things I was printing for my parents just finished, so I'm just going to send them a quick text, let them know that they're done. Headphone cable got stuck under the wheels. Come on. This is why I switched to wireless headphones. Would be really nice if they were doing their job and working correctly. I'm back to the days of tossing my super long cord onto my desk to keep it off the floor.
Am I on?
Got myself some Ritz crackers to re-energize.
Parlez-vous français?
Je parle français.
That's all I got. I'm gonna do for much. All right. Thanks, man. Hi, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. Like I said, we added an extra 15 minutes to that to get us on schedule and stuff, because that 5:30 thing has to be like right at 5:30. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. We are back in Hall B, which is what we colloquially refer to as the UEE Barbary. This is our Bengal hangar here. Let's go ahead and take a look around. Do a spin around. People see me enough. No. Show the thing. There we go. Look at all those people. Say hi, everybody. You're on YouTube.
The tan shirt did not want to be on camera.
My understanding is that if you're on YouTube, it automatically makes you a better person. All right.
Nope, so not true. Not true at all.
In case you guys missed the beginning of the show, we're going to explore the hangar area.
All Brothers,
of,
KSI,
Barbary.
so many bad examples.
Here. We made you wait before, but we're going to take a look at this big guy. Excuse me, everybody. Old man hobbling.
Mr. Beast more recently.
No, I'm on. Wait, what do you want? What's going on? What's going on? All right, that's cool. Let's go do this.
Where am I going to?
All right, we are going to this thing. Now, this is the Hornet F7A made by our partners at Mango Stone.
Mark II.
It is fantastic.
F7A, Mark
let's
II.
do another tour of the hangar, of the Hornet here, and I'll talk a little bit about it. Show the people the magic. So Mango Stone is a company down in the south of England. They've been doing all kinds of stuff for us. When we revealed the Manchester office, everybody knows we moved into the new Manchester studio about two and a half years ago. Mango Stone helped decorate a whole big part of it. They've done a number of mannequins and armor sets for us and helmets, and including 3 major ship models. Nothing this size, but they helped decorate the office. And when it came time for Citizencon, we were like, CIG.
I'm gonna let him cook for a little bit. If he's gonna show something cool,
we're like, yeah, we could probably do a Hornet.
We'll watch it.
And then we found out how big it is. Do you know the Hornet in-game, like the actual in-game measurements, are 75 feet by 75 feet as a perfect square? That thing is huge. This guy here is 50 feet by 50 feet and still the same size as an F-16. So yeah, the Hornet in game is very big. And Nate Dearsley, hold on, if you're watching,
it's a little bigger in the game than a real world ship would be, because if you guys remember, like way back in the day, all the ships were smaller. One of the worst offenders, in my opinion, because it was the ship that I owned at the time, was the Avenger Titan. Could not get through the ship without clipping horribly. So all the ships had to get expanded with new size metrics to allow for players to actually navigate their ships without getting horrible clipping all the time. So they are a little roided out all the time. But that's why you can't have exact life-size measurements in a game, because it does not look or work well.
Watching Nate, if you didn't make the Hornet so big, you wouldn't have had to make the Bengal so big. All right, let's keep looking. So this thing is pretty cool. Mango Stone is one of our trusted partners here. They've done all kinds of work for us.
They even got rivet panels.
I asked them what we were going to do with the Hornet after Citizencon, and we've got a lot of ideas. Nothing
You
I
can
can
bring it to my
reveal
yard.
today, but
I just cleared out space for
let's
it.
just say that Citizencon this year will not be the last you see of this amazing 50 by 50 by, I forgot how tall
That's
it
got to
is.
be like a
Probably more than
centerpiece of the
3 or
studio.
4
This
feet.
needs to be what people see when they
I like the lighting
come
effect.
in
Look
for
at
a
this gun.
tour.
Let's
They're
go
just
look at
greeted by
who knows what
the
gun
guns
this is?
facing them.
I mean, obviously it's Apocalypse Arms, but what model is it? Remnant? This is a Remnant?
It was on the tip of my tongue. Just too slow.
Now, one of the
It
things
looks
Mango
really
Stone is
good.
known for is making
It's probably
weapon props for
it's
major
probably the
motion pictures.
best
One
part of the
movies that
model
you might have
is
seen
the
their stuff from
Gatlings.
is The Force Awakens, where they made a lot of the Stormtrooper armor and all their weapons in kit for that movie.
Okay, so now we got a better view of those coils. So they're not actually copper wires. We're seeing some faceting. A lot of this is probably foam board and cardboard pieced together and then painted over, you know, with Bondo and stuff like that to smooth it out. But kind of leaves the circles behind because, I mean, that's one of the limitations, right? Like every time you make something circular, you're limited by how many facets you can get on there. So this looks kind of evident. Like this kind of looks like the evidence I would expect from a Pepakura thing. These look like they could be stacks of foam board. I've never built a massive prop like this, so I'm not sure if the techniques change a whole lot. I would imagine that they do, right? Because there's going to be a lot more weight on this structure than like just a cosplay suit. Let's skip ahead a bit. Does he show anything besides the Hornet?
Stuff. And then it goes in my pocket.
No, it's really just intermission stuff.
Worked on it at CIG throughout, but
Okay, we'll back up just a little. This is the first guy.
Who is cosplaying as...
Okay, there's this person, so go back a little further to make sure we catch everybody. These are fellow community members that worked really hard to make these suits, so I want to give them some love. But Schlag says it gets weird during judging, so when they get to the judging, we'll
This year, we're doing things a little bit different. Previously, we did a first, second, and third place. However, instead of doing that, this year, we're going to be rewarding people based on the following categories, starting with Best in Show, Most Creative, Best Performance, and for our fourth one,
I really hope someone
you guys
cosplays
get to
as
decide
Pico.
because we're doing audience favorite. This year, for our prizes, let's talk about that for a minute. Who here has ever heard of a Tobii eye tracker?
I've heard of one. I have one.
Okay. And how many of you guys have actually used one before?
I have. They're great.
Okay, awesome.
I wish they'd sponsor me.
If you're not familiar with the Tobii eye tracker, it is the only device that is capable of tracking both head and eye movements, allowing you to take your Star Citizen immersion to the next level through effortlessly following your targets, locking on with just a glance, bringing your character's facial animations to life, and more. So, now for the prizes. Our Best in Show winner
Probably
will
Tobii
receive
Eye Tracker.
a Tobii Eye Tracker 5, complete with an accessory bundle, which includes a mounting kit, carrying case, and a tripod bracket. All of our other winners will also receive a Tobii Eye Tracker 5, and they don't know this yet, and I'm announcing this on stage, but all of our contestants will also receive an RSI Zeus MK2 ES with LTI and a game package.
All right, you know, maybe I should take the cosplay a little more seriously.
Contestants today.
That's definitely a good way to get people to volunteer for next year.
Awesome. Contestants, let's get the show rolling. Our first contestant is Shiley. Shiley is cosplayed as a pyro bounty hunter. Shiley, I'm going to have you stand
Very
right
cool.
here.
That's one of my favorite helmets. It's one of the...
All right, and our second contestant today is Hydrosa, who is cosplaying as an advocacy agent.
I like the glasses. Look at that undersuit. That's really good. Undersuit is one of the things that really makes or break these kinds of cosplay. You see the same thing with Halo.
And our third contestant is Faber Finn, cosplaying as a mining worker.
I like the bomber jacket.
I think I've seen this outfit on ISC at one point. All right, and for our fourth contestant, we have Cat Goddess dressed as Molly. If you saw our commercials from last year's IAE, you might recognize her. Oh, what do we have here?
She's got a Pico. She wins.
Who wants a Pico?
Oh, bribery! I love it!
Thought we had a deal.
Bribing the audience, I think. All right, and up next we have Amon Grask, who is a Xi'an diplomat.
Oh, wow.
That was cool.
It's a real life character. Yeah.
Looks like a rubber mask.
I love it.
That's really cool. Good on you, man.
Really cool.
All right, and our sixth contestant is Little Drift Boy as Garmin.
There should be a category for someone who suffered the most in their costume, because that guy gets it. Wearing those rubber masks, miserable experience.
Humble, another IAE fan favorite.
I love it. Look at that helmet. It looks so clean. Pretty decent undersuit as well.
All right, and up next we have Dana as Pico the plushie.
Yes! Yes! There's our winner right there. Pico wins. Surely that's the crowd favorite, right?
Just making sure you can see with that thing, okay?
Nope, they can't see at all.
We have another Pico up next, Carlito.
Oh, now my heart's torn. Little penguin shuffle. Cute. He's got the snowboard.
He's got a snowboard.
And he's gonna flash the audience. What's he showing? Oh, come on! He had a Drake Interplanetary shirt on.
As a duster.
Camera guy failed us there. I think I've seen this one on the community hub. This is a really cool to see it moving around like that.
All right, now that we have all of our contestants on stage, judges, feel free to come take a closer look, ask questions, and let me know when you're ready to make your final call.
Now everybody feels like they're part of a meat market.
Nice. Good detail.
You can fight the crime first, or you can eat the burrito first. Nice.
Right.
Nice.
Kat is asking Garmin
you cannot.
if he fought crime today.
All right. Oh, good. That's the best thing.
Yeah.
Oh, good to see you. How you been?
Exactly.
Oh, good. Yeah, doing great.
Yeah, now the awkward
Doing
part.
great. All right, yeah. Still one of my favorites.
Wow.
Red glowing eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Nice touch for the Pico.
This is great. The mining outfit.
Is it true you guys eat pellets?
That's right. So how'd you do that?
So not everybody has their mic on. Only one guy has his mic on, and I think that's
so cool.
No, it just spittled everywhere.
So you
That's
can turn
probably
around
one of the
for this?
weirder parts because you can
Yeah.
only hear one of the judges walking
The
around.
retro reflective
That's
shader on here?
nice.
All right. Very cool.
Can you do the Garmin?
How many followers do you have? How's Orson?
Good than you?
Love it.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very nice.
Okay, let's get on with it. All really cool entries. Everybody on stage should be really proud.
Yes. Okay, look.
Oh my gosh. Okay, real quick, judges, are you good to turn your mics off?
Yes.
All right, if we can turn the mics off for our judges while they decide who our winners are going to be.
Yeah, no more
Give
hot
me a little
mic.
test.
I'm glad they got it.
All right, I think the mics are off. All right, cool. In the meantime, Hydrosa has given me a tiger claw to give out to the audience. And, oh, are you giving me one too? Okay, let's do this. So I don't want to chuck this thing because it's quite heavy. But if you have not gone
Just
to the
beam
community
someone
booth
in the
section
head.
yet, there might be a device that you can put this into that will maybe redeem a prize in game. How do we want to give this out? Let's see. All right.
Okay, let's get forward. Yeah, none of us are there. None of us are going to win the Tiger Claw.
Forward. Thinking. All right, the judges have decided, and our
good timing.
audience favorite
I'm getting better at this.
is Duster. Awesome. And as I mentioned before, our prizes today are supplied by Toby, who's actually here with us. Toby, welcome Toby on the stage, everybody.
Literally some guy named Toby. Hey, Toby.
Can I borrow two of you guys to carry some of the prizes, and then we'll take a picture? Come up here, too. Here,
I like how the alien guy's
can you hold
playing it
that?
up.
Give it.
All right. Good job, guys. Oh, second.
Maybe redeem a prize. Who is our best performance winner?
Yeah.
Can
Oh, wait. That was probably it, wasn't it?
All right, Armando, can you tell us who is our best performance performance winner.
Yeah, it was pretty hard, man. We're gonna go with Pico.
Congratulations. And Kat, what do you got for us for most creative?
Anyone that stops crime and eats burritos in armor that good a quality is the most creative. So it's Garmin Humble, guys.
Awesome. All right, so for...
Okay, so we got to go back further. Sorry.
Jesus.
The Xi'an Diplomat.
How far back is it?
Who is our Best in Show winner today?
Okay, here's Best in Show.
Well, everyone's a Best in Show winner, but there can only be one.
Jesus.
The Xi'an Diplomat.
Congratulations. All right, Armando, can you tell us who is our best...
Before this? Even more?
You know what? I do not regret...
Oh, there's people in the crowd winning. That's what you're talking about. I might have just spoiled it for myself. There's a dude walking around in a med gown.
Med gowns, clearly. Oh, we... White shirt over there. Come to the front of the stage. He knows who he is. There you go.
Thank you.
and then we have a med pen. I
All right,
think
we
we
figured
have
it
to
out.
give this to the ones with the med gowns, clearly. Oh, we got two. Let's go. Med gowns, come up here.
Then he just leaves his med gown in a box. Oh, he's got the box. That's perfect.
You know what? I do not regret this decision. Thank y'all. All right, judges, how are we looking? You need more time? You guys are good? All right, so starting with our Best in Show, Forrest, let us know, who is our Best in Show winner today?
Well, everyone's a Best in Show winner, but there can only be one.
Jesus.
The Xi'an Diplomat.
That guy's face is so sweaty right now.
All right, Armando,
So happy he won.
can you tell us who is our Best Performance winner?
Yeah, it was pretty hard, man. We're gonna go with Pico.
Congratulations. And Kat, what do you got for us for most creative?
Anyone that stops crime and eats burritos in armor that good a quality is the most creative. So it's Garmin Humble, guys.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, so for you guys are all right next to each other. Okay, if we can have you guys step forward. Now we're going to do you as well. Oh, you might need help. That's okay. We got you. We got you. Garmin Humble's here if you need extra help too. Okay, so now we have to decide our audience favorite. So let's do this. We're gonna come over here with our judges, and we're gonna go one by one to see how much hype you guys can give our contestants to find out who is going to win our audience favorite. Sound good? Cool.
Ready for like the one person just belting it out.
Let's give it up for Duster. That's a lot of hype. All right, and next, let's give it up for Pico.
So imagine you're on stage. Would you feel more upset with no applause, or just a little bit of applause, like a pity applause? Like all of these guys did really good, so I'm sure that they're all pretty happy.
All right, and now we have our minor.
I think it's between the minor and Duster.
And our advocacy agent.
But I think based on the applause, Duster took it. What did they say?
And last, our Pyro Bounty Hunter. All right, judges. Let me come back over here. This is a very long stage.
Mm-hmm.
Who are we thinking? All right, the judges have decided, and our audience favorite is Duster. Awesome. And as I mentioned before, our prizes today are supplied by Toby, who's actually here with us.
All right,
Toby,
now we can skip forward.
welcome.
Yeah, Darth Duster is a good word for it. More intermission stuff. They got the cool bangle in the background. That's neat. They said something about this has to be right at 5:30. Imagine if Squadron 42 is released right now and I'm watching this totally unaware. How funny would that be? Watch this? This part here, or do I need to go back?
Going to ruin these people's day. We have some exclusive shirts for attendees. I'm just bulling a China shop. We
Go
have
back
some
to the
cool
model. Okay.
Giveaway pack.
Not too far. The margin of error. Ooh, okay, so they actually give like a nice walk around. All right. If they're not just referencing it in the background, this is worth watching.
The UEE Retribution.
有15个人左右，然后我们所有的
300
团队
pieces, 10
成员
feet
都
long,
几
and
乎
then
为
merch
参
store
与
with
过
more
工作
stuff we can't get. Yeah.
So it's around 15 people, and almost everyone in the crew have worked on for the retribution model.
Sorry, was that
Oh, so
15 or
this
50?
is not a
15.
Bengal, is it? It's
Still a lot of people. That's still
it's
a
the
lot of
even
people.
bigger one.
And as you can see, there's a lot
I
of
think they
detail in here,
did
so that makes sense.
a Bengal before, though,
Can
right?
you
Like this is the
briefly
same
explain
group.
the process between taking the concept of the retribution and then making it into this massive physical model. What was that process like?
可以简短的讲述一下是如何从概念做到模型上面这个部分的。
是这样的，我们先从网络上面搜索所有的关于惩戒的图片，然后我们将这些图片素材用于我们的建模。我们完成建模以后，我们会进行3D 打印，然后来制作。
So we searched on the internet to find all the images we could find for the retribution. Then we bring all the images we could find into the 3D printing.
Because CIG does not have a good way for themselves to share models with the community without violating their IP, and because of their contractual obligations with groups like JRDF, it's unlikely that we'll get it, but it would be really cool if we could collaborate and make fan-based models, but that's not going to happen unless they change something, and I'm obviously not salty about that at all.
关于它的颜色，这个颜色的话，我们是根据我们对于星际公民中的飞船配色认知，然后来自行设计的。
So about the coloring that we use the retribution is based on our understanding of the color Star Citizen use in the game. So with some of our understanding and the interpretation of the color that we use in retribution.
See, the cool thing is it's not all just gray, right?
Guys.
Like it's different
And,
colors of
one
gray.
Last quick question
It's
before we
subtle,
just
but it
kind of
makes a
stare
big
at this
difference for the
amazing
presentation.
Ship. What's your favorite detail of the ship?
The giant gun down the middle.
是尾部的喷口，因为尾部的喷口在汉房间中亮起来的时候，那种照亮整个墙震撼感是无可比拟的。
So his favorite part of the retribution is the main thrust lightening of the ship, because when you light it up, it will light up the whole room, the whole wall, and it's very amazing and beautiful.
Well, thank you guys. Let's take a look at that lighting. We'll get you guys into position for the next bit right now. So let's take a quick look at the retribution. This thing is amazing. It is massive. It's probably over, I would say, 10 feet long. This thing is huge. It's been at previous bar Citizens that we've had in Asia. It's awesome to have it here at Citizencon. We're really, really happy that this thing made it to Manchester. It is so...
I see the point about weathering it. Weathering, I think it depends on how much time they were given, right? Like, how long before the event did they know that they were going to be making this, before they got commissioned? Because weathering, it can really make or break a model, but you know, when you consider the scale,
so much detail.
It's different to scale a massive
space, but it's
model like this, or something that is intended to be massive,
yeah, we're really
versus like a fighter.
We're gonna go
because you can go a lot heavier on a fighter without making it look overdone.
I'm gonna throw it over to
but
Sam. Sam, why don't you throw
that
us
same level
to
of
this
detail
awesome bit
on a
right over
massive
here?
model,
Absolutely,
suddenly
Dan.
it falls apart.
So we have an amazing model of everyone's favorite,
Whoa.
Port Olisar, right here, near and dear to my heart. Many a year have I spent easily and quickly getting to the ASOPs and buying things and getting rammed off of my pads by unruly and griefers. So
Is
I
this
have a couple
the,
more questions for you guys about this.
Hold on, is this what they were talking about in the itinerary with the a friend from the past? Is that what they were going on? Let's see, let's check the schedule, see if that's a legendary friend from Citizencon's past. They built freaking Port Olisar.
This build, if that's okay. What's this model made out of?
奥丽莎的是用什么做成的？
奥丽莎它主要的结构是由3D 打印所制作，但是在其中我们加入了一些金属梁，用于增强稳定。
So mainly the Port Olisar is made by 3D printing, basically the resin, and we also add the main metal structure to make it more solid.
Wow, that's really cool. So do you know roughly how much does it weigh?
你知道它大概有多重吗？
大概在700公斤左右。
So it's roughly around 700 kilograms.
Wow.
You can tell that they were
must have
definitely
been
able to get a lot more
challenge to get
details
over here
on
to
this one, because
country.
there's
So
obviously a
when you
lot
were
more
building
details to
this,
look at.
what
We
would you say
had
was
this in
the
game
most
for so
difficult
long.
part of putting this build together?
在制作的过程中，哪个部分是
What was
最
the
困难的？
legendary character from Citizencon's past then? Did I just totally miss that?
停机坪区域中的就是停机坪表面 难度在于在我们的比例下，它的厚度将只有4毫米厚。我们要确保它在如此薄的情况下还不产生变形。
So it's a landing pad area. So on the surface of the landing pad, by the scale we are using to make for the Olisa, we have to make it not bending with like just a few millimeter to make it still solid.
Okay, I'll keep watching.
这个提平的下部也是个非常大的挑战，因为下部有非常多的结构交叉在一起。这对于我们建模的工作量来说是个非常大的工程。
So also the bottom part of the landing pad, because there's so many structural intersections, they're so complex, so it was really hard for us to modeling.
No,
where does it come up? Is it during the really merch and swag store section, or is it after
station.
that?
And I'm sure everybody was just as sad as I was to see it go. Do you hope to see Port Olisar return to the verse someday?
所以你会期待奥丽莎的回归吗？
Of course. Make it an event. Can you imagine if like they did an October event?
So yes,
like,
really. So if the Olisa actually will come back, it will be so good and exciting to us.
Like a haunted
Absolutely.
Port Olisar.
Yeah.
Massive derelict.
I hope so too. I hope so too. Right. Thank you guys.
I know I mentioned the flood before, but how cool would it be to like take on something flood adjacent?
Absolutely amazing. I'm going to now pass over to my buddy, Dan, who is hanging out with the merch stand guys to show off some of the really cool stuff that we have here at Citizencon. Over to you, Dan.
Oh, hi.
Oh.
Awesome. Thank you guys at Pigeon Spaceport. I know, I just come out of nowhere.
He just keeps doing
guys. Thank you guys at Pigeon Spaceport. We're so lucky to have them and their awesome bits here at Citizencon 2954. Now, I think it's time for you guys to see a bit of where I get my fashion from. So come follow me, guys. Come follow me this way. We'll make our way through the crowd.
How much is the RSI Mark II jacket?
The merch booth. Yeah, that's a long line. I don't think I want to wait in that line. So luckily I have the CIG access pass. Come follow me. We get to skip the line.
I'm more important than these people.
Many thousands of friends.
Camera has frozen? Oh no. Let's fix that. Battery died. Gotta grab a new battery. Thank you for letting me know, Voodoo. I would not have figured that out without you. And I am not being sarcastic at all. I really appreciate it. Properties. Deactivate, activate. Hey, look at that. I'm back. You can see my ugly mugs again. That was a close one.
Friends who are watching the stream, come follow me this way. Right this way, right this way. Man, all these people are very excited for merch, and as they should be, because we have some awesome merch here at Citizencon 2954. If you guys are interested in getting some, you can go onto robertspaceindustries.com/merch. Well, that should probably take you there. If not, you'll find it on the pledge store. But we have some awesome merch. Let's take a look. At the top, we have some brand new Pico the Penguin plushies. This Pico is Pico with an attitude. This is our Pico Black Ice plushie. This
Pico
has
edgy.
a new stepdad and feels a way about it. We are very excited to bring Pico back. We have a brand new Star Citizen cap. We have some awesome, see if you can get those stickers on the other side. I don't know if you are able to get that. We also have a pin set on the far bit there. We have a brand new desk mat, which looks awesome. Look at that desk mat.
Pretty dope.
We also have some awesome physical merch. See if I can squeeze past in here. I am absolutely going to ruin these people's day. We have some exclusive shirts for attendees. I'm just bulling a China shop. We have some cool giveaway packs. Everyone is working really hard on making sure people have that. Could I get a Zeus bomber jacket? Can I get it?
All right.
They got me another Zeus bomber
This
jacket.
is why
Thank
they
you so
wanted me to
much.
watch
I
it.
have one on, but take a look at the Zeus bomber jacket. So we have the interior lining is this awesome like yellow orange, like sort of a quilted pattern. It looks and by the way feels awesome. Now these do run a little small, so make sure you're getting a size up. Let's hold this up for the camera. Look at that. We also have. Oh, that's gone forever. The cameraman just took that, and I will never get it back. We also have some cool details. We obviously have like this RSI. Hello there. We have some RSI like branding right here. We have some patches over here commemorating the Zeus Mark I. And we also have, out of the wrapper, a Pico the Penguin Black Ice Edition. This Pico has seen some things, but I can fix him. I swear I can fix him. We also have a bunch of awesome stuff. We have this UEE
Edgelord
flag.
Pico.
Let's make sure that we're holding that up properly. Look at that. We have a UEE flag for you guys to celebrate your patriotism for a united
That'd be pretty
empire
cool
on
to
Earth.
show off in
This
the background
thing
here.
is very long. It's kind of the Foundation Festival colors. I kind of like that. It's yeah. I'm going to steal that.
Yeah, I
That
like
is
the
mine,
cyan.
and you're not getting it back. What else we got? I know we have some more merch. Someone get me more merch.
Just put it on the shelf, dude. Now it's
here we go.
whoever
Thank
gets
you.
to it first.
We have a new keychain. Ooh, this is really nice.
Yeah, they were kind of showing that. The buckle looks sick.
We got keychain. We have a bunch of cool stuff. I am being told, however, that I think that's all the merch that we can show because we want you guys to be here at Citizencon getting it. So I think that's just enough time we have here at Citizencon. I'm going to throw it back over. We're going to continue the show. We'll see you guys back here later. Take care.
All right, it was worth seeing it. Let's take a look see here. Let's check out yonder pledge store. How much am I going to be losing on that bomber jacket? Where does it go now? Shop. Oh, probably the tab that says shop. Merchandise. $125. I'll have to think about it. That's expensive. Probably not. But it looks really cool.
All right. They're saying ice it. I'm wearing jeans. It doesn't work through it. You know, people tried to get me to take my pants off backstage, and I'm like, no, I didn't do it. It hurts. All right, guys. I think that's long enough of a break. Let's get back to some presentations. How about it?
Yeah!
All right. We have the first of two amazing presentations. This next one, Dress to Kill, is, well, what can I tell you?
Don't.
Who remembers Citizencon 2016? Please welcome to the stage,
Tony Z.
Who is it?
This is our
I
legendary
can't see it.
friend from CitizenCon's past.
Oh no, it's supposed to say his name on there right now. Show me his name.
Tony Z.
Nick Beers!
I I do not actually know who Nick Pierce is.
Hello.
If that's the legendary friend, I'm
So my name
completely
is Nick Pierce,
spacing
like Joe
it.
mentioned. It's my second Citizencon, but it's my first time presenting, so I'm very excited to be here. And just on behalf of myself and the team, thank you so much for coming to this presentation. Thank you. With that
Stylish
said,
jacket, though.
I'm here to talk to
He's
you about
dressed
an
to
initiative
kill.
That was first introduced right here at Citizencon in 2019, and that's adding distinct purpose
like the offset
and
zipper.
specializations to armor and clothing in our game. So let's get started. So, Star Citizen is a game about almost everything where you can do almost anything. With so many different options of gameplay, whether that be mining, piloting, FPS combat, or even a captain of industry. Unlike other traditional MMOs, we don't impose rules or classes onto the player. In real life, people are not just one thing. I'm sure you can all relate. I've had many different jobs. I've not always been a game designer. In fact, it was only a week ago that I found out that Jared used to do tech support for prosthetic legs. It's true. You can ask him. That said, if you're like me, you like to excel at whatever you're doing. So that brings us on to the concept of specializations. This is about bringing more purpose, more considerations, and more decisions to armor and clothing you wear beyond just looking cool. So, what are they? Specializations are the focus of your current daily adventure. That could be a daring racing, a cargo hauler, or a first responder. Specializations are a series of attributes assigned to each piece of clothing and armor in the verse to allow you to make informed decisions on both how you want to look and how you want to perform. What are they not? Specializations are not assigned classes. There's no magic toggle where suddenly you're forced into a role like a cleric or a wizard or even a pizza delivery person. They also do not limit you. You can still do almost everything in any armor and clothing you want. You just won't do it as well as you could have if you had specialized. Why are these necessary? Well, specializations enhance gameplay depth. They add a level of roleplay and immersion. Specializations can provide a sense of ownership of your playstyle. At its core, SC is driven by choice, with specializations offering a deeper layer of player options. And that's the option to excel, to fool around, to min-max, or give yourself a unique challenge. Specialization allows us as developers to make gameplay experiences that are deeper and more complex. So whether you're a salvager, a bounty hunter, or a medic, there will be specialized suits that will help outperform your peers. So at this point you may be asking yourself, okay, well, how do I specialize? It starts by determining your playstyle. What do you want to do today? Are you going to be a trader, a smuggler, an assassin? Is there a void in your organization that needs filling? This is a decision you get to make and remake every single time you log in.
Cool. Shoulder strap,
perhaps
copper cables
several
going
times
over.
in a single play session.
Seeing
Once
lots of
you know
cool
what you want to do,
art so
it's time
far.
to start hunting for the right gear. Specialized items are not intended to be found in any old store. You're going to have to do the legwork. You'll have to align with some of those guilds and
Yes.
factions that JJ and Ben
Sounds
just
good.
talked about in the previous presentation. You'll have to explore the galaxy, find hidden stashes, and rare opportunities for better gear. Specialized items are meant for those who are willing to put in the work to exceed at your role. And once you've done all that, it's about selecting the right combination of armor and clothing. Yes, I said it. Mixing clothing and armor is built into the very fabric of this new system. Can I get a hell yeah?
Okay.
All right.
That's kind of cool.
All right. I know you
The
guys
the
wanted
problem
this for a
though
long
is
time,
like
so yeah,
you're always
great.
using armor when you need
tell you even
to
more about this new system that we do
go
called
into
Starware.
non-breathable atmospheres.
Please welcome to the stage lead character technical artist Armando Lira. Watch it, bro.
Thank you so much, Nick. Hello, everyone. I am so happy to be here presenting for the first time.
Good for you, Armando.
How
He's got a nice
cool
jacket
are
too.
Specializations? We are sure you'll enjoy finding the best combinations for your playstyle. And for that, we had to create a system that gave you all the freedom that you deserve. It's something that I am sure you've all been waiting for so long. Starware. So, if you're...
Keeping the meme going, Starware.
Are you tired of choosing
Star
between
Fabric,
clothing
Star
or
Architect, Star Audio, Star Aware.
So finally, you'll be able to mix and match.
Imagine if Star Wars was actually just a galactic
Provide you with a multitude
galactic
of stuff
fashion
to
show.
combine. You'll also be able to choose the visual style that you want. But beware, with added options,
Star
also comes the
Closet.
responsibility of choosing the right combination for the right situation. Let's look at some of the possibilities that Star Wars will be able to provide you.
That's pretty cool. I like this. I mean, it looks really cool, but what about atmosphere? Because that seems to be like the primary limiting thing right now. That's why we wear armor basically all the time. Because you're going from station to ship so many times. Like
Have you ever
there's a
wanted
lot
to
of
put on
times
a
where you
jacket
don't
on
have an
top of
atmosphere to
undersuit?
breathe.
Yeah. How about an armor on top of a sleeveless shirt? Or even without no shirt at all? Like backpacks on clothing? Yeah. So Star Wars allows more customization.
How about
than
backpacks
ever.
on
But be
just
careful,
your
certain
character?
gameplay implications will still be true.
Make
you won't
that
be able
make
to go
sense.
into the vacuum of space without a space-worthy undersuit and helmet. And in certain planets, you'll need a breathable mask or helmet to survive. I hope you guys are excited about this as much as we are. And we've heard what you all want, and we're making a system to bring it all to you.
Star-Lord, that's what it kept reminding me of. The guy wearing the...
That is enough about
what's it
Star Wars
called?
for now. Let's go back with
And the
Nick
jacket.
and learn more about how Star Wars and specializations will improve your gameplay.
Well done, bro. All right.
I really just want that
Thank you,
Drake
Amanda.
interplanetary
Nice dancing as well,
clicker.
by the way. So as you can see, the Star Wars system is about adding function to fashion. We are still Star Citizen, one of the best looking video games out there, but we're always going to make sure that you look your best, but now with added purpose. So to recap, we're going to go through adding intent and purpose to all our clothing and armor sets. As designers, we really want the visuals to match the stats that our great character art team have made. So for example, if a pair of pants look particularly armored, chances are they'll have modest damage mitigation to match. Many armors will be specialized for distinct use cases. Currently, we realize right now bigger is generally better when it comes to FPS armor, and we know that shouldn't always necessarily be the case. There will be some armors that won't have EVA thrusters built into the suit, so you lose EVA capability. Some armors won't even be space-worthy.
More
Specializations
variety,
means getting better at
more
certain
pros
things
and
at the cost
cons.
of attributes and others.
This looks like it
This is
might
about
give you some
compelling
strength
the player, to
bonus.
make tactical decisions for every
It's got
situation
like
you
kind of
may
an
find yourself in.
exosuit built in.
So now let's look at some practical use cases for the Star Wars system. Whilst all our armors are becoming specialized, let's take a look at a select few, which I will add are some of my favorites. We are going to assemble a team to tackle one of Star Citizen's most anticipated adversaries that you'll get to meet later on.
The
Let's
elevator.
meet our first specialization.
I like the mutton chops. The leader. It's A-team, isn't it?
All right. All right, so we have our leader. Let's get into it. So the player's choice of clothing will be crucial in a way it hasn't been before. With magnetic plates built into many clothing items, players can now holster both primary and secondary weapons. However, in the near future, there will be locations...
With magnetic plates built into all the clothing, we're now allowing you to stick weapons onto it. There's no magnets in the game. I know that they got to sell it from a lore perspective, but I just think that that's funny.
In SC, where armor and weapons are strictly prohibited, clothing allows the player the opportunity to access these restricted areas without needing to change. And some clothing will even allow the player to conceal smaller weapons from security, should the need arise. Another new addition we're going to be introducing is flight penalties based on the mass and size of your armor and clothing. You'll still be able to fly in medium and heavy armor, but you're restricting the precision of your control. If you're in clothes like our leader is here, or a flight suit or light armor, you'll be able to fly unrestricted.
Okay, that's
now. If we look at an overview, we've cherry-picked 6 generalized stats to give you like a high-level understanding of how various clothing and armors we specialized. This is by no means a comprehensive list of everything we have available to us. It's just a little, yeah. So
I
here you
mean,
can see
no eyewear, so
the
no
leader has
active
low
scan. That
protection
makes
compared
sense.
to a full suit of
No
armor,
G-force protection.
and no EVA capability for obvious reasons, but has great movement, low emissions, allowing them to blend into bustling cities and stations. The leader really excels at freedom of movement here. Let's meet our next members.
Demolitions. Oh, pilot. There you go. Driver. Both wearing some pretty sick sets.
Okay.
Moby Glassball wearing gloves.
So
well, you have the
If you
little
remember,
bracelet.
Back in 323, we introduced our
So
first
I don't think
specialized
gloves
helmet
would really
visor,
affect
the
it.
combat visor. This introduced the dynamic crosshair and all the magazine information on your HUD. This is our pilot visor, which allows the wearer to link with their ship and cast MFDs directly
That's a really
into
cool
their
looking
visor.
helmet. I like it.
This provides the pilot with all the essential data like ship health and shields. So no longer will the pilot need to break concentration during an intense situation to look down at their MFDs. Again, like the leader in this situation, there'll be no penalties to flight. Plus, with added G-force resistance, the wearer will be able to get the most from out of their ship. So if we look at the pilot stats, they have fantastic mobility. Like I mentioned, great G-force resistance for when combat
But not
takes them
as
to the
good as
limit of human
clothes,
endurance.
which makes sense.
And finally, this suit comes with the best EVA capability in its class for when remaining in your ship is no longer an option. Here's another variant in our flight suit class, the racing flight suit. This is what our driver will be wearing. This suit, unlike the
I
pilot
could
flight
totally
suit, has
see
features
someone
which are
wearing
more
this
streamlined,
on their
which allows it to have
on their
truly
bike
unmatched G-force
in the real
resistance
world.
for the hardest corners
looks pretty
on the most
good.
challenging of racetracks. It also offers great oxygen capacity and thermal protection for those planets with hostile environments. So as you can see, this flight suit excels at G-force resistance, but it loses its protection and has much weaker EVA capability. Let's meet our next team members.
Heavy. The tracker. That helmet looks sick. Is it the worm? No, if it's the worm, don't tell me. I want to be surprised, and I won't spoil it for myself. All these armors look super dope, though. Have you guys ever played Blacklight Retribution? This might be a throwback to some folks. Heavy armor. The tracker one kind of reminds me of this guy. This was a really great free-to-play game. I'm really sad that it's no longer available, but it had some really cool aesthetics.
Okay. Here's our tank, who is wearing our heavy combat armor. Combat armor is similar to what you're used to, only we're specializing
I don't
in
like
even
this
more for
armor.
combat. So what does this mean?
That looks kind of derpy.
We want our wearers of heavy combat
kinda
armor
like-
to feel like walking tanks.
I
The
guess it's
armor
kind of
should
like
provide fantastic coverage to
what
limit
the
any
elites
weak
wear
points
in
they may
Halo.
have, and actually have a greater damage
It's too
mitigation
flowy.
than
I
what
like the
players are
more
currently used
angular
to.
stuff.
Due to its mass, the armor will also feature the strongest resistance to force reactions. So that's flinch, stagger, and knockdowns. Which brings me on to a full
Materials
suit
has
feature.
always looked
If the
incredible.
player
Star
is
Citizen
wearing
does
a
really
full
good
set of heavy
with
combat
materials.
Armor, they'll not be able to be knocked down by small arms.
Yeah,
fire.
I think I want more Greeblies on it.
Thank you.
You know what? You know what it is? This looks like what is it called? SpaceX space suit. I think it's giving me too much of this kind of vibe. And like this is kind of sleek for modern day, but it's not what I expect from Concorde's another good comparison. The colors seem kind of flat. Yeah, it's just too plain.
However, as you can see here, for all that protection, coverage, and stability, we have some major trade-offs. You're going to lose your mobility.
No EVA
stamina
mobility?
will run out much quicker, and your movement speed is severely reduced. The majority of combat armors will also lose built-in EVA thrusters, meaning you're going to have to add additional weight to be wearing an EVA pack.
Wow.
Next up, we have our tracker in the heavy hunter armor. This is another
Dude, this
suit
looks
in our heavy
cool.
armor class.
I like the helmet.
This one is aimed at less at pure combat and more about hunting.
Still
its prey.
feels a little
This is all the
marshmallowy
armor
and
from
maybe a
bounty
little
hunters
plain
out
for
there.
this lower section.
The heavy hunter armor has
The
the
helmet's
most
pretty
powerful
pretty
active scan
dope.
for hunting their targets. Its scanner outshines all others in locating infrared and electromagnetic emissions.
And it's probably got
Perfect
terrible
for
stealth,
locating
right?
those,
Because when you
targets
ping,
trying to lay low,
you're going to
whether
reveal
that's
yourself
human
too.
or creature alike.
I like this little it's subtle. I like this little detail though. It's kind of like the bones of the face for the nose.
Whilst it's still classed as heavy armor, it does mix things up, so it'll have slightly faster movement and mobility, but it loses the protection. You'll also be able to store more devices like deployables and throwables. So to compare the stats, whilst not as tough as our combat armor, it does gain an increase in mobility, and while its scanner is the best of the best, the armor is also incredibly noisy and emits powerful emissions. So
Yeah,
while you
no
may
stealth.
find your target with ease, there's a good chance that they'll know you're coming for them. Next up,
Like,
let's look at
here
our
I
last
am.
additions to the
Shoot
team.
me. Animal tamer or something like that. Nope, sniper. Oh. Now that's a helmet. Look at that. That friend.
All right. I can tell who the fan favorite is there. Yeah. So we have our sniper, who is wearing our light stealth armor. Here's another example of a full suit feature.
I can vibe with
if
this.
the wearer has all pieces equipped, so that's helmet, core, arms, and legs.
Undetectable on active
due to its mass and the suit's
scans.
material, their mission
Only the Sith deal in absolutes, my friend. You might want to reconsider the undetectable part, because this is exactly what you'd want to be wearing if you're wanting to gank people at Jump Town. Having no way to detect you.
will run so low that they will be undetectable.
Like, it should be
on
really
radar.
hard to find you, but
With
not
it being light armor,
impossible.
It also has a great level of mobility and traversal speeds, meaning should the wearer be spotted, they can quickly escape or reposition with ease. And remember, with it being light armor, no flight restrictions. So with the best stealth and fantastic speed, it's a must for any players looking to assassinate, infiltrate, or in this case, be a sniper. However, the protection provided is minimal. You don't want to be engaging in a full-on firefight in this suit. And just to reiterate, folks, as well, like great specialized armors like this one and all the ones that you've seen today, you're going to have to put the work in to have these at your disposal. And finally, surround our group, we have that one friend.
Low intelligence,
We've
high
all played MMOs,
riz,
right?
no
We all know
lifespan,
that
no
one,
strategy, no teamwork, no fashion sense.
That friend's me. No. They ignore all the rules and the strategy. They can only play for 30 minutes a week. They might prefer a bit of glint on their sniper scopes. Who knows? Well, here at CIG, we also support that friend, so they're on the roster too. So, we have our group. What do you guys think?
Our A team.
Be fun? All right.
It looks pretty cool.
So let's see what they face ahead and if they're up for the challenge. And to talk to you about that challenge, please welcome to the stage Senior System Designer, Zach Priest. You've been great. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. It's kind of ramping back up for me. I wasn't super thrilled with the first bit, but now that we talked more in detail about what these specializations do, I'm liking it more.
I'm Zach Priest. I do a variety of things at CIG, but thank you, the people at the front. I do a variety
We've seen
of
this
things
guy on
at-
ISC a lot, right?
I do a variety of things at CIG, but I'm mostly a designer who works with AI and guns.
Is that a Hatsune Miku in his pocket?
So most of you be wondering, what could the next
What
part
a
of the presentation
weeb.
be about? Well, let's get stuck in. Star Citizen at its heart is about community. From our relationship with players to the big dynamic events that citizens work together to complete. We love group content and missions that allow players to work together to achieve a goal. But for our group specifically, you do have to wonder. Well, now our crew is assembled. And
All
in
of
a
these are
universe
super
as
cool
big
except
as
for
Star
Michelin
Citizen,
Man here.
Who knows what trouble they could run into? So let's find out what
I
they're
just
gonna face.
don't like that
Now,
armor.
They're heading to the planet Monarchs, which is in the Pyro system. So without further ado, let's find out what they're up to.
Monarchs. Desert. Worm? I'm feeling like Worm. He's driving away from something, right? Kicking up some vibrations. Yeah, it's the worm! Are they actually going to bring it around this time? That worm. I think it's looking a bit more phallic since the last time we saw it. No way. They put that actual gameplay on there. Alright, it's got some ranged attacks. Belches sandballs at you. Woo! Hey, it's pretty deadly. You do not want to get hit by that sand. It will knock you out of the sky. It's gonna like jump up and bite the Valkyrie, right? Deadly burps. That is so cool. Really cool effects. Okay, this is where it gets the Valkyrie, right? No. They might not. I think that'd be a cool shot to do, though. Like, be in the ship that gets eaten by the worm. Now it's dead. Super cool. You're safe now. Now what can you harvest from it? What can you craft from this thing? You just killed a massive worm. Yeah, look at those pearls. Teeth. So you pop the barnacles, get some pearls, rip out the teeth. They clearly were watching a lot of Mandalorian. Super cool. That's definitely the legendary friend.
Oh, that was cathartic. Absolute cinema as far as I'm concerned. The teams at CIG have worked so incredibly hard to get to the point where what we just showed you was no tricks, no hacks, just gameplay of the Valakar.
Monster hunting comes to Star Citizen, lives within Monarchs on Pyro, 300 meters long, use ground vehicles to bait out the Valakar.
Thank you to all the people who put in a lot of work to get to the point where what we just
4.0
showed you is gameplay. As you can imagine, all of that is work in progress. We have some good polishing to do on it, and we didn't want to hold it off. We just wanted to give you an honest view of where we are. That was from a build last week, so...
That's pretty good.
With that said, monster hunting is coming to Star Citizen.
Yeah!
And the best part was starting off this epic series of fights with the infamous Valakar, who some of you may remember from 2016. This absolute monster of a creature is 300 meters long and sees your light fighters just as puny little ants. You're going to need to assemble your quickest and most nimble pilots to dodge the Valakar's ranged attacks, as well as your fastest drivers to bait out the Valakar from the surface, as it's the only way.
Now there's actually a reason to use ground vehicles,
is by disturbing the
even if it's just to bait the Valakar.
But how does the Valakar stack up to our crew? Well,
it's off the charts. It's over 9,000.
Due to being so powerful, but for some context, it's around 150 times harder to kill than an Aegis Avenger Titan. But to be fair, it's most likely to kill you. So how does it do that? Well, the deadly Valakar has a variety of ways of killing possible threats. So for a high-level overview of the fight, it regurgitates rock-hard sand that has been compressed inside the Valakar and uses it as a projectile to target foes. But if something's a bit too close for comfort in the sky, it uses its ginormous body to swipe ships out the way. Anything on the ground that it sees as a threat will have to contend with its bite or its deadly slam. So, little bit fun bit of information. As the Valakar becomes more injured, it will retreat back into the planet's surface, and you'll need to make sure that your ground vehicles stay alive or have backups to bait out the creature again, as well as keeping it interested. So, the big question, in a game like ours, how are we going to communicate the health of this creature?
Okay, this is exactly what I was thinking during it, because usually with a boss fight mechanic, right, you have your phases, you know, and you have the health bar that goes down. So how do you communicate to the player how something's going down if you don't have health bars? I I mean, a lot of the stuff that you see in other games kind of out the window in Star Citizen.
Yeah. Well, things being physicalized is at the heart of Star Citizen. And we know how much of a large fight the Apex Valakar is, and we need to communicate that in a diegetic way. So you'll see here the Valakar's health from 100% to 1%. You'll see its skin getting more battered and bruised as the fight progresses, to give you an idea of where you are and how close you are. So the nice thing
I think
about
they
this,
probably
it
want to
communicates
push this
Valakar's health
farther,
without
make it
needing
even more
UI
obvious.
or health bars, and just purely
Like-
keeps you immersed in the experience.
Make the
So,
blackened
Number one
skin
question,
even
why do you want to kill the
blacker.
Valakar? Well, because it's fun, but I know you sweaty gamers, so it's got loot, also known as harvestables. The Valakar has two very valuable harvestables. Firstly are its pearls. You'll need to mine growths on a variety of locations of Valakar to reveal these pearls. And once you've destroyed the growth skin, you'll see disgusting squidgy innards.
Pearls and teeth are incredibly valuable for
Next is its big
crafting
apex
powerful
teeth. These are within
equipment.
its mouth, and you'll need a very strong tractor beam to be able to yank these things out. And
Bring
these
the adults.
these harvestals will not all come out at the same quality. So you'll be able to learn more about that and how harvestals are going to be used tomorrow in crafting your home.
They keep teasing.
A fun thing here is you'll see the character is standing within the Valakar's mouth as well. So when it dies, it keeps its collision, meaning that you can climb on it, land ships on it, and it's essentially your playground. But this
What's
really shows
inside
how
it?
big it is. But
What's
how big
inside
is
the
it
mouth?
really? Well, fun bit of information. When we first made the collision for this model, Star Engine actually gave us an error saying, like, no living thing needs to be this big. You've accidentally added an extra 0 onto the size. But to give you an idea of the sheer ridiculous scale of this monster, you'll see here an Idris. Anyone who's done Xenothreat knows how big the Idris is. You
Yeah,
feel
they're
like
huge.
an ant when you're in the Idris, and this makes the Idris look small. There's also an Aegis Avenger Titan here as well, but if you look even closer, there's actually a Copion in this image. I'll give you a second to try and spot it.
All right, I want to find it before he points it out. No shot, fam. Where is this thing?
There it is.
Oh, it's on the Idris.
So well done to anyone who spotted it. So it's big. So for some fun numbers, it's 250 Copions long, 47 Aegis Avenger Titans long, and for our American friends, that's about 3.5 football fields. But lucky for our Copion friends,
Well, he also he said that might reduce the amount of stuff you can harvest, and the quality degrades if you use too powerful a weapon. I understand that. I'm just talking from a visual perspective. You want this to be really clear to the players how they're doing in the fight, and this thing doesn't have shields that go down, and it doesn't have a hull that will turn red. So you need to really communicate what you're doing to it. So I think just the visual perspective needs to be increased. Like, still have the quality decrease if you're using too powerful of a weapon, fine, but like, if you're shooting at this thing, you need to know how good you're doing.
Valakar actually comes in different sizes.
I like that
So
they included
you'll
the
be
3.5
familiar with
American
the
football
variants we've done
fields.
before with our quasi-grazers
They
and
know
our
who their
Copions.
audience
So,
is.
they're in different biomes. And
Classic
they have different
freedom unit.
aesthetics. But moving on, we want to also introduce different creature sizes. So these sizes will have unique behaviors, animation, audio, and harvestables associated to each size. So for our first size, we have the juvenile. These juveniles will respond to stimulus such as noisy footsteps and loud mining beams. This will cause them to burst out the ground and attack anyone who's disturbing them. And you'll find these in caves near valuable harvestables and minerals. So for our next size, adults. The adult Valakars know not to pick fights and tend to remain to themselves. However, if you exterminate too many juvenile Valakars, this will cause adults to show up.
And then you have
which are
the
3 times
apex,
larger
which
and a
is
lot more
the
angry.
big behemoth.
Creature sizes are great because they allow us to create varied experiences as well as show you how creatures
Yeah,
grow and
I've been
evolve
thinking
in the
Star
environments
Tremors,
they live in and grow up in.
Dune.
Beyond that, we have our apex, which has the most valuable harvestables and the most deadly attacks. It's also the biggest living thing in the verse.
So far. I like that.
So, in summary, monster hunting is coming. This is the first in a large series of apex creatures that you need to gather your crew together to take down this mighty beast. You need a diverse lineup of ships, ground vehicles, loadouts, and skill sets to take out the apex Valakar. Everyone at CIG is incredibly excited to get the Valakar into your hands, and we hope it shows that we're not only doubling down on creatures, we're also committed to bringing you gameplay experiences that only a game of our scale can provide. But that's all for the Valakar, for this Valakar. Let's take a look at some other fauna. Now,
For fauna's sake.
Valakar is very exciting, but I also
Pyro
want to share
crab.
with you the bigger picture for creatures. So let's start with some Valakar
Quasi-grazer, Copian.
Variants so far have typically just had alterations to their loot and appearance. However, we want to go further with what variants can be. For example, what if the Valakar evolved and grew in a swamp environment instead of a desert planet? Or if a Valakar never made it to the surface and only lived in drowned caves? These are the kind of questions that make
That is
sci-fi
nightmare
one of the
fuel
best
right
mediums.
there.
And I can hear the questions already. What does an adult cave Valakar look like? What does an apex quasi-grazer look like? Well, it's these questions that get everyone excited that works on creatures to give you a glimpse into the big picture. All of these variances and differences and new creatures make up what we call our fauna matrix. The fauna matrix is basically our creature encyclopedia. So these concepts should show you that we want to get more weird and wonderful with our creatures. We started off with more traditional animal references like dogs and birds and cows. But now we're in a position to create the things that we love about sci-fi, which is the weird and the unknown. So looking at where we're going, all of our creatures
Multi-tailed
have been defined for the road to 1.0.
something.
We've ensured we've got a rich,
I'm sure you guys can
diverse,
take a guess.
distinct roster of creatures to make each of our planets feel special. As well, as considering the unique elements of various planets, ensuring that they're
mostly
populated with
concept.
appropriate creatures. We've been designing creatures in mind so that planets' ecosystems influence their behaviors, designs, aesthetics, and harvestables. With that being said, I would like to give you a sneak peek at our fauna matrix. That's all from me. I'm very happy to be bringing the Valakar to all of our
A lot of fingers on this guy.
It's really like nothing else you've played before. I'll leave you with this last video. Enjoy the rest of Citizencon, everybody.
Mix of new and old concepts we've seen. There's my pyro crab. I want to kill that thing. When does it come into the game? That it?
We have some amazing creatures, but we also have some even more amazing ships. Let's give it up really quick again for that Dress to Kill panel. That was amazing. Everyone there did an awesome job. Now we are back here at Palakis Workshop. We got cut off for time earlier, so I want to give these guys their due. As you can see, they are makers of awesome Star Citizen miniatures. I mean, just look at the Retaliator, look at the Razor, look at all the Hornets. We have some awesome miniatures here, hand-painted, hand-created by these guys. These are works of art, and if you guys haven't come over to the Palakis Workshop booth yet, if you're at Citizencon,
He does make some really high-quality stuff. I am going to skip past this because I've seen most of his work on the Community Hub. Really great artist, though, and you should definitely check his stuff out. Again, it'd be really nice if CIG would facilitate 3D printing their stuff. Oh, shoot. Nope. Close your eyes. Don't watch. We didn't see that. I went too far. Okay, Jared's back on stage.
All right. Find also, quite frankly, if I may say so, find someone that looks at you the way that Scrap from Bar Citizen International looks at someone doing a Citizencon interview. That was just so intense the whole time. All right. As they said, as Dan and Sam said, we have one more presentation left. It's a big one. Beyond Pyro. We're looking at what's next beyond our next star system, which just went to PTU, yeah? Viva Cadi, all right. I've been in this world for so long.
Nyx.
So please welcome to the stage.
It's going to be Nyx.
one of my favorite people at CIG, and I don't say that lightly. A man whose last name took me 3 years to learn to pronounce correctly, and I'm still not entirely certain I did it. Please welcome to the stage Star Citizen's creative director, Mr. Ian Leyland.
Hello, everybody.
Did I say it wrong? I did.
Yeah, you
okay.
did.
I did.
It's good.
I still didn't get it.
One day. Thanks, Jared. Hello, everyone. Wonderful to see you all.
Sounds
Thank
so
you for coming out.
disappointed.
Did you guys see that worm?
Yeah, we saw a worm. It was
Really cool.
sick.
All right. So right now, it's all hands on deck to make 4.0 the best experience for you. Richer locations, deeper gameplay, better experiences. All with completely new and wonderful music from Pedro, which will create an evocative and emotional backdrop. Rich and I have been working directly with Pedro for many months now. Beautiful music awaits. But today, I'm going to talk to you about what's beyond Pyro.
Okay.
So let's strap in and we'll take a look. My name's Ian. I'm the creative director for Star Citizen. And let's start by looking up into the stars and saying hello
Levski.
to an old friend.
Star Citizen music, it is S tier. It's really good. Ooh, spicy animation. I like that. Oh, is this the asteroid bases? It is.
Awesome. All right. So this is Nick's system. Nix was discovered in 2582 by Carl Larry during the height of the newly formed United Empire of Earth's territorial expansion. Its most defining feature, and the source of its name, is the sprawling black dust cloud that occupies most of the system. The dust cloud severely hampers visibility and can interfere with your ship's scanners. This system does, however, border with Vandal space. So, visitors are being advised there are Vandal raiding parties hitting locations throughout the system.
Gonna be killing some aliens now.
But despite this, a small community has formed in the system, and this is on an asteroid in the belt between Nix 2 and Nix 3. And this asteroid is called Delamar.
Yeah, buddy. Levski Station.
And here it is, hidden deep in the Glacium Ring. But actually, Delamar should be, and now is, an actual asteroid. And as it's an asteroid, the space is a zero geolocation, giving a unique identity for a landing zone. So let's take a closer look at the main POI on Delamar.
Levski Station, let's go! There's some caterpillars, Connie, Carrick. I mean, these are pretty big ships. This is a big area. See some hangar doors. I'm really racking my brain, but before they were all vertical doors. Now it looks like they're all, or at least a good number of them are horizontal doors. Still have some vertical doors that I can see.
All right.
Nice.
Awesome. Awesome. So, for all that remember, it's awesome to be able to say, welcome back to Levski.
Yeah. It's been such a long time.
And for new players, let me tell you why it's a cool place. This used to be an old mining facility, which was mothballed and then abandoned. There is an internal network of abandoned tunnels and mine shafts, and these are now populated with refugees, fugitives, and criminals. This is also the home to the People's Alliance, who you'll be doing some work for. And as Levski was made some time back, it needed to be updated so that it can fit into current gameplay features and systems and mission loops. So let's take a look at the first update, and that is to the hangars and landing services.
This gives me kind of like Coruscant vibes a little bit with the large vertical shafts that Coruscant has. Alright. Alright. It's pretty dope. You got some docking collars. Oh, no. No, no, no. Oh, that is so mean to all those Drake owners. How far out is that?
Release the Kraken!
2030.
All right, cool. So Levski is still perched over the borehole, but now has a suite of hangars that are arrayed around and inside the borehole.
Super cool.
We're also increasing the quantity of hangars. This is to meet the ever-expanding players per server to remove hangar wait times. And this pass will be done for all landing zones in the game right now. And for players that don't want to store their ship, docking services will be added high up on the cliff walls. Now, other than hangars and docking services, there are other ways to enter the location.
You're probably right, Schlag. John Crew wants to bully the Kraken owners. At least they didn't tease a BMM, you're right. Is that coming up? Is that why you say that? That would be hilarious. All the rage bait in Spectrum. BMM win! This is what Voodoo was talking about earlier, where we were going, we don't need roads. Just a big zero-G station. Imagine if this was how they teased that they were getting rid of these super obstructive mechanisms on the Argo. They just show them not there. It does kind of look like creamsicle, huh? Like the orange cream one. But everybody knows banana is the best creamy.
All right, awesome. So around the main entrance, there's still gravity plating for on-foot access. And these will lead to open landing pads for quick drop-off and pickup. And we're also adding access to gameplay areas for a variety of local missions and gameplay types. And as you saw in the video, there will be banks of exterior freight elevators.
They're now very important.
These can be used for quicker gameplay loops without requiring hangar services. Now, as this is a zero-G location, it also gives an opportunity for another type of specialist freight services. Let's take a look.
We're just gonna throw something up from the borehole. Cutting it real close to that reclaimer. Good thing this is scripted so that no one crashes into each other. Okay, that's pretty cool. So much salvage if you dare risk the borehole. Neat. I like it.
All right. So first off, now the borehole
Yeah, the
goes
Hull C
all the
finally
way
has a
through the
purpose
asteroid,
again.
which is awesome to fly through. And
Like
down
it was
at the
kind of
base
cool
of the
for a little
asteroid,
bit,
there will
except
be
for all the
banks
jank you had to deal with for
exterior
the
freight elevators. These
what-
will be
the
priority
cargo
access for
deck
Hull series ships.
mechanics.
So for all the Hull series folks, we got you covered. The same functionality is also coming to space stations in both Stanton and Pyro.
Because the cargo decks are terrible right now.
But wait, there's a little bit more. Let's take a look.
And they're showing the different commodity boxes, like the liquid containers. It is grim, isn't it? No, we're still in Levski. We're doing something seedy though. The music changed.
All right, cool. So, the external freight elevators will now have direct access to cargo decks to be able to quickly sell or pick up for the next run.
Oh, that's what we were supposed to pick up from that.
So that concludes some of the exterior
That is a big quality of
updates
life
coming to
change.
Levski. but the interior is also getting some updates to bring them in line.
Man, this is a big throwback.
These will be spaces like cargo services, as we just saw, for hauling and supplies, and refinement centers, so you don't need to travel far to refine your ore. And we're updating the interior layout to provide better access to gameplay spaces. So to conclude, Nick's system will be the next system after Pyro. Yay!
Yeah!
Delamar is now a physical asteroid with a zero-G play space. All right, not so much. And we're updating Nevsky to fit current gameplay mechanics and gameplay loops. And most importantly, we're adding local areas for gameplay content.
Gameplay at landing zones. Yes, please.
Now, speaking
They're great
of gameplay
set
in
pieces,
landing
but that's
zones,
all they
let's
are right
leave
now.
Nevsky for now. And let's jump to Rainy Arcop, which is missing the most gameplay spaces right now.
Yeah.
So we're continuing the Building Interior Initiative. We're
Okay.
adding additional districts to
Remember
landing
when they
zones,
showed those
which are
off for the
gameplay
first
focused.
time?
These gameplay areas will interweave with the landing zone, but ultimately will be independent. So for Area 18, let me introduce you to the Municipal Works. And this will be split into two locations. The actual Municipal Works, which will be an open world sandbox area for all players.
This is something I've been asking
and the
for
lower Municipal Works,
for a long
known
time.
locally as the Depths, which will comprise of several.
Yeah, this is our Coruscant, baby.
So, how do I get to the Municipal Works? The Municipal Works is accessible in multiple places in Area 18. Some will be available to everyone, and some you'll need to unlock with mission progression.
Reputation-based access.
As an example, here's a map of Area 18 Central. And as I said, there'll be various access points throughout the landing zone, and some will be easier to access than others. These access points will lead to transit systems, taking you deep into the underbelly.
But they don't all connect,
Eventually
right?
reaching the Municipal Works. And the Municipal Works will have spaces like maintenance, filtration, and the sewer network.
Yeah.
Which is what we're seeing
I feel
here.
so dirty right now.
It's a very exotic place. So down here, it's an open world sandbox for you and other players, very similar to contested zones in pyro stations. It's an area to do local missions, like exploration, repair, or even pest control. But the main purpose is provide access to the depths. And these will be instanced areas. So, what is an instance area? Well, an instance area works in the same way as an instance.
An instanced area is like the frick, what's the word? They're in Destiny 2. Lost sectors. Like you can go in there, you can do your PvE stuff, no one else can interact with you, no one else can screw with your stuff, and you can put anything in there. This is so cool. I've talked about this exact concept before in videos. This is one of the best ways, I think, to satisfy the PvE versus PvP crowd. Like, you can put a raid behind this, and you can have a super difficult raid and have the assurance that no one's going to be able to gank you inside the raid and screw with your fun. Like, this is... Oh my gosh.
Instanced hangar. And as the name says,
this is so cool
for you and your group. But why do we want to do this? This gives us the ability to create tailored missions.
Yes!
That will provide
Yes!
a mixture of content like combat or exploration or puzzle gameplay.
You can reset this.
Allows us to design
you can have it be fresh every time the player gets there. It's not going to be like the puzzle's already been solved, you know, and you arrive late and so you can't do it. Like, just have it reset. It's instanced. Who cares? This is so good. This on its own adds so much variety. Imagine if bunkers were instanced, right? Right now, you go to a bunker and they're persistent, right? So you have like mountains of corpses sometimes when you go down there. All the loot's been taken. There's nothing really there for you anymore. You can do your mission, but that's about it. Instancing is how you fix that. So you go into the bunker, you have your own fresh instance of a bunker, and now you can have something very unique happen to just you in that bunker. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. I mean, yes, you want the majority of the galaxy to be connected to each other. You want everybody to have that interactive experience. But sometimes you just want people to go away. You know, and this is how you can make those tailored experiences that will actually be consistent and work the way you intend every time for a player. Like, this is how you get story into the PU, because you can't always have it be that the part of the universe where something very important to the story happens is always accessible to everybody, because then it doesn't work when the new player gets there. Everything's been taken away. I'm so excited about
let me
this.
Illustrate. Going over here. How the depths will be split by levels.
Yeah, CIG Dev Secret OJ Watcher. This is so good.
Level B01.
Yeah, you still have to go through an open non-armistice area to get there. Yeah, so I mean, you're protected. So a lot of the concerns that a lot of PvE players have about getting ganked and having their stuff taken away, like, you can mitigate that risk. There's levels to this, right? If you had the same thing going on in Pyro, you're not in monitored space. You're not in an armistice zone. So you do have to be careful once you exit the area that you're not going to get ganked and have your stuff looted from you. But you can have an extra level of safety for players that want to play it a little safer. Stanton has armistice zone, so you're much safer when you come out of that area.
You're running a mission, you're having a great time with the curated content I just mentioned. But down here, you'll have to do a variety of content over a period of time and over multiple play sessions. At the end of the mission, you'll find an access point, which will bring you back to the landing zone. And you'll do this loop multiple times with different mission content. After achieving the required amount of progression, your access
more access, more rep.
So this time, you head down.
You gain access to new content.
And now it takes you all the way down to level B02, and you continue on with your journey.
And I mean, just with Area 18, right? It's a massive planet, and it's a ecumenopolis, right? So you could have 1,000 levels. You know what I mean? Like, that's definitely a hopium take. But they can keep expanding this. The access level just takes you another level down. Oh, well, everybody beat level 10. So this season, we added 10 more levels. Go try it out. Everyone down there is now wearing heavy armor. You got to be real careful. There's Copians. Somehow there's a Veronok. Is that it? Somehow there's a worm. It specializes in eating sewage, and it's down there. You got to go kill it. I mean, there's so much possibilities here.
Now this is your new area with different mission content, new rewards, and a new access point back to the LZ. The same as B01, you'll do this loop multiple times. And you guessed it, eventually you'll get access to level B03.
And then B4 and B5.
With each level you unlock,
B99.
you access new areas, for new mission loops.
Curated content, high-level loot.
More
You are saying
challenging
all the right things,
curated
brother.
content, and access better and better rewards. And
Progression-based content. I've been hammering this in the last few videos.
Content.
Progression is so important.
So as I just described, was a very condensed version of an actual play sessions. But this still describes the unique gameplay experience. Landing zone areas which will offer long-term gameplay progression. So that concludes this section on gameplay spaces for landing zone. We're excited to show you more. All right. So we're going to head away from Arcot for now. Let's look again into the stars, and now we're going to talk about solar systems.
Stanton,
All right.
Pyro, Nyx,
Stanton system was
Odin.
the primary system in the game. It serves as a lawful system. It's protected by the UEE and will continue to be evolved and updated as we balance it with other systems. Then we have Pyro system, which we've spoken about at length, and this will serve as the primary unlawful system and is the perfect contrast to Stanton. Then, as we just saw, we have Nyx system.
very barren.
It's not a totally
Just
unsafe system
Levski,
like Pyro, but
basically.
it depends on where you go, as it borders Vandal space. See that little bit of
Vandal
red? That's
opportunities.
Vandal space right there. And the UEE does not protect this system.
Guns blazing. Shred the Xeno
We've
scum.
got a little bit of space there, haven't we?
We got a little bit of space there. Odin. It's going to be Odin.
All right. I thought
Click,
it was saying
click, click,
system then. I'm like, I'm not sure about that one. All right. But we've got a bit of room at the bottom, so it would be a shame not to fill it in with something, right?
Imagine if they really just didn't put anything
So
there,
if
though.
we get a big cheer, we'll reveal the system. You ready?
Woo! Odin, Odin, Odin.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. Here it is. Oh, wait.
That is so rude.
All right.
That is so rude.
So, let's take a sneak peek at system number 4. Here it is. Well, it's awesome, right?
Stop playing with me, man.
In order to reveal the 4th system, let me take you on a little history lesson. And to do that, we're going to load up our old friend, the Galactipedia. So, we're back in the height of the human-Xi'an Cold War. Tensions were at breaking point. In 2542, Armistead Perry introduced a designation line for a group of 8 planetary systems that marked the borderlands between Xi'an and human-controlled space.
Could it be an
The United
alien
Planets
system?
of Earth designated the systems as no-fly zones and utilizing them as military staging grounds. But one system on the Perry line offered a key strategic position for a potential invasion into the Xi'an Empire. And that system was Castra.
Okay. Not Odin. Castra. What's Castra got? I want to see it.
But luckily for us, war
Yeah.
was averted.
Please tell me the real map is 3. Of course it is,
Which
Voodoo.
was a peace treaty between the now UEE.
Can you imagine
and
if
the
it
Xi'an
really
Empire.
was
So
that
the Cold
bad?
War ended. The systems of
Though,
the Perry line were
okay,
divided up.
if I can nerd out a little bit, like I haven't been doing that for the past 5 hours already. When you look at a galaxy, it all kind of tends to be a little bit 2D because it all spins into that disk most of the time, unless it becomes one of those unstable shapes like you see with some very limited galaxies, but generally you get that galactic disk. So technically, galactic map is 2D.
Up between humans and Xi'an, and fast forward back to present day, humans and the Xi'an enjoy a more prosperous relations, and everyone's cool. So, the fourth system will be
Castra. Let's go.
History lesson's over, so let's jump in and find out a little bit more.
Let's go kill some more alien baddies.
First we have
Let's start some
1.
intergalactic conflict.
Castra 1 is a dead, coreless planet because it's too close to the sun to be terraformed for human habitation. So instead,
That's hot.
the UEE Navy used Castra 1 for
Get
target
it?
practice,
Because it's too close to the sun.
giving it the nickname of Bullseye.
It kind of
All the
feels
weapon
like
testing throughout the messing era
Mandalorian.
has left Bullseye covered in craters.
When they go to
As you can see,
what's that planet
it's
called? The one that Mando's
meaning
that
ground
the Mandos are
exploration
actually
will
from.
require high-end environment suits. And as you saw in the weather demo, raging storms will create difficulty of access, giving risk and rewards.
You know, that sounds an awful lot like another thing I talked about in videos, how you restrict access to areas with environmental factors and different kinds of toxins and bad environments, like electrical storms, radiation.
For adventurers seeking unique minables and other items. Okay. Then we have...
I'm not saying that I inspired this, you know, because a lot of this... I think I just have a pretty good idea of what the pulse is going.
Castra 2.
This is
The
so
second planet
much
from the
fun.
sun is called Cascom. And this was the location of the military's staging area. Since the system was opened up to non-military settlement, it has since become a center of trade and tourism, but is still considered an Earth-centric traditionalist system, which prizes citizenship above all else. Let's head down to the surface and check it out. Breaking through the
Beautiful.
clouds, you'll
I
find
love
a
all this
landscape
concept art.
full of Great Lakes and lush crimson forests. And as you saw in the CTG presentation, you can see how we're going to make these worlds with the new technology. High up on the mountain range, here at the highest peak, we can just make out the landing zone called Sherman.
I like it. You can tell that they're already thinking about, like, how do we make sure that players can find this? Let's put giant laser beams pointing into the sky. That'll work, right?
Sherman is currently in pre-production, but I wanted to take the opportunity to show at least a sneak peek. Let's take a look.
Yeah, baby. There's so much drama built into this landscape. These sharp, steep peaks with the clouds. This looks so cool. This gives you like a Mount Olympus, home of the gods type vibe. this space lane they got. That's cool. Kind of have like this designated path you have to follow. They've tried different iterations of that, but they've all been kind of, I mean, not even kind of, they've been really clunky. What I'm seeing right now looks to make a lot more sense for how the game plays. Look at these embattlements right here. Big old Chongus turrets. Those are mean. Those are gonna knock you out of the sky one hit. Idris. Because they said that this is a military staging area, right? So you would see a huge militaristic influence in the architecture, and you totally see that here. Like, this is brutalist. It's intimidating. There's this gravitas of everything around it. Like, this is not a place where you want to mess around. You want to stay in your lane. Unless you think you really got a shot. That's a javelin, right? I mean, look at all these military ships. It's a... Like, yeah, you got some civilian ships, but you got a lot of the military presence here. This is your military-industrial complex on a galactic scale. There's your Polaris, all the Polaris fans out there. And you have this dual layer of clouds. It's such an ethereal looking place. It is... That is so cool.
Awesome. Let me take you through some of the areas of Sherman you just saw. The dominant landmark you see in the center is Spaceport Ulysses, named after the mountain Sherman is sitting on. This is where they staged the bombers that were on active rotation, waiting on any sign of any aggression. But
Like,
now it's
what
mostly
was it?
a commercial spaceport.
The Iron...
The Navy still has an airbase here.
During the Cold War, we had a route that U.S. planes would take
Commercial hangars are located
to be
inside
always
the main
on the
trench.
defensive
And even though
in case
this
Russia
is
attacked.
converted from a naval base, it still has an impressive military flavor. And speaking of military flavor, the original AOV-9s, anti-orbital cannons, are still present around the defensive walls.
Anti-orbital?
With most of them being decommissioned once it became
Orbital
a civilian
combat is
city.
another thing I'd love to see.
Over to the left of the spaceport is the Sparrows Industrial Park, home to the sprawling cargo yards and manufacturing plants. The Sparrows has evolved from its days as a military supply and munitions depot into a bustling and modern industrial park. To the right side of the spaceport is Fort Riggs, which originally used to house the army when Sherman was used as a staging point for a potential ground assault of the Xi'an Empire. Since the area was decommissioned, it has now been turned into a business park and is the governmental center of CASCOM. With the governor's
Just love how
council headquarters
brutal
located
everything
here.
looks. Like,
As
you
the
wouldn't want to
space
live there
was
in
built
real
during
life, but
the
I
Messier
really
era,
like
as
brutalist
humans were
sci-fi
expanding their
architecture.
borders, this introduces a new architectural style for humans. Between the First Travarian War on one front and the Xi'an Cold War on the other, a new style called Henoism arose. With an emphasis on prefabrication and fortification, The designs were robust, durable against warfare and harsh enemies and harsh environments.
I mean, each one of these buildings, it looks like it could just take a massive hit, right? I mean, you see this with... Hold on. You see this with military vehicles today. You have a lot of angular panels, and the whole reason why you do that is if you can have the bullet deflect instead of hit your armor directly, you don't need as much armor. And so it's a huge benefit to have a lot of these angular panels that you can just have things bounce off more. And so these buildings, they look like military just stamped it there.
The locations
Like static
saw,
vehicles.
high up on the upper wall,
Sharp angles.
District.
Bullets, you could just imagine bullets bouncing off of these buildings.
Complex. Situated high above the sprawling main base below, the Ansel area originally served as the command center to Sherman's military operations. Inside this building, you'll find key areas like the Edge of Oblivion Bar, which was converted from the old...
You're making a little bit of a mistake there, Voodoo. You're saying they look vertical, not horizontal, but in a 6th degree of freedom environment, there is no horizontal and vertical. And so, like, I mean, I get what you're saying, that the guns should be able to, like, point straight up. It might look a little goofy, but maybe your target is way off in the distance. And on a planetary scale, maybe it makes sense to have them have a little bit lower of an angle. But I also see this slot here. Like, maybe this thing can just hoist itself all the way up. And then it can shoot straight up. Recoil doesn't exist in games. They can do whatever they want. The lore is whatever it needs to be.
You'll also find Eckhart Security Headquarters, and you'll find the Mercenary Guild Headquarters.
So is this where they're going to move Miles Eckhart in the future?
The OPA Towers for Habitation, that's the building on the left. And on the right, it's the Imperial Sherman Infirmary. There's also the Reeves Military Museum, where you can experience the history of humanity's military and the role that Castra has played in keeping the Empire safe. And finally, we have Overlook Point, which is the name of the vantage point and park situated in front of Central Command, which has the best view overlooking the landing zone. So that's a quick overview of some of the key areas of Sherman. I think it's devastatingly beautiful, with a rich history and unique mood and vibe. Awesome. So before I go, I want to thank you all. You are all awesome. All your passion, all your dedication make our lives as devs so much easier.
And I love you, random developer.
And thanks to the CIG staff, who's the awesome work we're seeing in front of you.
Now, this is a super cool presentation. Imagine flying through the weather that we saw in an environment like Castra.
Again. You are all amazing, passionate, and enabling us to dream big. Enjoy the rest of your show.
I'll just do that. All right.
That was awkward.
Okay. We're just about at that time. Before we get there, I do have a couple announcements. Now, this time last year, I did a couple announcements and I made a couple people.
Okay, hold on. I just kind of want to see where we're at. How much copium do I need to prepare myself for? Because I'm looking at the timeline. We still got a lot left of this. This is the redacted part. We're moving into redacted.
Upset. use this opportunity to call out a couple of people who bothered me. Mostly, I just want to say the ground floor and the first floor can be the same floor. No, we actually do have some actual honest-to-goodness announcements. Two of our partners, Scan Computer and VKB Joysticks, are doing giveaways for the people here exclusively. Now, there are numbers on the challenge coin that was in your swag bag. I'm getting this data as I'm here, so bear with me. So everybody should pull out your coins. Yeah.
I have a bearing.
Call out some numbers.
I have a Z08 bearing.
If your coin matches this number, you're going to find Dan. He's that little...
Actually, it's a 809 bearing.
There we go. And he's going to give you your prize. So the first prize
No,
is
608.
for a set
That's
of
the word it
VKB joysticks. The number we're looking for is 2272.
See, I only have 3 numbers here.
2272.
I'm not going to get
Anybody? All right, well, pass it along. If you find 2272 VKB joysticks, a second set of VKB joysticks, 3404.
VKB is what I use, by the way. That's what these guys
and
are.
pick
I
up
don't
your
know if
VKB
those are even
joysticks.
on camera.
And
Probably not.
the
I've got it
grand
zoomed in more
prize
on my face.
Is a
I've been using the Gladiator
Scan Computer. They're
NXTs.
a vendor here.
They're nice.
Built into a Kovalex shipping box. So
If you don't want to
2 more
spend
seconds to
the
pull out your challenge
absurd
coins
amount of
here.
money
The
for
winner
a
of
set
Kovalex
of
computer is
Verpals, VKBs are really, really good.
413. 413? What? You get it? All right. Find Dan over there. If you don't claim your coins, hey, I'm just doing the thing. It just says the thing right there. I'm just reading the thing. All right, guys, it is approximately 5 o'clock. If you check your Citizencon schedules that were handed to you inside your gift bags, at 5:30 is our special redacted portion of the show. That gives us approximately 30 minutes. So 30 minutes to stretch your legs, to get something to eat, to buy your last piece of swag, to check your challenge coins, and go and collect your swag if you need to. And then at 5:30, I said it before, I'll say it again, don't let any force on this earth stop you from being in these seats. We'll see you at 5:30, everybody.
It's going to be something squadron related, right? Oh, man, look at that timing. I'm getting better at this, folks. They just stealth drop 4.0 in squadron right now. Imagine. That'd be... Woo!
Command have confirmed that we don't just go around operations shutting down.
This is an SSN news flash, delivering the news you need. A statement issued by the UEE Naval High Command Office has revealed that a Vandal incursion into the has been stopped. News flash. More coverage.
Okay. All right, let's go. We brought out the king again. Should I switch to that? No, you know what? I'm gonna stick with this. Uninterrupted version will be good for videos later. I want the Citizencon experience. Are they saying date? I think that sign said release date.
Anyway, so I hope you have liked what you've seen so far on day one of Citizencon 2954. I think the future of Star Citizen is incredibly bright. We have a few more things to show and tell you about tomorrow.
Right, like a star.
A Hornet in the room. Last year we announced that Squadron 42 is feature complete. So what has the team been doing since?
Hopefully
Given the scale
finishing
and
it.
ambition of Squadron, our teams have been focused on polishing and optimizing to ensure the game meets the high standards that I have, the team has, and you guys have.
Oh my gosh, he's going to
This
say a
level
date.
of quality does take time, and we're committed to delivering an experience worthy of the journey. So I'm not sure if we've officially talked about gameplay time, but the story on a regular playthrough is anywhere to 30 to 40 hours in length, which is not inconsequential.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Press any button to start?
So, what does that look like?
We're going to see a mission. This is a vertical slice.
To boot up the game and start at the beginning. Now, quite a few people want us to play a pre-recorded video where we played it safely offline, but that's not our style. So, we are going
Come
to
on,
play
Chris,
this
get
live.
that foot fully in your mouth.
I've played it through many times, flawlessly not crashed, sorry. Occasionally.
Flawlessly crashed.
We've had a few, so if something happens, it happens. But fingers crossed.
That is the couching your words that Elon Musk should have done before he let someone throw a steel ball at his car. So, you know, a little bit of a caveat. It's supposed to resist
But what you're about to
bullets
see
up
is
to
the
9mm,
prologue
but
of
you know,
Squadron 42's,
something might happen.
and you, the player's origin story. And you can think of it sort of like the opening of Gladiator, but even more epic. And I want to remind everyone that we are still polishing and optimizing. So what you're about to see in here is still work in progress and will continue to be improved. But I hope you agree it is shaping up to be something special. So to take us on this live journey, I would like to bring Richard Tyra, Senior Game Director, to the stage to play the game.
Okay.
All right, Rich.
CIG, send me one of those bomber jackets. They're so cool.
Hello, Citizencon. So, my name's Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for Squadron 42 in Star Citizen. And I think we've got a little bit to play, so who wants to start? Should we go? Okay. So as Chris says, this is going to be playing it as a natural
Dev
playthrough
aim incoming. Yeah, I mean,
with, hopefully we don't run into any issues.
hopefully dev aim is better than journalist
Go from
aim.
there. And this, what you're seeing here, is the combat pilot training application form that we're going to submit for your application. But once we get into the game, I'll kind of be quiet and just let the game speak for itself.
There's Henry Cavill. Superman. We haven't seen a lot of Cavill's character on screen. And we've never seen him without the helmet, I'm pretty sure. We're gonna fly with Superman, Luke Skywalker, Gimli. That's pretty cool. Little anti-grav lift to get you launching. This feels like a Captain America promo for the military. Like, a lot of this is probably just, you know, set dressing, disguising objectives as disguising objectives as proficiencies and licensures.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh! It's got some bronze ones. Mr. Big Shot on campus.
So you will be able to fully customize your character further into the game. But in the prologue, this is how you select it.
I assumed you talk to all rookies that way.
Okay, something happened there. It went back a little bit. We're okay though. What achievement do you all think will unlock the F8C? I can tell you what I think a cool one would be. If you beat Henry Cavill in
So you will be
air-to-air
able to fully
combat.
customize your character further into the game. But in the prologue, this is how you select it.
I assumed you talked to all rookies that way.
I assumed you talked to all the rookies that way.
Should we go?
Or maybe you inherit it from Henry Cavill's character somehow. Could be that too. Like you're flying his F-8C. This is what we saw last year. I recognize this. It's got a bit of a visual polish. Here's the bagpipes. Yeah! I know bagpipes are definitely an acquired taste for a lot of people. I love bagpipes. Every time you hear bagpipes, it's like something cool is about to happen. You're about to charge in with Braveheart.
I know I just wrote you. But a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other side of the jump got twigged and went dark. The word is it might be that clan that we've been battling with. Guess that last fight didn't scare them off quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know. I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe.
Character model looks fantastic. That's definitely seen an update since last time. And then we have, I can't remember her name, but she's also a big actress. Catherine Anderson?
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddie's. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Captain McLaren to the bridge. Captain McLaren to the bridge.
And this is where it cut off before.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
Cool. Imagine when we have our own org fleets out like this. Look up. Look down. Step left. Step right. Look to the side. Look to the left.
Before we move on, yes, this is a live demo, and no, it won't crash. Well, we hope so.
Logistics, and he said the recon team was wiped out. Really? Then why are we sitting here? Vandulan's stupid. If they know we know, they would have hit us by now. Hey, they can take as much time as they want. Not only they wait, more of a chance for 42s to get there.
Well, they can hit whenever.
Hey, there you are.
Hey.
Where's your helmet?
Can't come without it.
Come on.
Okay, so our first mission is going to be turret gunner, maybe, but I suspect something's going to happen. We get hit hard, and suddenly we have to step into a ship ourselves. Maybe a little bit of column A and column B. You do some turret gunning, and then you have to switch to the ship.
I heard we aren't getting any reinforcements.
They said that you'd be able to customize your character later, so maybe we don't play as this character forever. Maybe this character is kind of a throwaway just to get you introduced to the game.
Winslow and the Banshee told me they got denied on extra ammo for their main gun. Almost like the suits on that one attack.
You heard about this show, Lost Squad?
Are they seriously doing another show about the fall cattle man?
Supposedly out next year.
Kind of a nod to the wait we've all been going through.
Teach him what I taught you. And do me a favor. Hug your mom.
You can tell everyone's nervous. Something's about to go down. Everybody feels it. Sick looking armor too. Thank you. Quick equip. People are shouting for just the quality of life improvement that is. Yeah, buddy. Combat visor. Gunnery visor. Cool.
Hey. All set? Hey, you get any sleep last night? Yeah, me neither.
More of those news reports we saw hints of. All these NPCs look really good too.
Oh, bad news. I heard Goofy was assigned to the rig for his last shift, so brace yourself. Your controls are gonna be screwed.
Which is probably a hint that this is a tutorial and you might have to adjust your settings.
Citizencon upgraded to orange. All reserve personnel get to your stations.
Looks like this could be it. Hey, good luck. See you up there.
You got it.
Marcus is gonna die. We're gonna lose our friends.
damn it, Goofy, get the hell out of there. So glad you could join us. I want you calibrated and ready to fire in 5, here?
Yeah, tutorial. We need you to adjust your sensitivity. That was a big launch too. Turret looks really different. Or no, this is probably the visor, huh? This is inside her helmet.
Goofy uses this thing with those settings. I'm just going to do a full reset so you can get operational. Just follow the on-screen instructions for the calibration program. Stand by. We'll start with tracking. Since we're out here hunting a Vandal clan, I'll load up one of their ships for you to follow. Alright. Should be all set for controlling your turret. Next up, we'll test your firing mechanics. The system projects simulated rounds, so don't worry about friendly fire.
UI looks pretty tasty. I feel like the illumination of the reticles is good balance. It looks not in the way, but it's easy to read.
Looking good. Last thing we need to do is verify your targeting. I'll load up a larger Vandal ship for you to practice targeting specific parts of the enemy.
Classic tutorial mechanics. Just good for especially our newer players, but probably we're all gonna need a refresher.
Okay, your targeting is tracking solid, so that should do it. Checking the other gunners, and they seem to be up as well. Everyone up? Marcus, test your tilt. System says it's
Starts
secure.
blasting the other Bengal carrier over there.
Moving now, sir. Seems fine to me.
Good. All right, people. Eyes open, mouths shut.
Any idea what's happening, sir?
You're covering your sector and staying off comms. At least that's what should be happening.
My money's still on the drill.
What'd I just say?
Sorry, sir.
Was that a missing NPC there? Oh man, you gotta love Star Citizen.
About time.
Shut up. Gary Oldman.
This is Admiral Bishop. For 6 months now, we have faced an elusive enemy determined to see the Empire burn and every human with it. There have been battles. There have been losses. Each and every
Mark
one
Strong.
of you has proven yourself time and again, but today
Not Johnny
I
Sins,
must
it's Mark
ask
Strong.
for more. Today, we fight one last battle. Advanced recon indicates the entire Vandal fleet has just entered the system. This means that the Kingship is headed our way.
Live demo.
Yeah, live demo.
Now, some of you will not survive today, but there will be no time for sorrow. We will have to grieve for them later. Because 2 billion souls in this system hang in the balance. There should be no illusions about what we were up against.
Losers,
In the
these
history
guys
of the
don't get a cool
UEE,
turret.
The Kingship has entered human space a handful of times. Battle of Orion, Siege of Tiber, the fall of Caliban. But we are the Second Fleet. History will remember us differently. We will not have to worry about it being kind, because today we will define ourselves through our actions. We will not lose the system. We will not fall back. We will win because we have to.
That's impossible. No.
So
It's
in 40
necessary.
years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say,
I held the line.
men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck. Bishop out.
Nice speech.
Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Let's get into position.
Stepped all over the line. Yeah. Probably fair. Are you guys seeing the same screen tearing that I am? And then it pops out right in front of us, right? Okay, alright. So we'll definitely want to download a higher quality version later.
Fleet, hold fire until my mark.
Not the kingship yet.
Strip safeties from the Goliath. I have to hit him close. I want him live on launch.
What are they waiting for?
Kingship. Yeah, there it is. That's the big boy. It's massive.
Thought it would be bigger.
So did I.
Nice. I like the voice. Alien, scary.
Ship's locked, sir. Fleet's ready.
Stand by.
What? Let's just let it go. If you get any closer, you could kiss him. If you're waiting for an act of aggression, there it is. Kingship crew confirmed, 2 min, 2 mags. Yeah, it's just those 2 blokes on the bridge. That's all you need. Maybe start shooting at something, Gary. That's a cool shot. Let's see if our hammerhead is a proper fighter screen now. This is its bread and butter right here. I said they could do whatever they want. I mean, yes, recoil can exist in a game, but they can just ignore it.
Got one. I got one.
Come on, people, keep up the pressure. On the way. Yeah, I see it.
I mean, clearly very shooting gallery kind of inspired mission here. You know, they're kind of like all lining up in a nice array for you to shoot at them. And I mean, this is first mission, right? So this has to be the introduction to a lot of the mechanics. You don't want it to be impossibly hard.
Good job, all. Stay focused. Tracking enemy sides. Line him up.
Is that 300? Is that the ammo? Yeah, it's the ammo count. Okay.
Target down. Good kill.
Yeah, but this is also first mission.
Good job, people. Slow speed. Gauntlet, I've got bogeys I can't shake. I need a brush off.
And truthfully, anytime they say highest difficulty, but it's still a demo, you still gotta take that with a grain of salt. Oh no, we're getting a crash.
Oh no. There we go.
This is why it's the highest difficulty. Highest difficulty is most likely to crash.
It's alright. We're gonna keep going.
It's not about piloting the most cutting-edge ships, or traveling to the farthest reaches of the universe, forging connections that will last your entire life, fighting to protect your home and loved ones, or even learning what you're truly capable of. Those are just the first.
Hey.
I'm Commander.
So let's go to back in the game.
Yeah. Imagine if not even Richard Tyre could skip cutscenes. That's why Squadron 42 development has taken so long. Every time it crashes, they have to start over from the beginning because there's no autosave and there's no way to inject yourself back into the level you were on. He's not using the big guns a whole lot. Missing NPC. So these ones have a different color. These are, the UI does anyways.
Thanks for the help, Doc. You got it. Get back in there. It'll do.
Angle's going down, maybe.
August, shift your position back and drift 8 degrees off x-axis. That should bring that Moiler into your field of fire. Corvus, redirect to fill the gap and take those gunboats off integrity. Scimitar, your turn to play bait.
Torpedo. Yeah.
Ashy, push forward. Let's see how strong that line is. Raiden, you're their support.
I know that interest is looking a little worse for wear. Jeez, those are big guns.
Multiple impacts, sir. Could have been capital ship fire.
Oh, it's too focused.
Boarding
More
party.
like heavy fighters. Do we have a line on them?
Turrets have been taken out, sir.
Gauntlet? Come in! We need you to sweep up some fighters on us.
On it, sir. Get us in close.
Aye, sir.
You're up, turret gunners. We're guarding Bishop here. Make me proud.
Our defense cannons. Turret gunning's cool. I hope this isn't the only thing they show, though. I shouldn't take a look at
On it,
the
sir.
timeline. I don't want to spoil it.
Those fighters knocked out Gary's shields. Enemy bombers are incoming. Take them out. Tracking's on.
Alright, now we're using the big guns. Look at the animations of the shields on these Vanduul ships. Kind of like this, they have this kind of hexagonal spillover.
Some more Vanduul bombers trying to enter the Gary again. Let's focus up and keep them out. There, got one.
Outstanding, gunners.
Thank you, sir. Good job. Ready up. More incoming. I'm picking up blades. Take them out. There we go. Target down.
He's just cut it in half. Idris is gone.
You see that? Oh God.
It's coming for us next, man. Take it out. Alien Idris is scary.
Gotta take out that 100 small turrets. Put another turret.
Husk of an Idris is just floating by. turn into a real scrap yard here. Imagine all the salvage profits.
Turret down!
Tracking multiple inbound boarding spikes. Target and eliminate. We should get the hell out of here! I need help!
Missed one. Here we go. Now we get knocked out of the turret. Yeah. That was super cool. I think that guy's dead though. I think that's why you get to customize later. Oh, that doesn't look good. That does not look good. What does that do? Welcome to Build a Gun Workshop, where we are going to blast you out of the sky. Kingship, Max Crew 2, just like Voodoo said. Ooh!
Flight ops. Scramble any available support ships to pick up survivors. This thing is chewing us up, sir.
Break engagement with this destroyer. Align for a run on the Kingship.
Weapons. I'm gonna need you to cook up a firing solution on that Kingship. Hit him with everything we got.
So, all of our weapons even focused?
Have to do something. Right, Mr. Krause? The Van Duel aren't gonna blow
Suicide
themselves up.
run.
Yes, sir. Wait, next time we take a hit, drop our shields an extra 30%.
Hear that, Shields?
Sir.
Navigation.
Sir.
Adjust heading. 10 degrees port.
Aye, sir.
Let's get their attention.
You're gonna ram it? Next time we take a hit, drop our shields an extra 30%? then this is... We know that there's a hangar right over this thing. Because we've seen it open up in other bits of footage. Imagine how dry their teeth get. Like, if you ever gotten stuck with your lips held open at the dentist office, your teeth end up getting so dry. These guys don't have lips. Maybe that's why they're angry. Their teeth are like sandpaper on the inside of their mouth.
Shield generators down, sir. Starboard 4 exposed. Sir.
Hit them again.
Waiting on you, Mr. Cross.
They're gonna kill us.
You're gonna die anyways, Mr. Cross. You're on a ramming trajectory. There's no way this ends good for you.
Getting power spikes. They're charging up the main gun. I guess you got their attention.
Those are those boarding spikes, right? About to get swarmed by Vanduul.
All right, people. 5 seconds out to the fray.
Yeah! Superman!
Copy that. Tally's on me.
Flight. Echo flight. Prep for boost.
Oof, look at all those tallies, man.
Let's say hi.
Full copy. Shots to the ready.
I mean, you can't miss with a target this big, right?
Ready up, people. Enemy victors inbound.
Copy, Doug. You can cover. I can make a run at that shield, Jenny.
Copy. Penny, Roker, take Charlie and Delta and screen up those fighters.
Hold on.
Copy.
That engine looks different.
Penny, Roker, take Charlie and Delta and screen up those fighters. Fatal, Bug, you're in main. If you run a double switch
Master mode for the win.
Tally's maintain vector. I'll clear you a shot.
All echoes. Stay on the ball.
Light 'em up.
Look out.
What's that ship? I don't think that's the F7. No! 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 You know what? It's brave of them to do it live like this.
You don't want that.
Needs a bit more final polish.
Also. Must be. I don't know, I skipped past it. Do you want me to go to the error?
No, what was the crash?
I just skipped past it.
Because I just went straight
I
in.
just want to know, there's something wrong with this computer. I literally played this last night full. Our QA played it, like 10 QA today played this beginning to end. Didn't have the crash. And this one is so annoying. Well,
should we go to
we need to replay the battle game. You got to play
Let's do
it.
We're gonna go again. We're gonna keep going.
I'm not doing that again.
Yeah, that really takes us out of it, doesn't it? That is our cracked driver's side window moment right there. Steel ball hit the truck. Okay, but what is that ship? That doesn't look like an F8 or an F7.
More Vandals slip past. Made planetfall. Copy. Forward inventors onto the ground forces.
We've got your pad, Argus.
Appreciate it. Could really just do with some fire cleanup. We're taking multiple hits.
335. Break engagements and support.
Sir, reading now. Charging main guns. Prepping for full spread. Any effects on target?
Countdown. Hostile captured. Bearing down. Copy that. Radius inbound.
Firing again.
Modded Hornets and Lightnings? Okay. So it's kind of like Poe Dameron's X-Wing in the sequel trilogy that will not be named.
Argus is down. Repeat. Argus is down.
Flight ops. Scramble any available support ships to pick up survivors. This thing is chewing us up, sir.
Break engagement with this destroyer. Align for a run on the Kingship.
Weapons. I'm gonna need you to cook up a firing solution on that Kingship. Hit him with everything we got.
So, all of our weapons even focused?
Have to do something. Right, Mr. Krause? The Van Duel aren't gonna blow themselves up.
Yes, sir. Wait, next time we take a hit, drop our shields an extra 30%.
Hear that, Shields?
Sir.
Navigation.
Sir.
Adjust heading. 10 degrees port.
Aye, sir.
Let's get their attention.
Oh, that's true. Could be the new Heartseeker. Yeah, the acting is great. Oh, dude. Kind of cool that we get to see this again. Look at those Sea Whiz. Man. Any modern military is gonna really appreciate seeing stuff like that. I, of course, am not modern military. I'm just a big nerd. Yeah, like you can feel the stakes are really high. Like you're pointing out, Mark Strong isn't super confident that they can pull this off. But gotta respect that chain of command, right? Gotta just trust in the plan, hope it works. And it's a really good line.
generators down, sir.
All our fire, even focus. I've got to do something, right?
Sir.
Hit them again.
Waiting on you, Mr. Krause.
They're gonna kill us.
Alright, get out of the way. I'm taking over.
Getting power spikes. I'm charging up the main gun. Guess you got their attention.
Oh, I didn't notice that the way the wings open up last time. That's cool. That's where all the spikes are coming from. A lot of small details you miss. A lot going on right now.
Copy that. Tally's on me.
Ah, Voodoo, don't be a party pooper. I love the line.
Let's say hi.
All copy. Shots at the ready. Stand by for lock.
So I'm guessing it's to do with the charging. They want to hit it hard with the torpedoes while it's charging.
Copy, Doug. You can cover. I can make a run at that shield, Jenny.
Copy. Penny, Rover, take Charlie and Delta, screen up those fighters. Fatal, Mug, you're with me. If you run a double switchback.
Copy that. Charlie's maintain vector. I'll clear you a shot.
All echoes, stay on the ball.
Light him up.
Look out.
Cal, I don't think your ship's got the firepower to take that emitter out.
You might be right.
But I've got the mass. Yeah.
Shield's open up.
That was sick. Like a DJ.
Shields up!
Yeah, we lost one. Consider yourself lucky, though. It's only an engine.
Report! Shields are holding. Barely. That shot took out our main thrusters.
No, not us, them.
The Kingship shields are down.
Yes! We don't celebrate until they're dead.
It takes too much power to fire that gun. Pepper it with torpedoes. Make it bleed. All the torps. All right, let's see. How many torpedoes does it take to take out a Kingship? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ah, man, this thing's weak. Oh, he's gonna die. You haven't even seen my final form. All right, so he goes into the ship that we know is up above. Yeah, that's true. Now the kingship is being crewed by just one alien. Min crew of one.
Sir, kingship's headed right for us.
Can we evade?
Shot took out the main thruster, sir. I'm trying to get the auxiliaries online.
I'm getting a rapid increase in the kingship's energy signature. Looks like they're trying to go critical.
Even if we dodge, we won't get clear of the blast range on auxiliary alone. Attention fleet. This is Admiral Bishop. You are ordered to immediately withdraw. I repeat, withdraw. All non-essential personnel are dismissed to abandon ship. If you want to volunteer to stay, we could sure use your help. All right. Tell the gunners to concentrate all the power they've got. Maybe we can take out this kingship before it hits us.
Yes, sir. Logistics. I want every ounce of juice pumped into those guns.
You don't want to run,
If we
Cross?
don't need to breathe or shoot, I don't want it.
I'd be running. No way am I sticking around for this. You know, we're still passed out. Wake up! I guess not a throwaway character after all. Maybe we get a we survive a terrible explosion and we get reconstructive surgery, and that's why we get to customize our look again. Notice the name on the nameplate of the character we're watching. What would have been cool if Mark Strong did give him a pat on the back. I can admit that. Oh, okay. So this one probably says rich then, right?
I think I can crouch under that.
Contextual hint. I think I can crouch under that. That's small arms fire. Yeah, we're boarded. Doesn't look fun.
Hey, hold the door!
Ah, that was rude. They're not gonna make. Ooh, called it. Should have waited.
I need to find another way out of here.
That's a long route.
All personnel evacuate ship.
I mean, we're seeing a lot of classic mechanics here. You know, shimmy through the door, crouch under stuff, jump over stuff. I mean, you can tell that there's a lot more gameplay elements being built into this. And like, we're trying to escape an enemy. Like, you're not actually in danger right now, but you feel like it, right? Like, the Van Duel are still on that other side of the glass. You don't want to get too close to them. It's just building up that horror and suspense. Sorry, bud. I need you to move. I need that console you're covering with your body. Oh look, it's Chris Evans. Can we loot this guy? That's probably illegal. Hey bud, let me just borrow your credentials that you're not using anymore. Yeah, just rips out the guy's eye. like a Minority Report when he has to get the eye implants so that he can change his identity. Or Loki also rips out an eye too, doesn't he? In Avengers, like the first one. No, let's stay in the vents, man. P8 SC. Don't get too excited, people. This isn't the P8 AR yet. Headshot. Bean him. That's a lot of bullets. You guys are pretty tough. And I would presume that this is like a low-ranking Vanduul. You know, like you could have your marshals and your higher rank elites just in a Vanduul flavor. Hey, good on you, Tyre. Fix the whole ship.
Back in the game.
Engineering gameplay for the win, right? Nope. Not good. Oh, jeez.
Breach detected. Depressurizing.
We're gone. Does not look good, gents. This is cool. New EVA mechanics with the projected UI to tell you where you're going. Grippy hands are back, man. Listen to that audio too. Yeah, he's cold, he's losing oxygen, heart rate's going up, 78% health. Getting colder. Maybe that leak's not doing too good. And his visor's getting frosty a little bit, looks like, too. He's gonna get to the escape pod, and the escape pod's gonna open, and it's gonna say, release date.
And if you didn't already realize, I don't have an EVA pack.
Yeah, so like, you can navigate, but it's clearly very limited. You gotta hope you hit your targets. We're so close. Is that one of the boarding pods? Looks like it is.
Warning, oxygen low.
Oh, it's super cold now. No, his temperature's actually going up.
Pressurized. Gravity online.
Thought I was the only one left.
So did I.
Look, I need your help with something. Follow me. We're running low on power, so we have to reroute our energy from our shields to our thrusters to change direction.
We're gonna send it into the king ship.
Take a seat. I need you to steer the ship. Time for your first piloting lesson.
Piloting a javelin.
Setting a new course.
Woo!
With that. Ready? Go.
Oh, nice. Okay, so it changes color based off of your predicted trajectory. So maybe we still make it to the escape pod.
Good. Good. Hold that. Shifting power back to shields.
Shields?
Engaging autopilot.
Cordless! I ordered you to fall back!
Can't do that. You're dead in the water and we can help.
The situation's under control. You order reverse.
You can't kill it. Not before it takes you out. We are boarded and burning. This is the only way.
Well, off your course. Get off that thing. Both of you clear?
Aye, aye.
Rachel.
I will. Damn it.
Another wave coming. Imagine the headache you'd get smacking into the ship like that, and then you gotta be expected to get out and fight.
We're about to have company. I've got to try and divert as much energy as I can to the engines. So I'm gonna need you to hold them off. Go now.
Yes, sir.
Disabling safeties on the reactor to boost some extra juice. Here they come!
Coming up from the elevator, wouldn't they? I mean, nah, Richard knows where they're coming from. These guys move pretty fast, too. Don't shoot, McLaren.
On me, quick!
close is that kingship getting?
Don't worry, don't worry.
Ejection system offline.
The escape pod door is jacked. I need you to manually override the door.
She's not coming with us.
Give me your rifle. I'll cover you.
Oh no.
What's the status on the door?
Finger guns, yeah.
Jared, I think you can roll the next bit.
We get the door open. She gives her life to protect us. She's not able to join us.
I do solemnly pledge, mind and body, I will defend the Empire with my life.
Your application to the Flight Academy has been reconsidered. Captain McLaren had submitted a letter of recommendation on your behalf before the battle.
It's fine. It's fine.
We may be a small crew, but the work we do matters.
Welcome to the Stanton. I'm Eugene Morrow.
I'm Petty Officer Webster, Chief Mechanic. This will be your new home.
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
Sir?
Who the hell are you?
I'm your new wingman, sir. The name's...
You want me to learn your name? You live long enough for me to care.
Baron Actual, you're clear to launch.
Launching in 3, 2, 1.
So much eye candy. Top Gun Maverick. Ooh. 2026. There you go. There's your release date.
All right. All right. Well, we did say we were doing it live, risking the demo gods, and they brought their raft down on us. I think Rich has to be our unluckiest playtester because you're.
I didn't die though.
You didn't die. That's true.
I didn't die.
You also got the bug where she doesn't give you the gun at the end.
This let me down. Not.
Yeah, it's all the computer.
I hope you all enjoyed the first gameplay reveal. There's a lot more that goes on in Squadron 42 after that, but that sort of sets up where you came from, and from there you go in to become a pilot and start serving on a smaller ship, the Stanton, which I think we've shown a little bit before. But you know, there's a lot more in the game than we were just showing there, and it also, I think, has been a lot more stable for me when I was playing these last few weeks. But you know, as I said at the start, we have 30 to 40 hours of gameplay, and you know, we're confident we can bring the quality of the game up to the level we've just shown and more without crashes. And both the team and I are confident.
If I get a single crash, Chris, I want my money back.
26. Obviously, you can see it's not going to be tomorrow because saw a few crashes there. And speaking of the team, a lot of them are here tonight, and I'd like to extend a huge thanks to all of them for their hard work, love and passion and talent in crafting Squadron 42. So a lot of what you saw is all their love and passion. So thank you guys very much. You're amazing. And you know, thank you for supporting us and allowing us to build such a ambitious game. I mean, crashes aside, there's probably not another game that has a prologue that has that much action. I mean, mostly there aren't movies that have that much action in there. I mean, Gladiator has 3 minutes of battle and 8 minutes of prologue. This is like an hour of crazy stuff. So, but thank you for allowing us to build something so amazing, and I can't wait for you all to be able to play it in the moderate future. And with that, I'll bid you good night, and we'll see you tomorrow to talk about the future of the verse. And I think there's some amazing stuff that Rich and the team are going to show that are going to blow you away, and we're going to talk about
crafting,
how we're
base
bringing
building,
Star Citizen home, as well as Squadron 42.
But the one thing that is good about the crash is now we don't have to convince anybody that it definitely was live.
Yeah. but I am listening to Tyler and Jared next time, and we'll have a gameplay video. All right, thank you all, and good night.
All right. Dun, 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 dun. See you in the verse. Yeah, and there's nothing else. It just keeps playing out this ending animation. That was pretty dope. That was pretty dope. The 30, 40 hours of that, I'd be pretty satisfied. There's so much that we went over today. Holy cow. I think the ones that I was most excited by from this was Brave New Worlds. There's a lot of gameplay potential built into that planet tech that, you know, it doesn't seem like it initially, but then they start showing how dense they're trying to get the gameplay elements of everything. You know, over thousands of points of interest on a planet. I mean, come on. Let's see if I can get this download as a bigger one. Go to my Star Citizen folder and save it. Now will it let me zoom in? Yeah, so the whole thing on Genesis was really cool. Social universe, I mean, come on, man. That is so much quality of life and a lot of that connective tissue that we've been talking about recently on the channel, right? I mean, this is a lot of critical stuff you need to get that MMO part going. Cosplay competition, cool. Obviously, not very important to the game. Dress to Kill, kind of a letdown at the beginning. I didn't care too much, but then it really ended on a high note with the worm. You're right, Star Genesis. We need to put the star in there. It can't be the only thing that does not have star in it. But the diversity of armor is something that I'm really excited about. Especially the ones that are gameplay focused that you have to get by doing gameplay. No more pledge store stuff, you know, or I mean, sure, more pledge store stuff, but then also make sure that you're putting stuff in the game that you earn. Beyond Pyro, really, really cool. Especially, I think the highlight for me there, I mean, of course, Castra was beautiful, but I think the top marks go to the instanced content. You know, this is something that you can load up with your friends, and you can just go and have a curated experience, and it really gives them the tools that they need to stretch their legs and make something truly special. The whole Squadron 42 demo I thought was great. I'm really surprised with how much they actually showed. That was a long that was a long demo. Holy cow. And really surprised, yeah, that they picked Castra. I mean, I don't think I've heard anyone say that name. Because I've heard Odin thrown around a lot. Some people said Terra. I didn't think Terra was going to happen. Castra? Really cool. Looking at what we got going tomorrow. Obviously, base building and crafting. Captains of industry. The star is my destination. Star Citizen 1.0. PvP, PvE, non-combat. What type of game is Star Citizen? If you want answers, join us as we outline a high-level overview of Star Citizen 1.0 and what our intentions are for our epic shared universe. Oh yeah, Captains of Industry, that's going to kick off a ship sale for sure, right? And then venue closes at 2:30. So much shorter day. Oh, don't worry, you'll be able to sleep in. I think I'm going to start because I don't need to wait nearly as long to get started. Basically, I set the time here by just give it a healthy hour past their end time to make sure that the stream is up again. But this is significantly shorter. For consistency's sake, might be good to wait until 1:30. But probably start just same thing, hour after they close. What time would that be here? 2:30 BST. No, BST to MST. All right. Where does it say the? Where's the time zone? Oh yeah, BST. Okay. So they end at 2:30. $7:30. I think I'll probably plan same time. See, 9 o'clock plus 2 hours. It's 11 o'clock. If the whole event is how long? 8 to 2. So that's 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2 and a half. So that's 6 hours with intermissions, obviously. They end at 2:30. Yeah, let's keep it at 1:30 tomorrow. That'll give me a little bit of time to take care of some stuff here. Well, okay, hold on. Let me do my math properly. If I start at 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's plan on 12 p.m. MST. Yeah. That way we won't be running so late into the day. They'll be done. I'll have taken care of everything I need to take care of in my time zone. So 12 p.m. MST. That's what I'm committing to. Yeah, Mountain Standard Time is like Colorado, Denver. Well, Denver is in Colorado. I'm Utah based, so that's my time zone. So let's meet up back here tomorrow, 12 p.m. my time, MST. I thought that was great. I wasn't super excited about a lot of the headlines that they were showing, but now I'm thinking about like all the gameplay potential. Whew, man, we really saw a lot. Got to plug the channel, of course. Orbital Bombardiers and Higher do get exclusive access to behind-the-scenes content, additional videos that I make as member exclusives, and they support the channel. So if you have the means, your support greatly appreciated. Also, at the very least, make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Do all the YouTube things that this channel can keep growing. The more we grow, the more we get to look at stuff together. I've got a lot of projects coming down the pipeline. You guys have seen some of that on stream and in recent videos. I've got a lot more ideas coming. Don't you worry. But I think that's gonna be it for me tonight. That that was really cool. Really, really cool. 07. Have a good night.